Almighty God, we give thanks to you, the creator of the universe, and humbly beseech you to direct and prosper the deliberations of the members of this house here assembled for the advancement of your glory and the trust and welfare of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Grant that peace and happiness, truth and justice may be established among us for all generations.
Oath or affirmation, announcements by the Speaker.
Honorable members, I would like to acknowledge the presence of the following resource persons for our post-election seminar. Ms. Donna Skelly, Speaker of the Legislative Assembly of Ontario, and Ms. Hogarth. Mr. Clive Barker, Programs Manager, Commonwealth Parliamentary Association. Ms. Faith Okenekkan, the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association Secretariat, and Ms. Eilish Elliott, Deputy Director, Program Management, ParlAmericas.
Public business, government business, motions.
Honorable members, the debate on the following motion, which was in progress when the House adjourned on Wednesday, June 18, 2025, will be resumed. Be it resolved that this House adopt the report of the Standing Finance Committee of the House of Representatives for the first session 2025-2026, 13th Parliament, on consideration of the proposals for the supplementary appropriation for the fiscal year 2025. Just to remind the members, prior on Wednesday, June 18th, we had 10 speakers. I don't know if, for the economy of time, whether I need to go through the list or the members will remember those who have spoken. Oropuch East. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute on this very critical matter before the House, commonly referred to as the midterm review, in which the Minister of Finance has tabled a report from the Standing Finance Committee for an appropriation and supplementation. Mr. Speaker, may I begin by extending to you heartfelt congratulations on your appointment to the exalted office of Speaker of the House of Representatives. May I also acknowledge and congratulate all members of the House on their elevation to this most sacred position as an elected member of the House of Representatives, and to wish all members the best in the future. Mr. Speaker, I want to also congratulate the Minister of Finance on his management in a very short time of the economic reality facing Trinidad and Tobago, and his prudent management and analytical assessment of the economic crisis that we face now in providing resources. May I also congratulate all members on this side of the House who have spoken and given very insightful analysis of their sectoral requests for supplementation, and indicated as well their progress, their policies, and indicated in some cases, some of the critical remarks and critical observations made by ministers in several sectors as we enter this term of government. I also want in opening to thank the Member of Parliament for Siparia on her elevation for the second time as the second female Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. And Mr. Speaker, I will only make one other point on that issue of the elevation of the member for Siparia, which I have not heard yet, and that is why I'll make the point. The member for Siparia becomes the first Prime Minister of this country to be re-elected Prime Minister from the position of opposition leader. Whereas we have had a Prime Minister returning from opposition leader, that Prime Minister, it's a matter of history, was never elected by democratic means to return as Prime Minister. If you recall, it was the President who selected the former member for San Fernando East. He was not elected. This is the first time a former Prime Minister has been elected to the office of Prime Minister from opposition. It meant that in the intervening 10 years, the people of Trinidad and Tobago missed her leadership, but they also missed her heart of gold, her compassion, her care, her empathy. So, Mr. Speaker, it is with that compassion and care that all of us join this debate. Today, I want to reflect on some matters pertaining to the energy sector. But to say in the beginning that really the asks that we are requesting in this mid-year review is really minuscule in comparison to my colleagues in other sectors. Because, Mr. Speaker, when you look at the figures for all the ministries, you will realize that energy is the least of the apostles. In that we are requesting 1.3 million Trinidad and Tobago dollars in a 3 billion plus supplementation. But yet, we have a full presentation to make because both the members for Diego Martin Northeast and the member for Port of Spain, St. Anne's West, both were absent this morning. I imagine they have good reason to be.
Counting ballots.
They may be engaged in a recount somewhere. But, Mr. Speaker, both members spent a considerable amount of time reflecting on matters pertaining to the energy and economy, and therefore it is imperative that I respond in some measure and carry that argument further. But I'd like to say, because the member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West did not, with good reason, reflect on the allocation of $1.3 million, which we are seeking. Because, Mr. Speaker, when you look at the breakdown of this, I think the minister has a benefit of $365,694 to be had. This is, of course, for back pay and salary adjustments pursuant to the increase in salary for government ministers that the former administration happily accepted and passed and approved. So that 35% of what we are asking for is really for the member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West. So I don't know whether friends opposite will choose to support, given their new realities emerging on that side of the house. But time is longer than twine, and a minuscule amount, of course, is for the former deceased minister, Franklin Khan. But the member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West would have a hearty handshake at the end of this process. Mr. Speaker, the member for both members, the former Minister of Finance and former Minister of Energy, spoke on several matters pertaining to the energy sector, and I'd just like to begin where we ended yesterday. The front page of the Express newspaper yesterday with a headline, blaring headline, Shell open to boosting production from offshore field. More gas from Manatee. That is the headline. Mr. Speaker, we have brought good fortune upon arriving in office. It is not just the policy project and program It is that we have brought to this country this good feeling that the international investing community are now responding to us. They wish we were here before, and as the member for Barataria someone reminded me, and I will develop that point too, it's a very important point, that we have brought what is referred to as Barakat to the politics and the governance of Trinidad and Tobago. That means, just to tell you what it means, not everyone may be familiar, that ability to create more prosperity, more value, more good fortune by your presence, by your actions, by your persona. We have brought this. Shell has responded to a call made by the government of Trinidad and Tobago. I'll just read the first headline, the first paragraph of this article. It is the Sunday Express, June 22nd, 2025. Shell Trinidad and Tobago is open to exploring the possibility of increasing gas production from the Manatee field in response to a call from Energy Minister Dr. Roodal Moonilal. Shell's Senior Vice President and Country Chair Adam Lomas has confirmed. Mr. Speaker, all we did in a short time is to work with a major leading multinational corporation and discuss enhancing gas production by giving some critical support to that multinational. And we are on the point now where we can look at a 10% increase in gas production. That means 10% revenue more. So when they ask where the revenue coming from, this morning I will outline where the revenue coming from. Because we are very clear on where the revenue will come from. And that is what we will want to do this morning. So the good news from Shell emanating overnight joins with us other pieces of good news which I'll come to in a few minutes. But Mr. Speaker, the member for Port of Spain North St. Anne's West also made a point that he's been making for 10 years and convincing no one. When they speak of the 2010-2015 partnership administration, they repeat with monotonous frequency of the partnership's intervention in the energy economy to provide an incentive framework, capital allowance framework for the major upstream investors in the energy sector. And they condemned that and indicated over the years that this had led to giving away profits and selling out and giving away the resources of the country and so on. Mr. Speaker, I want to contend today, had it not been for the partnership implementing an incentive framework in 2014 or thereabout, we would not be seeing this result 10 years later. The major gas fines that we celebrate today, the Mento and other gas fines, are related to the investment of the incentive framework of 2014, which led to exploration, production, drilling in the 2016, 17, 18 period. And today you are finding, Mr. Speaker, that there is an enhanced gas production that is emerging because of that capital allowance incentive framework by the first Kamla Prasad-Bissessar administration, 2010-2015. And that is a matter of record. It is a matter of fact that we must, Mr. Speaker, come to terms with. Mr. Speaker, I wanted also to give you some recent good news. As most of the countries are aware, last week we were well represented at the Suriname Energy, Oil and Gas Summit 2025. And we were very heartened that our representation there, led by the Permanent Secretary and State Board leaders, within days, that representation has produced results. Of course, the very distinguished member for Point Fortin, Minister in the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries, myself, were elected. And we were compelled to remain in Trinidad and Tobago to attend to the business of the Parliament and the business of the people. This is our first call. This is our first call. We are not here to be Marco Polo and travel all over the world and abandon the Parliament. That is not our approach. But Mr. Speaker, you'll be happy to know that in key discussions The Trinidad and Tobago delegation, briefed by the ministry and the ministers in this case, and inspired by the vision of the Honorable Prime Minister for a new regional strategy to position Trinidad and Tobago once again as the energy hub of the Caribbean. That vision found its way to Suriname, and we are happy to announce that in discussions with Statoil, which is the state oil company of Suriname, we have now made progress on several areas of cooperation between the state oil company of Suriname and the state companies of Trinidad and Tobago. They have asked us to assist them in locating and verifying financial capabilities of potential partners for gas projects and investigate potential contractual agreements for gas projects. They have asked us to work with the state oil company to give the benefit of our expertise in commercial and contractual arrangements to support their bid to market gas and energy products. So, Mr. Speaker, we are seeing the benefit of this approach, where we will now assist Suriname with downstream gas business development.
Yeah, well done.
That happened last week. Mr. Speaker, we will also provide support for their LNG expansion program. We will also offer Trinidad and Tobago as a hub for marketing their products, because the new players in the Caribbean basin, energy basin, they have not yet developed. While they have been producing, they have not developed downstream capability. They have not developed marketing capacity and even global marketing reach, which we boast about in Trinidad and Tobago through NGC and other Phoenix Park, National Energy, and so on. So this is a cooperation that we are developing now with the infant Surinamese downstream sector. And that is a major result coming out from that conference last week. We will also be assisting Suriname with technical and institutional capacity building to bring gas to shore. They are looking at commitments. They are looking at the help of Trinidad and Tobago to negotiate with the international oil companies for bringing gas onshore and importing, and they are also looking to import LNG from Trinidad and Tobago as an option. You see, Mr. Speaker, at present they are sourcing LNG from the Gulf of Mexico at a price way in excess of what it will cost to bring LNG from Trinidad and Tobago. So we are working with them on that matter. And finally, the other matter just raised in passing with this, we also had discussions with Total Energies, a company that was in Trinidad and Tobago some time ago, French-based company, and we are discussing the potential of cooperating with Total Energies for that major global player to return to Trinidad and Tobago and participate in exploration and production, particularly in the deep water area. Mr. Speaker, we also had discussions with the American company Fulcrum that is involved in Guyana and their gas exploration and production, massive gas exploration and production venture with ExxonMobil. We have had discussions with them and we'll follow up with them. And finally, on that program, the National Energy Corporation met with Petronas, that is the Malaysian oil and gas company, and we are discussing with them a technical agreement for development cooperation between NGC and this Malaysian oil and gas company. Mr. Speaker, we are developing that type of agreement, and we expect that will bring fruition. Mr. Speaker, I also wanted to reflect on something else related to our regional strategy. You see, Mr. Speaker, at the swearing-in of ministers of the government, the Prime Minister undertook to raise an important point of regional collaboration and the ascendancy of Trinidad and Tobago as the regional energy hub. Members opposite, and particularly their spokespersons, the member for Port of Spain, North, St. Anne's West, who had something of a minor tabanka on the... What is it, major? Had a minor tabanka on the mitten office. And for our visitors, what is the proper English term for tabanka?
Obsession.
An obsession, although there's a colloquial word for it, I don't know if it's parliamentary. But anyway, he had this tabanka on leaving office and started to comment. I think he was commenting on energy, like he takes his meal 3 times a day.
Oh, okay.
Every day I had to read some comment until I said to him, I think you need a job. You know, you need to be occupied. So was downgrading and belittling this regional strategy that we are developing, because we spoke about Guyana, Suriname, and Grenada. Even today, Mr. Speaker, as I speak to you today, I am meeting with the company, the Grenadian company in Port of Spain, to deepen our discussions on that matter. It was the government of the partnership that also did a memorandum of agreement with the government of Grenada concerning participating in their offshore exploration programs. And Mr. Speaker, while we know that is not a near-term project, that also has serious consequences for the economic future of Trinidad and Tobago, Grenada, and the entire Caribbean region. And we will be pursuing that. In terms of Guyana, it is no secret. Guyana produces more barrels of oil per day than they have people. There are 650,000 people, and I think about 700,000 barrels of oil per day. So they're producing more oil. We are in touch with the Guyanese Energy Chamber. I have been asked to say publicly that the Trinidad and Tobago government has been in touch with the Oil and Gas Energy Chamber in Georgetown that has pledged to give their support to companies in Trinidad and Tobago to work. One of the realities we discovered upon entering office, a sad reality, is that we have been in oil and gas for over 100 years. Our sister CARICOM territories have been in oil and gas for a decade or so, in terms of their own programs and their production, at least, because they have had, early indicators about 30 years ago of oil and gas. And Mr. Speaker, upon coming into office, we discover that we had no footprint in those CARICOM territories. Imagine the oldest, the territory with the most expertise, with the major infrastructure, human capital, had no footprint in Guyana and Suriname. None. It was the service contractors of Trinidad and Tobago who, of their own will, by their own hard work, went to Suriname, went to Guyana of their own, and were able to get business in the energy sector, in some cases against the odds. But they had no help from a government. None. And the government itself that were boasting about energy development. And, I have the maps here. I don't want to say too much because it's a fact, it's a reality that everybody accepts. Oil production, 2015 when we left office, Mr. Speaker, 78,000 barrels of oil per day, Trinidad and Tobago. When we returned to office, 48,000 barrels. A 37.4 decline in oil production. In gas, it was the same thing, 35% more or less decline in gas production. So they presided over a decade of decline. Now, there are reasons to explain that. I'm not saying the PNM is alone to blame. Yeah, they take some of the responsibility, but there are also external factors and so on. But their management is questionable in that last 10 years. And Mr. Speaker, we have had this decline, but yet in having the decline, there was no concerted attempt to get a footprint into energy-producing countries, particularly oil and gas, apart from downstream products and so on, where we could provide help, we can raise revenue, we can collect taxes, we can generate foreign exchange. Monies paid to Trinidad and Tobago company in US dollars can make its way to Trinidad and Tobago and pay taxes. And they will have to pay certain duties and so on, and generate employment in the sector. There's a possibility of doing heavy construction in Trinidad and Tobago and simply moving installations to another CARICOM territory. And Trinidad and Tobago benefit by the employment, by the economic activity, by the commercial arrangements. But this was not done. And that is why we have discovered that even when there was a serious attempt by National Energy to get involved in Guyana in providing operational, technical, and production assistance to the Guyanese government through the international private sector, ExxonMobil and Fulcrum, to assist with bringing gas onshore to shore through installation, the development and management of maintenance, operation of installations. The government of Trinidad and Tobago at that time said no. They said no. They said it was too risky. It was too risky, and National Energy should not participate in Guyana in that way. While you could have had a foothold in Guyana a few years ago. Today we have another activity taking place where I believe is Phoenix Gas is involved in a bid to assist with developing a gas processing plant in Guyana as well. We are hoping that that bid goes well. We are hoping that something can happen there. Because it is critical that the state enterprises in Trinidad and Tobago establish themselves as serious investing entities in Suriname, Guyana, and later Grenada. That is our vision. That is how you will become the hub. We will not become the hub by outproducing Guyana. I don't know if we can't do that. We will not become the hub by outproducing Suriname with gas. They have, I think, 13 trillion reserve they have cited. And that's the next matter. You know, the former Minister of Energy last week in his presentation, he said that Suriname had no proven gas supply. Just last week, they issued big graphs, Mr. Speaker. A big graph in Suriname issued last week, offshore activities and potential. 3 billion barrel of oil equivalent in only 3 blocks offshore for Suriname. You understand? So I don't know what the member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West was talking about. But we have the potential today to become a regional leader, a hub in the Caribbean. Mr. Speaker, and when they failed to invest across the seas, they then condemn us for talking about gas pipeline. You know, there's a pipeline between Russia and Germany, the Nord Stream. It existed for a long time. I'm not sure if it's operational now. And look at the time we live in, Mr. Speaker. Could I reflect briefly? All night I was monitoring developments involving the Strait of Hormuz, a 21-mile oil chokehold that separates the Persian Gulf from the Gulf of Oman. All night I did not sleep, Mr. Speaker. I'm monitoring where they are turning around tankers now, asking the tankers to make a 180-degree turn. And that Strait of Hormuz transport 20% of the crude oil of the world, primarily to India, Russia, South Korea, and Japan. China. India, China, South Korea, and Japan. 4 major territories. Mr. Speaker, the impact of that, a decision taken by the Iranian parliament hours ago, is that we expect an increase in the price of oil, a rapid, they call it even an explosion in the price of oil. Mr. Speaker, it is unfortunate that warlike circumstances will give rise to increase in the price of oil. Yes, Trinidad and Tobago, like the Russia-Ukraine crisis, we stand to benefit. But we could have benefited more had they not presided over a decline in the oil industry. We would have benefited more had they not shut down the refinery in Pointe-à-Pierre. Because today, we have to import fuel products, the price of which may increase. And then the volume of oil produced is 37% lower than 2015. So if you don't have something to take to the market, if the price increases, it will not affect you. How can it affect you if you have no goods to sell? You can look at the globe and say we moved from $61. When we entered office, the price of oil $61 more or less. Today, I believe it's $76. All right? But the benefit for Trinidad and Tobago could have been much more had they kept the refinery open and had they not shut down Petrotrin. And that is the point. And they talk about, you know, the reason they give to NGC not to permit National Energy to invest in Guyana, it involved, I believe, $200 million. They said, that is too risky. But while they were doing that, they gave away the gas to liquid plant to Nikon Energy. They plug it on one day and it blew up the next month. Marabella shake, as I told you before. It led to the loss of life of one contract worker with Massey Energy, I believe. And Mr. Speaker, that is not the end of that story. Nikon, when they went into receivership, was owing an entity called Upstream Downstream Company Limited. They created a company just to market gas to Nikon. Why NGC couldn't do it, we are not sure yet, but we'll come back with that. But they created a company to market gas while you had the NGC. You know, the only company Upstream Downstream market gas to was Nikon. And there's a reason for that, we'll come to that. Because they wanted to escape, they wanted to give some clauses to escape some of the regulatory framework that NGC would have had to implement. Today, Nikon owes the government of Trinidad and Tobago for unpaid invoices 95 million United States dollars. 95 million. How much TT is that now? 800? 800 million. $800 million, almost $1 billion, owed to the people of Trinidad and Tobago by Nikon. Good. So the Minister of Finance, had they not gone on that moment of madness with Nikon, the Minister of Finance could have told you, not 3 billion we need 2 billion. Correct? Yes. Now, we leave Nikon right there as a matter before in London for arbitration right now. So we're in arbitration, and paying legal fees for that too. Apart from the 95 million United States dollars owed, they also owed Trinidad and Tobago $100,000 more for legal costs after a court matter. But Mr. Speaker, do you know, you'll tell me on the time, right? Do you know that the NGC took decisions to invest in Train 1, Atlantic LNG Train 1, where we had ownership as well. And they invested what? $240 million.
Member, can I remind you of the time? You have 30 seconds left unless you wish to avail yourself.
I'll avail myself, thank you.
Thank you. Grant.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, $250 million to invest in Train 1 when BP told the last government it was not economic. They were not going to continue with that. They invested $250 million in that. Wasted, it was written off. Then they had what could only be described as a mix-up. NGC had a mix-up with BP over an expansion upgrade of the beach field facility in Guayaguayari, upgrading compressors and so on. I don't want to get into technical details in 15 minutes, but they had a mix-up and $95 million gone. That's right. So that's the next 95, so reach $500 million. So $1.5 billion squandered away. So today the Minister of Finance could have come and say, well, I just need 1.5 billion again, not 3. So I'm bringing him down until when I finish this speech, he may never have had to come here in the first place. That gone. And Mr. Speaker, you know, an interesting point that I discovered as well, Mr. Speaker, the former Minister of Energy, when he spoke, he told us about the decision of a company called Woodside how they describe to pull out of Trinidad and Tobago, suggesting that Woodside took this decision when the UNC formed the government. Mr. Speaker, I have before me the letter which indicate, is a letter I have here, Mr. Speaker. Woodside announced that decision on the 28th of March 2025. 1 month before the general election, Woodside announced a decision to divest its asset in the Greater Angostura field. That decision was taken when they were in office, but when they come to talk here, they sound like if, as we arrive, some major international multinational pull out. 28th of March in their letter, they announced that they are divesting their assets. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the announcement was made. We have it before us. And while they were doing all of that, Mr. Mr. Speaker, is very instructive. You know, this is the announcement letter here. It's dated March 28, 2025. In fact, Woodside to divest Greater Angostura assets to Perenco. And I won't read everything, but it was communicated before, so they were pulling out. They could not wait for the UNC. It was so bad they could not wait. Had they had to take a decision, Mr. Speaker, after April 28, they would have been here today. Oh, yeah. I assure you. Mr. Speaker, while they were doing that, we spoke, the Minister of Finance and others spoke on this side about wasting resources, overspending, providing for their friends and family. I think the member for Barataria, Sawa, had us stunned with his $1 billion bill, legal fees for one ministry. And the member for Barataria didn't even speak of his substantive ministry. He was talking about the Ministry of the Attorney General, correct? Yes. Good. So while that was happening, Mr. Speaker, upon entering office, we saw something that looked a little strange. Trinidad Petroleum Holding Limited appointed a consultant specialist advisor to the chairman and board of the Trinidad Petroleum Heritage Limited. That's a holding company. They're not involved really in operations, and they have no staff, and they have precious little, maybe a desk and chair somewhere and so on.
They just keep it there.
They just keep a desk and a seat warm. But they have a consultant specialist advisor at a consultancy fee of 70,000 Trinidad and Tobago dollars per month. And it's called a retention fee, meaning that is just to retain you. You don't have to do any work. $70,000. And this person, I believe, my good friends from Tobago East and Tobago West can correct me if I'm wrong, the former THA, prior to the last THA election, THA Secretary of Finance was who? Was there a Secretary of Finance?
I think so, David, sir.
What is it? Who is Joel Jack?
Yeah, that's the man.
Was him?
Yeah, that's the man.
I'm not sure too much. I leave that for my friends from Tobago East and West. Joel Jack of Tobago, of course, appointed specialist advisor. So when they were kicked out in Scarborough, they found their way to Santa Flora. They get kicked out in Scarborough and then run down to Santa Flora, South Trinidad, on a retainer signed by the former chairman of Trinidad Petroleum Holding for 70,000 Trinidad and Tobago dollars a month. Mr. Speaker, that is how they use it. I mean, again, I don't want to bring people into disrepute. You know that is not my style, Clark Stanley.
Man of policy.
I want to speak on project and policy today. I mean, the wife of a former minister engaged at National Energy as advisor, $40,000 a month.
What's she doing for that?
Mr. Speaker, I don't want to get into that now. Let me proceed. Mr. Speaker, in my closing moments, I would just want to speak very briefly. We have spoken of that. Yes, I'm just going to my notes here. Mr. Speaker, we have welcome announcements by several major international players, including BP, including Shell, Perenco, Proman, and others. We have met with De Novo. We have met with several of the downstreamers as well, and we are very excited that a government has arrived in place with the political will, with the management capacity, with this yearning for speed, that we have to focus, Mr. Speaker, on the expansion of, we simply have to produce more oil. It is a major focus. In a few days, we will have in place a board at Heritage, and that the mandate of that board will be to do all and sundry to ensure that we return oil production to its 2015 levels of 78,000 barrels of oil. At least, that's a start. Mr. Speaker, there are ways and means of doing that. It may involve providing more acreage for the current lease operators. It may involve including more lease operators. It may involve assisting the major players in that sector by giving incentives to technology transfers. We now have technology, increasingly better technology, to retrieve and recover oil in mature reservoirs, in mature fields. And that is something we are exploring now with heritage, because it cannot be that we invest hundreds of millions of dollars in heritage and we have a further oil decline. Mr. Trump, the President of America, is famous globally for speaking to the American energy sector and exclaiming, "Drill, baby, drill." Couva North, in Trinidad and Tobago, we say, "Keep it pumping." Keep it pumping. We'll want, Mr. Speaker, we have to encourage, facilitate, incentivize drilling, greater work, better management and efficiency in terms of the state enterprise to support our private sector operators so that they can drill more, they can obtain more, they can register. I told one recently, every extra barrel of oil per day will count. Don't mind you will produce 500 barrels more a day, somebody might produce 400, somebody 1,000. That will add up at the end of the day. So that we have to keep it pumping. And we have to ensure, Mr. Speaker, that we support the lease operators. We have to ensure we do all that we can to increase the production of oil. Because we have, Mr. Speaker, in the few minutes, I just wanted, before I come to the refinery matter, I wanted once again to put on record our congratulations to BP and EOG on the first gas from Mento, and to repeat, Mr. Speaker, that collaboration between BP and EOG started in 2011 and has yielded so far 4 projects. Mr. Speaker, we also wanted to congratulate BP on the SIP wells. That became possible by discoveries in 2017, again arising out of the incentive framework of 2014. The discoveries that we found there. Mr. Speaker, we want to congratulate as well all the other players in this sector that has been registering with us increased production over the past month or so and has come to us for greater support. One key support, of course, several of the investors and investing entities require is, of course, VAT refunds, which the Minister of Finance is working diligently to provide to the energy companies in a manner that we can have some of the VAT refunds used by agreement for reinvesting, so that we'll take VAT refunds and reinvest it into the sector. Mr. Speaker, we have worked with our partners in the labor sector, Patriotic Energies. We have worked with the Oilfield Workers Trade Union, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that we have a clear understanding of their plan, of their vision for reopening the refinery. Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister announced last Thursday, when the member for Siparia became the first Prime Minister ever in the history of this country, to address a Labour Day rally at Faizabad. The member for Siparia announced that we have been working with the OWTU and others to look at a restart for the refinery. Several things have to happen at the same time, Mr. Speaker. It is not simply going down there with a cigarette lighter and lighting up the flare. You know, it's not a matter of taking the plug and plugging in to iron a shirt. Several things have to happen: technical, scientific, commercial, economic, contractual, at the same time. But we are on the verge of implementing a refinery restart committee with technical experts agreed upon, technical expertise. In fact, the men and women who constitute that restart refinery, they by themselves, I have checked, they have 500 years experience in the refinery, Mr. Speaker. And we are now going for a quick technical assessment of that refinery. Then we will engage a suitable partner through a proper, open, transparent process to help us to restart in terms of the technical capability. Mr. Speaker, as of now, very few people know that a provider by the name of Demas, I believe, receive $400,000 TT every month for mothballing, for keeping the plant, grease up the plant and so on. We have to get an assessment. Tonapuna is laughing at that. But that's what they do. They grease up something down there. And it's $400,000 a month. We pay, taxpayer pay that. You're paying the taxpayer this money without producing one iota of anything. Without producing a drop of lubricant of any kind. Mr. Speaker, I want to put it to you that we cannot continue that way, spending $400,000 a month. So we will engage a relevant, suitable partner. We have been speaking as well to the international community in terms of the technical part of the restart, what is required. And then we are working with our partners in the labor sector and collaborating with others. So in the shortest possible time, we will have our refinery. But when we have our refinery, we have always imported crude. We will look now at other players. And the member of Parliament, Paulsville North, St. Anne's West, and former finance minister makes this point about Guyana and the Guyana position with gas and oil and so on. Mr. Speaker, we are in discussions with the chamber in Guyana. We are in discussions with government officials to ensure that we have some commonality there so that we can source the important inputs for the refinery from Suriname, from Guyana, and from elsewhere where we have been always sourcing oil for the refinery. So, Mr. Speaker, in closing, I know the time is drawing near. I'd like to take this opportunity to congratulate the staff of the ministry, to congratulate the very hardworking, dynamic, capable, hands-on minister in the Ministry of Energy, the member for Point Fortin, for the work that they have been doing so far to ensure that we do all that is possible. And, Mr. Speaker, may I also say in my 1 minute that is remaining, that we do understand the importance of the cross-border gas reservoirs. We understand the importance of that cross-border gas province. And we are also working with the authorities in the United States. We are also working with authorities elsewhere, in Venezuela as well, to ensure that we can have some common approach to eventually benefit from cross-border fields. We warned the former administration not to put all your eggs in one basket. The basket fell. The United States government cancelled 2 licenses for the Manakin, Coquina, and for the Dragon Field. The UNC didn't cancel that. Sometimes I believe they're suggesting that the UNC cancelled. We never canceled any license. The US government did. We are now working with all international partners to ensure that those matters can be resolved in a way that will benefit the CARICOM territories, the United States, be consistent with the United States foreign policy, and also benefit as well the co-owners of those gas fields. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Tobago West. Can I, before you start, crave your indulgence just to acknowledge the presence of students of 3 primary schools, the Diego Martin Boys RC, the True Blue Tutoring and Home School, and the Seecheran Memorial Vedic Primary School. Can I invite you, member, to begin your presentation?
Mr. Speaker, I thank you. I thank you for this opportunity to present in this honorable House. Mr. Speaker, I also want to congratulate you on your ascension to the position of Mr. Speaker, and I wish you all the best in your tenure. I also want to thank the people of Tobago West and by extension the people of Tobago for reposing their confidence in me to represent them in this honorable House. Mr. Speaker, allow me to rewind to when this debate got started. to treat with some utterances made by the member for San Fernando East, who almost lost his seat. That the members of Parliament for Tobago East and Tobago West are anything but silent. We will speak with our actions and not our mouths. I wish to say to the goodly member that I will not stand here as my predecessor and arrogantly state it is we time now. Instead, I will remind all and sundry that this is the time, finally after 10 years, that it is the people of Trinidad and Tobago's time. I also want to let the member know that silence is golden, because if he could go back to the elections and the utterances and all the words that were thrown by my predecessor and how I was silent, and she stated, appear not see, appear and meet me, not see has appeared today. Mr. Speaker, it is through active negotiations that the members of Parliament for Tobago East and Tobago West, alongside this government, which has led to $134 million becoming available to the people of Tobago. It is because of this new and respectful relationship why the Prime Minister has given a missive to her cabinet that all funds allocated in this fiscal year to be used in Tobago to be directed by the Tobago House of Assembly. Mr. Speaker, we have moved from cabinet members that supported and even orchestrated the disrespect of the THA and the people of Tobago to non-cabinet members that are able to get the government with no seats held in Tobago to respect the people of Tobago. Mr. Speaker, the midterm review is a strategic tool to take stock of the progress of the budget at mid-year with a view to making a course correction in critical areas by identifying emerging priority areas and adjusting the policy framework for spending and investment in the country. But for Tobago and the Tobago House of Assembly, Mr. Speaker, the midterm review could not be more critical, more well-timed, more divine as a fiscal intervention. The architects of the midterm review process never intended that it will serve to correct fiscal abuse of the Tobago House of Assembly. I speak of, Mr. Speaker, the $205 million allocation to the Tobago House of Assembly in its development program allocation for fiscal 2025. I speak of the 21% cut in overall DP allocation over fiscal 2024. I speak of the 64% cut in Assembly legislature. I speak of the 23% cut in food security. I speak of the 43% cut in tourism. I speak of the 23% cut in infrastructure. I speak of the 28% cut in education. Mr. Speaker, how can the Assembly deliver to the people of Tobago with such an anemic allocation? One would think that there is some semblance of a conscience of the PNM, particularly the Tobago PNM, but I say no. Mr. Speaker, the country and all the members of this House heard the pleas of the Tobago People's Party, bringing this reality to the forefront of this discussion, but the shameless and bold-faced reaction of the former central government is, you are in charge now, you fix it. After they treated the Tobago economy like a bad rental vehicle during their 21-year tenure, they are now handing over a limping and abused economy, deliberately underfunding the Tobago House of Assembly and asking why the economy is not rumbling like a BMW. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the conversation as to whether or not the country is at the doorstep of the international financial institutions, with dreaded cuts in social spending looming over harsh market-based economy, structural adjustment may be futuristic or imaginary at the national level. But for Tobago, we have been at the doorstep of financial austerity under the PNM for the last 9 years. Mr. Speaker, you will be stunned to learn that the defunding of the Tobago House of Assembly started immediately after the People's Partnership left office. Let me repeat, Mr. Speaker, since 2016, even when there was PNM in government in Trinidad and in Tobago, the development program allocation trended downwards from a high of $403 million in 2015-2016 to $231.6 million in 2019, just before the COVID pandemic, reflecting a 43% cut in DP allocation in 3 caring years of the PNM administration. What is worse, Mr. Speaker, the deafening silence of the THA PNM members, echoing sentiments of Orville London playbook. I am not uncomfortable with the allocation. This while Tobago was being stabbed in the head and the heart economically. Fast forward, Mr. Speaker, to the peak of the pandemic period, and the understandably low allocation of $200 million is partially pardonable, as the entire country was shut down and workplaces were downsized with social distancing restrictions. But then, Mr. Speaker, the increases in 2022 and 2023 was short-lived, as the THA experienced a $60 million cut in fiscal 2024 and a further $55 million cut in fiscal 2025. If that is not wickedness, I don't know what else it is. The worst part of this all, Mr. Speaker, is a case of PNM kettle scorning pot and saying it face black. You should hear them. Do more with less. Cut out the corruption. Apply fiscal discipline. And you know that all of these things the PNM are strangers to. The Cove Eco Industrial Park is still underutilized. The Shore Park Cultural Complex still costs $500 million more than budgeted. Over $400 million in cost overruns and still continuing. Even the airport construction. Well, we guess what the former Prime Minister would have called it if it were built by the UNC and $400 million in cost overruns. Maybe he would say, it's a glass sheep pen, but for sure, he would be in this honorable house screaming at the top of his lungs, airport gate. Mr. Speaker, $105 million cut from the DP allocation to the Tobago House of Assembly in 2 years, to the point that it reflects 50% of the current allocation, is scandalous at best. The brutal 14-1 defeat of the PNM at the THA elections on December the 6th, 2021, had no doubt etched the teeth of the Master-in-Chief occupying the corridors of the Whitehall and his overseer and driver in the Ministry of Finance Twin Towers. Reminiscent of the loss suffered in 1976, the PNM once again closed down the Ministry of Tobago Affairs. This time, they did not come to the parliament and openly support the shutdown, but push the narrative that Tobago is better off with less, that this THA was being unrealistic with its requests for allocations. Mr. Speaker, the PNM has never had to govern Tobago with that level of fiscal deprivation, save and except for when there was a crisis of the pandemic. So the real question for us to answer in this honorable house is, what was the crisis in the pandemic recovery that saw increases in DP allocation nationally but declines in Tobago? Was it a crisis of revenge and retribution for the election loss in December 2021? Was it a crisis of deja vu for the loss in 1976 and the closure of the Ministry of Tobago Affairs? Was it a crisis of one PNM now going back to the basis? If you end red, yeah, I can't use the term because I'm not sure it's parliamentary. Was it a crisis of sabotage, knowing fully well that 360 million, remember the figure, 360 million in bond financing was squandered 6 months before the December 2021 election? Or shall I say, was it a crisis of targeting the Chief Secretary, the Honorable Farley Chavez Augustine, to ensure that he could not have any achievements by the time the next THA election cycle came around? Or, Mr. Speaker, maybe it was all of the above. We in Tobago, we have a dream. We have a dream of becoming the greatest little island on the planet. And in order to become the greatest little island on the planet, it requires resources. Mr. Speaker, the call for additional resources to the Tobago House of Assembly is neither arbitrary nor abstract. It is not unfounded in fact, and it is necessary for the first time since 1976 that the rational justification for additional resources to Tobago becomes a part of the records of this great house. In the past 9 years, Mr. Speaker, we heard nothing but empty rhetoric, but it ends now. I would like the legacy of this, my maiden presentation, to set the record straight on the development needs of Tobago and how it is often invisible. Mr. Speaker, the Dispute Resolution Commission ruled in the year 2000 that Tobago was indeed underfunded by the central government and handed down judgment to direct future central governments to allocate between 4.03 to 6.9% of the national budget to Tobago. Mr. Speaker, successive central governments have been minimalist in allocating at the lowest end, ranging from 4.03% to 4.35% of the national budget. This suggests that there is some reluctance towards fully funding the Tobago House of Assembly under the guise of limited resources to allocate between the islands. This has even gone on to the response of the former Tobago West Member of Parliament, suggesting that there is no justification to take money from any ministry in Trinidad. Mr. Speaker, let me also take the time to address the midterm allocation of $134 million to the Tobago House of Assembly. Also, in addition, and perhaps most important, is the instruction of the Prime Minister that the $621 million allocated to ministries and state agencies for Tobago projects, that these entities must, not maybe, or if they want, they absolutely must come through the Tobago House of Assembly for direction for action in Tobago. This is a monumental step towards greater autonomy. This means that the days when the Minister of Public Utilities will execute projects and programs without consulting the duly elected government of the island of Tobago for a sense of the island needs and priorities are far behind us. Because many a times in the past, projects have been executed, especially in the area of Wassa. And all up to now, when you open the pipe, not even air coming out. Grant programs from varying ministries will now pass through the Tobago House of Assembly to the people of Tobago. The national security apparatus in Tobago will finally get some attention, and the THA will no longer have to spend millions on renting vehicles, paying for accommodation, repairing prisons, fixing up the army camp at Signal Hill, and equipping police station, among other things. This means that the ministries are respecting the authority of the Tobago House of Assembly. Mr. Speaker, the following are a few areas for which the government of Trinidad and Tobago is responding favorable to the people of Tobago through their MPs. 1, in keeping with sections 26(2) and 3 of the THA Act, MOUs are being drafted to authorize the Assembly to act as an agent of the government, statutory authority, or state enterprise, as the case may be, in respect of any of its responsibilities in Tobago. Furthermore, the government, as presented by the Minister of Finance, has decided that delivery in Tobago of services to the public in relation to the matters set out in the 6th and 7th schedule will absolutely give due consideration to the views of the Assembly. 2, the THA will finally get the non-objection letter from the IDB, to provide grant funding and technical advising on the development bank in Tobago. The IDB funding for the urban projects in Scarborough will finally be signed off on. The Riseland project will finally get the go-ahead after being previously stalled by the previous central government. 3, also in the pipeline is the movement of the tongue and country back under the auspices of the Tobago House of Assembly. The removal of the current land license regime as an answer to the loud request from the Tobago business community. Studley Park will finally get its export license so that the THA can generate more revenue and forex at that. And arrangements are being put in place to expand the THA's ability to borrow on its own creditworthiness. These are just a few of the areas that are already under negotiations with the government, and we expect action in a short time. Mr. Speaker, Tobago's underfunding is legendary, and it has been no more exaggerated than under the PNM. I strongly believe that the experience of Mr. A.N.R. Robinson with the PNM is part motivation for him establishing the International Criminal Court. We must recall in 2022, after the PNM election loss, the THA received no increases at mid-year review. In fiscal 2023, the THA received 100 million, but the Chief Secretary was being bullied to spend this money on favored contractors of the PNM. Fast forward to fiscal 2024, the THA received 50 million at the time of addressing an oil spill, while the initial claims submitted by the Honorable Secretary for Finance was $150 million. So the oil spill cost $150 million. It was a crisis. The need for the assistance and the support was very urgent. And the PNM-led central government decided that Tobago was only good enough for $50 million. All of this against the backdrop of late disbursement of approved allocations contrary to the Tobago House of Assembly Act, which forces the THA to incur millions in overdraft penalties. This is also against the backdrop of the habit of the then Minister of Finance not sending the full allocation in the last quarter disbursement, accounting to over $100 million owed legitimately to the Tobago House of Assembly. As a result, Mr. Speaker, the pattern of fiscal shortchanging of the THA over the years and the deliberate underfunding over the last 3 years, in which the public purse was weaponized against the Tobago House of Assembly and the people of Tobago. For this justification, I rest my case, but to move thirdly on to another justification, the demographic projection of Tobago. Please bear with me, colleagues. Mr. Speaker, I had not intended to lecture this honorable House, but to the historic maligning of my people by the former government, I must make this an exception. The demographic projection of Tobago has outstripped the national projection and that of Trinidad since 1990. That is a whole generation ago, and I am bringing this to the Parliament and for the benefit of the House, and especially the government and the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Tobago population in 1980 was 39,524, and this increased to 46,654 in 1990 and 54,084 in 2000. By the 2011 census, the Tobago population was enumerated at 60,874. Why is this important to you, may I ask? The truth is that the population of Tobago grew at an annual rate of 1.8% per year in the first decade after the establishment of the Tobago House of Assembly. This was followed by a growth rate of 1.6% per year in the second decade and 1.1% per year in the third decade. On the contrary, the Trinidad population grew at rates of 0.8%, 1%, and 0.4%. This meant that the Tobago population grew at an average of twice the rate of the Trinidad population over the last 35 years. The Tobago population increased by 54% from 1980 to 2011, whilst the Trinidad population increased by 25.7% over the same period, with a population of 1,016,239 in 1980 and 1,267,145 in 2011. The salient point must be made, Mr. Speaker, that because of the convention of using national statistics for a national policy, a cardinal error continues to be made when national statistics substitutes for Tobago statistics. Accordingly, Mr. Speaker, the dynamics of the Tobago population is lost and rendered invisible, and the fact that the Tobago population is growing at twice the rate of the Trinidad and national population means that the demand for goods and services in Tobago is higher per capita than in Trinidad. This may take a while to sink in, but think about it. The demand for food, clothing, housing, transportation, recreation, credit and capacity building are higher in Tobago, even though its population is statistically small. The figures don't lie, and it's not up for debate. What is needed is a party in governance that submits to the facts. What is needed is a party in governance not willing to spite and victimize Tobago on the altar of the legacy of crucifying Tobago for bringing the facts to the front line. They nearly crucified A.N.R. Robinson politically because he was not a part of the Cosa Nostra. So when the PNM brings up the false narrative that for Tobago to get more, money must be deprived from a ministry in Trinidad is bogus at best. Careless to the core and a dastardly doctrine. I am forced to leave this for a fourth justification on increasing Tobago's allocation, focusing specifically on the development program. This is the per capita spend. Mr. Speaker, through you, I need to address this House and the listening public in Trinidad and Tobago. This Honorable House appropriated through its consolidated fund and infrastructure development fund a total of $6.2 billion in fiscal 2024 and $5.6 billion in fiscal 2025 for the development program. Equally, the Tobago House of Assembly received $260 million and $205 million respectively for the same period. We all agree that the development program is key to capitalizing the infrastructure and institutional capacity for the country to invest in projects that impact positively through economic multipliers and contribution to gross domestic product. Strangely, however, Mr. Speaker, when divided by the estimated population of Trinidad of 1.4 million, this translated to a spend of $4,441 per person in Trinidad and $3,939 per spend per person in Tobago, when divided by Tobago's estimated population of 66,000 persons. Similarly, in fiscal 2025, this translated to a spend of $4,046 per person in Trinidad and $3,106 per person in Tobago. This is a deficit in investment of at least $1,000 to $1,300 per person in Tobago. And when considered over the years of this persistent pauperization of the Tobago economy, it is no wonder why persistent poverty is the single greatest threat to the development of the island. The last survey of living conditions in 2015 showed that 24% of the Tobago population lived in poverty. This was up from 19% in 2005. And after the pandemic, with a vicious lockdown of the inter-island air bridge that has not recovered to pre-COVID levels, has undermined many businesses in Tobago. Today, an estimated 30% of the Tobago population live in poverty. That is 1 in every 3 households. And we are saddled with a development program expenditure that invests at least $1,000 less per person in Tobago. Mr. Speaker, I will seek leave for my 5th justification for a greater allocation to the Tobago House of Assembly. And I will ask for provision of the THA Act to guide the Cabinet on how to allocate funding to Tobago. Mr. Speaker, I will soon conclude the legal remit for just and fair allocations to the Tobago House of Assembly as detailed in the THA Act 40 of 1996, Section 43. It points to guidance like...
Can I just inform you have 1 more minute unless you wish to avail yourself of the 15.
Myself, Mr. Thank you. It points to guidance like the physical separation of Tobago by sea from Trinidad and Tobago's distinct identity, the isolation from the principal growth centers, the absence of the multiplier effects of expenditures and investment, private and public, made in Trinidad, restricted opportunities for employment and career fulfillment, the impracticability of participation by residents of Tobago in the major educational, cultural, and sporting facilities located in Trinidad. But we need to translate this to the layman in the various constituencies across Trinidad to let them know that resources are not being taken away from them and given to Tobago, particularly because even though money spent in Trinidad does not impact through the multiplier effect in Tobago, the $2 billion spent generates significant multipliers in Trinidad because the majority of consumed goods and services in Tobago originate in Trinidad. Additionally, there are realities we are very much aware of as it pertains to Tobago. We know Tobago has a higher cost of living, averaging 30%. Tobago land prices for home ownership is inflated. Housing construction costs are over 30% higher in Trinidad, and Tobago has a lower income distribution, with mean income in Tobago being $7,084 as opposed to $9,201 according to the last household budgetary survey in 2009. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, Tobagonians are squeezing out a living in this country with an income that is 30% lower on average than a citizen in Trinidad, while at the same time facing a cost of living 30% higher than in Trinidad. Combined, the Tobagonian is constructing his existence in this space with a 60% real deficit in financial capacity. As a result, and on the account of these realities, the plea is made to this House and the population at large that the call for greater resources to the Tobago House of Assembly is well justified, but was sadly never articulated by the PNM and its Tobago representatives of the past. It is my hope that this contribution sheds some light on the situation of Tobago and the politics of the PNM in Tobago remain permanently in the past. As I close, I once again wish to thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this debate and the people of Tobago West for the repose of confidence in me by their voices to make a seismic change in the level of representation that reflects the realities of living in Tobago in a way that is unfiltered from the privilege that I inherited as Member of Parliament. As was in the beginning, so shall it be in the end. I remain committed to seeing the needs of the people and being a voice and removing the veil of invisibility often afflicting Tobago. It would be remiss of me not to urge the current government to never fall into the same mold as the PNM, to do right by the people of Tobago, not as favor, but to recognize the needs, to apply the law, and to give Tobago its just due as we build this nation together and side by side. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for San Fernando West.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. I want to start by congratulating you, Mr. Speaker, on your appointment as Speaker of the House of Representatives. I wish to express my sincere thanks to the Honorable Prime Minister and the resilient people of San Fernando West, my constituents, for entrusting me with this privilege to serve and contribute in this honorable House. Mr. Speaker, I sat here and listened to the members on the other side, including the member for St. Anne's East. Once again, we have witnessed the opposition attempting to rewrite history while conveniently ignoring their own record of neglect and mismanagement in education. Mr. Speaker, under their leadership, our schools were left understaffed, unsupported, and unsafe. It was under their tenure that critical youth programs were mothballed and schools operated without leadership for years. In this government, Mr. Speaker, our approach is intentional. We view education not in isolation, but as the bedrock of national advancement. Under the leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister, we have refused to look away from the problems plaguing our education system. Mr. Speaker, the children of Trinidad and Tobago cannot wait and should not have to wait for their basic needs, especially after 10 years of a government who offered lip service and failed to deliver tangible and real results. We are here to ensure every child in Trinidad and Tobago, regardless of circumstances, has a path to thrive, to rise, and to lead. Mr. Speaker, let us look at where we are now in education. And I want to look at school infrastructure and management systems. Mr. Speaker, across the length and breadth of this country, principals, teachers, and parents are sounding the alarm. And so we begin by addressing the 279 ECC centers, primary and secondary schools that have been neglected, a reflection of the grim state of our nation's schools. Those 279 institutions consist of 29 ECC centers, 182 primary, 64 secondary, and 3 special schools and 1 district office. Those are the conditions inherited by this government. And in light of this, one of my first actions as minister was to tackle these long outstanding infrastructure failures. And so, through the expansion of the vocation repair program, we requested an additional allocation of $83 million towards urgent rehabilitation works. Mr. Speaker, yes, $83 million additional allocated to the already $133.4 million we had already identified for the vocation repair program. So come September 2025, our schools must be reopened in safe, sanitary, and fully functional conditions.
Yeah,
Mr. Speaker, let us not forget how we got here. This crisis did not appear overnight. It is the direct result of years of neglect and mismanagement under the PNM. Between 2010 and 2015, 93 schools were started under Mrs. Kamla Prasad-Bissessar with a sum of $1.259 billion already spent to contractors. These 93 schools were shamefully abandoned by the then PNM administration. Some of these schools, at least 10 of them, were over 95% completed. The PNM did not just stop these projects, Mr. Speaker. They left taxpayers' money to rot. They made no attempt to secure these sites, no concerns for the millions already spent. As a result, these schools, once symbols of hope and progress, became overgrown wastelands. They were vandalized and stripped bare of fittings and rendered unusable. What the PNM did was not just administrative incompetence, it was an act of sabotage against the education of our children and a blatant betrayal of public trust. Mr. Speaker, in addition to the neglect of these 93 schools, 19 schools were decanted and forced into makeshift facilities, some for more than 5 years. A clear demonstration of the former administration's callous and uncaring approach. And we take note, Mr. Speaker, that 329 of our schools are over 50 years old. Mr. Speaker, the difference in philosophy could not be clearer. Where the PNM abandoned, we are rebuilding. Where they saw inconvenience, we see investment in the future. We believe that every child deserves to learn in an environment that is safe, clean, and conducive to growth. This government is taking immediate action to address this inherited disaster, with the full support of the Honorable Prime Minister, who has consistently shown she cares for this nation's children. Mr. Speaker, consistent with our manifesto promise and our commitment to building a modern and equitable education system, we are relaunching the laptop program. This program is a signature of this government's prior term in office. We have taken bold and necessary action. We are actively procuring 18,000 laptops for incoming Form 1 students across Trinidad and Tobago. To ensure the success of this initiative, we have requested an additional $76 million to fully support the rollout and to ensure no student is left behind in this digital age. Mr. Speaker, these devices will ensure equitable access to digital learning and bridge long-standing gaps between students of different socio-economic backgrounds. Importantly, Mr. Speaker, students with special needs, including those visually and hearing impaired, will benefit from built-in accessibility tools, assisted technologies, and user-friendly platforms tailored to their new needs. Because in our vision for education, inclusion is not optional, it is essential. Mr. Speaker, this is the difference between photo-op politics and real leadership. Where the PNM talks, we act. Where they cut corners, we invest. Where they left students behind, we are opening doors for every single one of them. Mr. Speaker, during our standing committee meeting, the former finance minister repeatedly asked if we were giving laptops to rich children. The short answer is, when UNC wins, every incoming Form 1 student will. But Mr. Speaker, with these laptops, with every student equipped with the same device, teachers can confidently integrate digital platforms, online resources, and virtual assessments into their lessons, knowing that no student is left behind. Mr. Speaker, we are building resilience. If future disruptions occur, whether due to pandemics, natural disasters, or unforeseen events, we are positioning our education system to seamlessly shift to online and blended learning. Finally, Mr. Speaker, this policy promotes unity and social cohesion. We reject any approach that divides our children along economic lines. This government believes that every child matters equally, and this laptop initiative is a tangible demonstration of that principle. But our work does not stop with the hardware, Mr. Speaker. We have already rolled out training in AI tools and integration for 6,643 teachers at the primary and secondary school level. Our educators are being equipped not only to use technology, but to lead innovation in the classroom. Mr. Speaker, we have requested a sum of $37 million for the payment of secondary school teachers' salaries. This was under budgeted in this fiscal year. Upon assuming office, what I found was not just a staffing shortfall, it was a leadership crisis in our schools. We found vacancies at every level. At the secondary school level, there are 625 vacancies at the administrative level. 83 of the 125 principal positions are vacant. That's about 2/3 of our schools at the secondary level. 59 of 144 vice principal positions vacant, 264 of the 618 head of department vacant, 219 of the 574 dean's positions vacant. At the primary level, 222 of the 450 principal positions vacant. That's about 50%. 64 of the 110 vice principal positions vacant, 60%. 252 of the 330 senior teacher positions vacant. That's about 75%. Mr. Speaker, this is like a full-length movie from Hollywood or Bollywood. Almost everyone seems to be acting at the administrative level in our schools. Mr. Speaker, these are not just statistics on a spreadsheet. They are serious leadership voids that affect supervision, discipline, curriculum planning, teacher morale, and ultimately the quality of education delivered to our children. Some of those we had in our audience this morning. How did we reach this point, Mr. Speaker? Under the PNM, recruitment stalled, appointments delayed indefinitely, leaving our schools to run on autopilot. But, Mr. Speaker, we are already taking steps to accelerate recruitment, streamline appointments, and rebuild the leadership framework in our schools. Mr. Speaker, a school without strong leadership is like a ship without a captain, and the former government left hundreds of them adrift. Mr. Speaker, as a result of this leadership crisis, student indiscipline rears its ugly head. Acts of serious violence, including group fights that endanger the lives of students, cannot and will not be tolerated. And so let's look a little bit at the statistics. Between 2022 and 2025, secondary school suspensions rose by 87%, from 5,167 in 2022-23 to 9,676 in 2024-2025. In our total, there were 21,661 suspensions over that 3-year period. These are not just numbers, Mr. Speaker. This is a signal of distress in our schools. However, even as we take firm action to preserve order and safety, we are equally committed to safeguarding the right of education for every child. Every child, including those who face expulsion due to their actions, deserve an education. The Ministry of Education is engaged in a comprehensive review of the programs and policies with respect to the behavior of students, following which a detailed strategy will be developed, guided by the principle of balance, that is, firm action to maintain safe learning environments. Mr. Speaker, we have also engaged the Teaching Service Commission to accelerate the appointment of key personnel to address the massive leadership gaps. You see, Mr. Speaker, discipline does not start with punishment. It starts with presence, structure, and responsible leadership. After years of neglect, that's exactly what we are bringing back to the education system. Yet, even as we look towards the future, we must look further inwards at the soul of our education system. Mr. Speaker, we are developing a national school safety audit to identify red flag institutions and deploy tailored interventions. We are reviewing the overall school code of conduct and discipline measures. And we are embedding social emotional learning and anti-bullying education across all school levels. Because, Mr. Speaker, emotional intelligence must be taught as deliberately as mathematics. Mr. Speaker, we look at contract employment at the Ministry of Education. Mr. Speaker, an additional $35,478 and $235 million was requested. However, $33 million was provided in the midterm review. Another area of under budgeting. Mr. Speaker, this sum is to pay for contract workers, 2,121 contract workers. And this includes the 260 ECC teachers and teaching assistants for the period of August to September 2025. Mr. Speaker, these ECC teachers and assistants are the ones who take care of the youngest. And when we assumed office, this ECC sector was in a state of crisis. 64 centers lacked sufficient staff. 9 centers had no staff at all. 34 centers operated below minimum staffing levels. We were forced to redeploy field officers on an emergency basis just to supervise these children for their safety. One of my first actions was to approve the long overdue renewal of contracts for 73 teaching assistants and 13 teachers. Those appointments that had been left sitting on someone's desk. And Mr. Speaker, a similar tale exists at the primary school level and at the secondary school level in terms of performance of our students. But I want to turn to the textbook grant support for vulnerable students. Mr. Speaker, in 2024, the previous administration introduced a textbook grant program based on a means test. About 20,000 students received grants of $1,000 each. While it was limited in scope, it was at least a recognition that many families were struggling. But I want to note, however, that 3,309 residual persons who qualified did not get funding. And so even in 2024, that was under budgeted. But then in typical fashion, the PNM started something without a plan to sustain it. No provision, Mr. Speaker, was made in the 2024-2025 national budget. It was yet another half measure. Mr. Speaker, this government is not about public relations. We are about results. Under the leadership of a caring and responsible Prime Minister, we stepped in. We have requested an allocation of $20 million to ensure that 20,000 vulnerable students continue to receive textbook grants for this financial year. Mr. Speaker, janitorial services, $26,064,000 was allocated to meet the mandatory payments of salaries up to September 2025 under janitorial services. Mr. Speaker, the ministry has not been able to make payments to janitorial service providers as of April 2025 due to the vote being exhausted. The Ministry of Education was allocated $75 million for fiscal year 2025, and the actual expenditure was just about $74 million. Bills from the previous year amounted to $48.9 million, and multi-bills $10.5 million. And this, therefore, requires a vote of $90.9 million to cover all expenses. So, Mr. Speaker, the supplement of $26,042,000 is insufficient to cover arrears due to these companies. The ministry will have to source the additional funding required in fiscal 2026. And as I conclude, Mr. Speaker, the facts speak for themselves. What we have inherited was a broken system, abandoned schools, unfilled vacancies, growing student indiscipline, a neglected ECC sector, and almost no support for most vulnerable students. But, Mr. Speaker, under the leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, we have not sat idly by. We have taken action. We are focusing on children and their parents. We are investing in school repairs and modern facilities. We are restoring leadership by filling critical vacancies. We are providing 18,000 laptops to close the digital divide. We are stabilizing ECC staffing and focusing on early development. We are continuing the textbook grants for 20,000 vulnerable students. Mr. Speaker, we are responding to indiscipline with stronger supervision and support. We are laying the foundation for long-term reform. But, Mr. Speaker, there's a lot more work to be done, but the transformation has already begun. Mr. Speaker, we know we can't do it alone. That's why we are actively working with our teachers, our principals, support staff, parents, and stakeholders. Our national education policy objectives include improve access, equity, digital readiness, and lifelong learning. These are already plans that are in shape. Mr. Speaker, quality education is not a catchphrase. It requires vision, responsibility, and the will to act. And that is exactly what this government is doing. We will keep pushing forward until every child in every school, in every part of Trinidad and Tobago has a real and equal chance to succeed. And so, Mr. Speaker, I urge every member of this House to consider what these allocations represent. Not our balance sheet, but what it means to our children of Trinidad and Tobago. Because, Mr. Speaker, every day we delay is another day a student suffers in silence. And silence, Mr. Speaker, is not an option anymore. Let us move together with conscience and with clarity to bring success back to the education system. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members, I propose to take the lunch break at this stage, but before I formally suspend the proceedings, can you all allow me to extend congratulations to both the members for Tobago West and the member for San Fernando West on their maiden contributions to the House. So, pursuant to my announcement of my intention to take the lunch break, the House shall be suspended for 1 hour, and we will resume promptly at 1:17. Thank you very much. Member for Diego Martin West.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I would like to thank the people of Trinidad and Tobago, and most specifically the constituents of Diego Martin West, which also happen to include the former member and the Prime Minister. I also acknowledge for her leadership, my opposition leader, our leader, the honorable member for Arima. Mr. Speaker, I want to make it abundantly clear that we, the members of opposition, will never wish the government failure, as we all believe in and love Trinidad and Tobago. However, there are some things being proposed that need to be highlighted because there are failures. Let me begin by addressing the member for Tobago West, Member for Tobago West, I tell you, watch your friends that you keep. The people that you are calling your friends today did not know where the main ridge was in 2022. And they spoke out against the former finance minister, the member for Diego Martin Northeast, when he came in this very house and advocated in 2022 for cancer treatment for Tobago. I see the member for Oropouche East is not present. In 2020, the member for Oropouche East said this: I believe the member for Diego Martin Northeast must explain to the country how could it be that Tobago, with a population of 60,000 people, is given over $2 billion, while regional... So whilst the member for Tobago West comes here and talks about the percentages for Tobago, the very side he sits on does not support his ideologies for the island of Tobago. It must be noted that Tobago House of Assembly got the largest allocations under the PNM, and that is separate from a loan financing for other development projects conducted by central government as well. In addition, the PNM in this parliament approved for the THA for the first time in our history the ability to borrow from international lending agencies to the tune of $300 million. The UNC gave Tobago a mere $32 million from the consolidated fund, and again trying to fool the people of Tobago by adding a loan not yet received by the country to the THA. And I'll tell you about that loan very soon. Mr. Speaker, the government claims that the previous PNM Minister of Finance allocated only $2.6 billion to the THA for fiscal 2025, a figure based on the DRC formula. And now for the supplementation, less than 1% is what Tobago gets Tobago West. So in your retort, please understand that those you are standing by do not stand by you. Now let's talk about the loan from CAF for coastal protection projects in Tobago, which was negotiated by the member for Diego Martin Northeast several years ago. It was based on a list of projects identified by the last PNM administration for the THA. Now the story of the loan is this. Shortly after the loan was approved, the administration changed. And the now Chief Secretary, the Honorable Member for Diego Martin Northeast, out of respect for the change in leadership, wrote to him and asked them to identify their own list of projects. They failed to do so. And as a Minister of Finance that cares about Tobago and cares about Trinidad and Tobago, he had to seek an extension of time from CAF for the disbursement of the loan in a letter to CAF dated April 7th, 2023. The former Minister of Finance then sent a team to Tobago over a year ago in an attempt to get the new THA to make up its mind and finalize its list of coastal projects. Up to April 20th, 2023, they fail and they fail and they fail and they fail again. Since the new list of projects has to be scoped and tendered, this loan that they speak about, Mr. Speaker, there is no way this can be implemented in the 3 months remaining in 2025 fiscal. So once again, in this mid-year supplementation, they are being fictitious, mendacious, and trying to fool the people of Tobago. And for the people of Tobago, I quote an Express 2022 article, which stated, take time and listen, Barataria Sawa. 3 Trinidad-based contractors received close to $100 million in roadwork contracts from the THA under the leadership of the current Chief Secretary. And you know who's in the picture, Mr. Speaker? The Honorable Member for Tobago West. let's make it abundantly clear. Let's make it abundantly clear. While the greatest THA allocation has been given under the People's National Movement, a list of projects are there. The ANR Airport expansion, Sherburne Police Station, Roxborough Police Station, Roxborough Fire Station, Roxborough Admin Complex, 2 new ferries, a cargo boat, Hillsborough Dam, street lighting projects, wastewater treatment plant in Canaan Bonaccord, booster stations. And listen, Mr. Speaker, I wouldn't read the entire book, but there's an entire list of projects done by WASA. Also, solar lighting for the main ridge, the place they didn't know existed. Funding for businesses through NEDCO, Ministry of Agriculture, and Ministry of Trade. Member for Tobago West, I hope you know who your friends are. Be very careful. That's where he should be. So, Mr. Speaker, I also listened to the Minister of Education, the member for San Fernando West, a man I truly respect in terms of the work he has done as an educator. But, honorable member, please do not be dragged by those on that side. He mentioned the government, despite tight finances, will distribute 18,000 laptops to all incoming Form 1 secondary school students in the new school year. But what is the benefit of providing these devices without assessing means and digital literacy? What is the benefit of providing devices supposedly to upskill when the opportunities are not there? What is the benefit of providing these devices and there's no talk of e-books, something that the former Minister of Education was working very hard on, making it make sense? A figure of $76 million. But when asked what stage they are in the procurement, there was radio silence from the minister from San Fernando West. He spoke about equity for students, yet in fact, what they are doing is quite the opposite, and just allowing for wastages of taxpayers' money. Schools and libraries have been outfitted with computers. Added to which, rather than discuss where they are, where it's going, there's radio silence from the member from San Fernando West. And I urge you, member for San Fernando West, do not be dragged by your colleagues on that side. I want to add, Mr. Speaker, by echoing a point made by the member for Diego Martin Northeast, that the IMF in its Article 4 consultation with Trinidad and Tobago said in May 2024, Trinidad and Tobago was undergoing a gradual and sustained economic recovery. Over the last 2 sittings, the government sought to paint a picture of national collapse. And who, Mr. Speaker, are they blaming? The previous administration. Not global price shocks, not market volatility, not external constraints, not a pandemic, but solely the PNM. And that is because they are not about responsible governance. They are about rants. What happened previously was responsible governance in the face of extraordinary headwinds. This $3.14 billion supplementary appropriation, which they dubbed a cleanup, is in fact a patchwork of their own administrative inexperience and inability to prioritize. The finance minister presented the mid-year review emphasizing that the UNC government inherited a severely troubled economy due to reckless fiscal mismanagement. But in a quizzical irony, devoted a large portion of his speech to blaming this side of the bench for underfunding critical expenses and causing an economic crisis. Let us be clear, this is not our shortfall. This is the latest chapter in their long history of serial inability to manage. They have suggested that Trinidad and Tobago is a wasteland on the brink of economic ruin. And this is to throw aside the data of the IMF, to mock the analysis of the S&P, and to ignore our hard-won gains under close to impossible circumstances, a pandemic, a commodity crash, and global inflation. Mr. Speaker, budgeting, as the member for Diego Martin Northeast knows, is a dynamic exercise. I am not sure if the member for Faizabad understands that. In a commodity-driven economy, adjustments happen all the time. We did what prudent governments do: match cash flow with priority spending while protecting social programs, wages, and national stability. Minister of Finance, you cannot accuse us of under-budgeting while simultaneously admitting that expenditure was strategically managed to contain the deficit. You cannot. It does not add up. A year one economic student understands that. What this government calls arrears is often scheduled payment, not mismanagement. But this minister is more interested in performance than fiscal truth. And we also saw to the member for elaborate with his performance the other day. And let us not forget, they have ballooned. And let us not forget, they have ballooned the projected deficit to $9.67 billion, the largest mid-year gap we have seen in years, yet no plan to fund it. There's no financing framework, no revenue strategy, just noise. If you listen to the member for Arima, she mentioned in her presentation that the way the People's National Movement governed was based on guiding documents. Vision 2030, the Road to Recovery, the Community Recovery Report. What is their plan? What is their guiding strategy? You ask them and they have none. The member for Caroni Central said, "We attract money!" To understand that.
Just like
That's what you said. That's what you said, member. The Minister of Finance promises reform, Mr. Speaker, but scraps the very tools designed to collect revenue. It's like unplugging your water pump in a drought and promising rain. You seek to add $9 billion to the deficit, cancel tax instruments, abolish the Revenue Authority, and have no clear borrowing strategy. What you're selling behind closed doors to cover this bill. We want to know. We want to find out. The time for secrecy is over, according to the member for Oropouche East. We've heard the numbers: 728 for health, 296 million for education, 489 million for public utilities, and 275 million for public administration. They have not, however, given specifics, because when we asked the questions, they kept on saying, "We will tell you in due course." Due course has come, and there are no answers. So we must ask, have the UNC's mid-year adjustments lived up to their manifesto pledges and their own previous critiques of the PNM? We are at a point where accountability must meet reality and plans must meet performance. To echo the opposition leader, the honeymoon is over. The people deserve more than empty slogans. They deserve honest answers and structured action, not mistruths, miscommunication, and playing the blame game. Now let's look a little bit closer. This was not a mid-year review, Mr. Speaker. It was a mid-year rant with no fiscal framework, no macro forecast, and no financial logic. The finance minister claims extra allocations are needed, precisely because the PNM under-budgeted the sectors he now must finance. If that is so, we would expect the UNC to beef up key trade support agencies and release clear policies on forex and customs. Not just talk. So far, concrete measures have been nil. They propose a new foreign exchange allocation committee to ensure more transparent and strategic FX distribution. But what is the timeline on this? Who will it comprise? All we are getting is a bunch of lip service, no concrete specifics. Investor confidence is built not just on fiscal restraint, but on coherent strategy, accountability, and transparent execution. Announcements must translate into access. Incentives have to be action. Mr. Speaker, we have already introduced structured interventions with Exim Bank and FX window support for manufacturers and importers. The new committee is a committee of words. Let's talk about investor confidence. How do you think investors feel knowing the government now governs by vendetta? That audits are weaponized and boards are removed overnight, including those on the stock exchange. It is not just that they lack a strategy, it's that they seem proud of their ignorance. Now, when you look at trade and industry under the previous administration, the growth in non-energy GDP increased by 75%. It was built under the PNM's watch. When we talk about the trade and repair sector contributing 24.6% to GDP, it was driven by the PNM's facilitation of exports and expansion of TT BizLink. The Unified Trade and Investment Promotion Agency, InvestTT, Export TT, Creative TT, was in fact PNM policy, not UNC invention. The PNM progressed the streamlining of export promotion and implementing a port community system to speed customs clearance. These were concrete steps towards transforming and enhancing the competitiveness of Trinidad and Tobago's trade and business environment. Today, they arrive here, once again, empty-handed. The Standing Finance Committee heard little about new trade initiatives, even as foreign exchange shortages linger. The UNC must make good on its own diversification pledges, such as its plan that would benefit my constituents, a yachting hub in Chaguaramas, by backing them with resources. Without that, talk of building new industries continues to ring hollow. I echo our colleague from Barataria Samoa's June 2024 warning to the SFC. Citizens must know where the money has gone. Yet in Standing Finance, they could not say what percentage or what amount was spent that would allow for the basis of additional ask. We are here today debating an additional ask of $3.6 billion, but yet they are quiet on the $10 billion that could have been retained through the TTRA. They kicked it out, not based on governance, but based on politics. This is a new time, and this time calls for governance over politics. Let us always act in the best interest of the people of Trinidad and Tobago and seek a clear path forward. The TTRA was not imposed, and it was supported by those professionals. PwC, Deloitte, the Chamber of Commerce, all supported the TTRA. Yet in their very first move, they tried to repeal it. Well, at least you know what you did. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, when we step back, the pattern is clear. Under our stewardship, revenue rose from $34 billion to $54 billion, even after COVID-19 and global energy price collapse. We maintained jobs, kept schools, protected pensions, and managed public sector wage negotiations responsibly. The IMF in May 2024 stated, for the first time, Trinidad and Tobago is undergoing a gradual and sustained recovery. The PNM laid the foundation across every sector. UNC promised the moon during elections. The mid-year review reveals barely a staircase. Mr. Speaker, this debate cannot only be about what went wrong. It must also be about what they will do right and what has been done right. Let us rise above the blame game and get to the work of recovery, reform, and restoration. What do we see, Mr. Speaker, when we tally the facts? The PNM's original 2025 budget laid out numerous sectoral plans. Many of those plans are sound and remain the framework for growth. The UNC came in promising to build on them and fix PNM's so-called mismanagement, but the supplementary appropriation suggests a terrible approach. More deficits, more borrowing, including an almost $11 billion projected shortfall. And while our conversation continues to focus on this $3 billion, I repeat, Mr. Speaker, keep in mind the $10 billion that could have been recouped from the TTRA. So I say to the government, the time for slogans is over. We need substance. Let us put people first, fund real job training for our youth. I've seen the member for Muruga Tableland meet with our cultural ambassadors. Once again, photo opportunity politics, when we could be using and nurturing our cultural tools in Trinidad and Tobago to earn foreign exchange and grow our economy. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I want to say, let us make these media allocations a turning point, not just a paperwork exercise. Let us demand that every dollar allocated reflects the manifesto campaign done and the needs that our citizens face today. Only then will the UNC's so-called new hands, hopefully, not be, according to the Attorney General, grubby hands. May it steer us toward prosperity instead of merely treading water. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I thank you.
Before I call on the member for Arangua St. Joseph, permit me to congratulate the member for Diego Martin West on his maiden contribution. Member for Arangua St. Joseph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. I am honored to contribute to this motion in my capacity as the Minister of Justice and Minister in the Office of the Attorney General, both portfolios being tasked with the proper administration of justice to the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Speaker, as I rise to address this Honourable House for the first time in this capacity, I do so with a profound sense of duty, not only to the office I now hold, but to the people of Trinidad and Tobago who look to this government to make good on its promises. This moment is not one I take lightly. It marks the beginning of what I intend to be a tenure defined by meaning and purpose. Let me take this opportunity to congratulate you, Mr. Speaker, on your ascension to this most important seat of the Speaker of the House of Representatives, on which I am certain you will execute with the highest degrees of professionalism and fairness, which you have so far hitherto demonstrated. I also wish to thank the Honourable Prime Minister for leading this team to victory, with a principal focus being on serving this citizenry of this beautiful Twin Island Republic. I'd like to take the opportunity to thank the people of Arangua St. Joseph for the trust and confidence they have reposed in me to lead them in this august chamber. Thanks also to the Minister of Finance for his quick diagnosis of this economy and for prescribing some sort of medicine to get us quagmire that we are all involved. I'll take a moment to turn my attention to the delivery of my learned friend, Diego Martin West, and where he identified a number of questions. He asked about the laptops. When he asked about the procurement, there was no answer. He asked about the plans. He heard no plans. Talked about the TTRA, etc. I wish to remind my honorable friend on the other side that this government has only been in office since the 28th of April. 29th. I've been 29th. And he's asking a lot of questions as though we have been here for the last 10 years. Those questions are obviously misdirected. Yeah. and should be directed higher up the chamber to those sitting ahead of him. I am not saying that. I mean, we have just determined as a matter of policy that we are going to introduce laptops to each student. And of course, it's going to take a process. The procurement is going to take a process. We are going to meet, we are going to treat with people, with suppliers, etc. So when you ask for certain timelines within 7 weeks, I mean, it's a bit unreasonable to be asking for these sort of timelines. But he will get that information in due course. I hope I am quoting him correctly. When he says the member of Faizabad maybe does not understand, he made those statements. He talked about a serial inability to manage. I don't understand where those words are coming from. We have just been here 7 weeks. Seven. And what the Minister of Finance has done within these 7 weeks is an incredible task of pulling all of this together. And you know, they keep talking about this supplementary budget and allocation. Someone just quickly sent me an information from my constituents because they are paying close attention. They're paying close attention to what is going on here. And they said, Honorable MP, for the year 2024, the other side came right here for a supplementary allocation of $2.3 billion.
Oh, my.
They said in 2022, it was $3 billion and change in 2022. And in 2023, it is somewhere between 3.85 billion. What is the problem?
He was the Minister of Justice.
They have been doing it serially. They are serial offenders for this. But when our Minister of Finance comes here and the Honorable Attorney General tells him, sir, the vote doesn't have money for doubles, and we get some money, they're complaining. What are they complaining about? But let me get to my main points I want to raise here this afternoon, Mr. Speaker. I want to assure you and the national public that the Ministry of Justice is not a symbolic creation. It is the embodiment of a national commitment, a long-awaited response to the call for a justice system that works. This government has delivered on its promise to create a Ministry of Justice as part of a strategic plan, in part to tackle the inherited crime crisis with intelligence, competence, and purpose. A specialized justice ministry provides strategic focus on key elements of the administration of justice and separates itself from the core crime-fighting apparatus under the Ministry of Justice. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to report that in the short time since assuming office, I prioritized meetings with key institutions across the justice landscape, including, for example, the Judiciary, Forensic Science Center, amongst others. Not to be briefed from afar, but to stand on the ground to hear firsthand what is needed and to see for myself the challenges and strengths that exist within. So far, I have seen a desire from these institutions to function optimally and an outcry for greater resources. Whilst it is clear that our constitutions hold promise, they have long been underserved and under-budgeted. Mr. Speaker, recognizing the essential role of such a ministry, which exists in other Commonwealth jurisdictions, this government has prioritized the Ministry of Justice as a central pillar of this administration. It is intended to strengthen institutional capacity, enhance coordination across the justice sector, and is a testament to the government's commitment to addressing the escalating threat of criminal activity in Trinidad and Tobago. This country, Mr. Speaker, can no longer afford the cost of inefficiency. The cost is measured not only in time and resources, but in the lived experiences of families who wait in anguish for justice, for victims who wait for resolution, and of communities who feel forgotten. Whilst I'm on that point, Mr. Speaker, and in engagement with the judiciary, it was startling for me to learn, Mr. Speaker, that in the area of Cedras, in my learned friend constituency, Mr. Kesar of Point Fortin, do you know, Mr. Speaker, that the magistrates' court in Cedras has been closed for years? For years. Do you know the magistrates' court in my friend's constituency of Labre has been closed for years? For years. My learned friend from Maruga, my colleague, when I heard the news, I had to double check with her today. The magistrates' court in Maruga closed for years. These are all communities in the country, far-flung areas of Trinidad, rural communities that once enjoyed access to the justice system has been closed. Whenever people from Maruga, Mr. Speaker, or Cedras, which is close to my heart, as you well know, and Labre have to get justice, whether it's a petty civil court, a magistrate's court, they all have to journey. I think from Maruga, they have to go to Princestown, Labre and Point Fortin, Labre and Cedras, you have to journey to Point Fortin. Added pressure on the common citizenry of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Speaker, I want to show you here today that that is a thing of the past, and we are going to make sure that that situation is resolved. These communities have been underserved. Underserved. They're the poor people in this community, in this country. Neglected, thrown by the wayside, no concern for them. Did you hear them speak anything about that, Mr. Speaker? In their budget contributions? Nothing. Why are the poor people so underserved in this country? This government has come together, and they have come into power on the basis of service to all in Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Speaker, the citizens of this country look to the court for the ultimate delivery of justice. Our priority is ensuring access to justice. The supplemental amount that has been afforded here is extremely small to the judiciary. However, we intend to make good on our promise. What is the reality on the ground, Mr. Speaker, with regard to justice? Some of the realities are high and escalating levels of crime, a significant backlog, a more demanding and aware public, customers having various obstacles to accessing justice and court services, the judiciary, along with its justice sector partners, labor under legacy structures and systems, difficult economic times. There are many interconnected agencies, as Mr. Speaker well knows, that is involved in the judicial delivery, as it cannot stand alone. Some of these are the police, Forensic Science Center, DPP, the Public Defender's Department, amongst others. Mr. Speaker, what is of particular concern to me is the criminal justice system. As you may well appreciate, December 12, 2023, saw the passing of the amendment to the AJIPA, the Administration of Justice Act. And it brought a serious overhaul to the criminal justice system. We saw the introduction of masters of sufficiency hearing, etc., etc. And because it was such a comprehensive overhaul, different areas of the criminal justice system responded to the Attorney General Office, saying what may have been a shortfall, maybe you can adjust a piece here, maybe you can take off a piece here, to make it a comprehensive and a working system. What was of particular concern to me, Mr. Speaker, is the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution. The Office of the Director of Public Prosecution, as this country may well know, is a constitutionally designated office under Section 90 of the Constitution. And its remit for the instituting of criminal proceedings, and he is the only authority can enter any courtroom throughout Trinidad and Tobago and can discontinue a case. That is the power of the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution. So it was pretty surprising to me to learn, Mr. Speaker, that on the 10th of June, 2025, the Office of the Attorney General of Trinidad and Tobago received correspondence from the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution, and may I just remind you of the date. It was the 10th of June, 2025. The Administration of Justice Amendment came into force on the 12th of July, 2023. This is what the Honorable DPP had to tell our existing Attorney General. By letters dated 1st and 4th of February 2024, some 4 or 5 months after AJIPA, I wrote to the then Attorney General advising of certain amendments which ought to be made to the AJIPA concerning the definition of police officer. To the best of my knowledge, the suggested amendment to the definition was enacted. However, the issues concerning the inadmissibility of computer-generated evidence has not yet been addressed. I would be most grateful to be advised by you when this is likely to occur. 10th of June, he's writing us. He's saying some 5 months after the enactment of AJIPA, in March 2024, I wrote to the then Attorney General asking him to make amendments to this. Mr. Speaker, as a seasoned attorney in your other incarnation, I see my friend from Port of Spain South is not here, but Port of Spain North is here. The importance of this amendment is critical to the criminal justice system, especially in a day and age where technology is so important, and you have to admit computer-generated evidence for the prosecution of wrongdoers. The DPP is saying, since March I wrote them, Attorney General. We are now on the 10th of June, 2025. It has not been yet done. Please tell me, Mr. Attorney General, now, this Attorney General, when can it be done? Are they serious about the administration of justice? Were they serious about the administration of justice?
Never.
How can a DPP write you so long and you have not responded? But I'll get to something else, Mr. Speaker. I'll get to something else. On the 28th of August, 2024, he again wrote to the AG, he being the DPP, wrote to the AG by letter dated 28th of August 2024, and he says, setting out in detail my concerns about the legality of the PD and the applicability of the Electronic Transactions Act 25 of the laws of Trinidad and Tobago to the functions and duties of the office of the DPP. And this is the sticker. A copy of my letter is forwarded for your reference. This is what he goes on to say, Mr. Speaker, and this had me very perplexed. I did not receive a response from the former Attorney General to my letter.
You don't care? Which former? Which former?
This is 10th of June.
Who's that?
He's saying, I wrote to the former Attorney General 1st of March, 4th of March, 20th of August 2024, and yet by the 10th of June, well, let's say by the 29th of April, he did not receive a response to his correspondence. Why, Mr. Speaker?
Okay.
This is the office of the DPP writing you and saying you have passed the legislation. We all came together. We contributed to this legislation. You want a smooth running of the criminal justice system. I'm writing you now. I'm saying we can't get everything correct on the first try. All right, there may be little changes, something you didn't look at here, something you didn't look at there. And I'm pointing it out to you. Mr. Attorney General, please help us. Help me to help the country. I'm not writing on behalf of a party, you know. I'm not writing on behalf of a person, but help me cure the system by making these amendments. And as of the 28th of April 2025, the Office of the Attorney General did not respond to the Director of Public Prosecution. I want to assure you, Mr. Speaker, I want to assure you that under this administration, our Attorney General has already started to respond to these. Because we are concerned on this side about the administration of justice. We campaign on access to justice. We campaign on speedier justice, and we intend to make good our promise to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Now, I gave you 3 letters, Mr. Speaker. I gave you 3 letters just now. Again, on the 10th of June. 10th of June. That's a familiar date. I called that date the last time. So I'm going to call. He received another letter, the Attorney General. Received another letter from the DPP again. Next letter. He's now talking about the original AJIPA 2011. Original AJIPA, the last one was certain amendments. So he's going back to the original AJIPA. And he says, I sent a letter dated the 28th of May to the former Attorney General. And next letter of the 28th of May, 2024. To the former Attorney General, outlining 21 points in the original legislation which requires adjustment and or amendment and or clarification. 21. As a seasoned criminal lawyer, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure you will be familiar with most of these points. as my learned friends are here, some of them on the other side. I will just identify one or two of those points, Mr. Speaker. Locus standi of police prosecutors under the Police Service Act. Exclusion of customs officers and Board of Inland Revenues from the definition of prosecutor. Inconsistent application provisions. One which of particularly concern to the police and prosecutors in Trinidad and Tobago is the question of search warrants. This is what he says. Firstly, it is noted that at JIPA there exists several conflicting and anomalous provisions as they regard to the authority of judicial officers to issue inter alia search warrants.
True.
I will speed on. Under Section 5.1, it is noted that this section provides for a master to issue a search warrant once satisfied upon proof of oath. I see my learned colleague, Mr. Alexander, shaking his vigorously because he knows where I'm going as an experienced police officer. This provision disqualifies magistrates and justices of the peace, who were previously empowered by statute to issue such warrants. The only other judicial officer exercising concurrent jurisdiction relative to same is the registrar. Pursuant to Section 5, which allows for the issuance of search warrants on any day or time, including holidays and weekends, there have been urgent applications for search warrants outside of regular working hours. And why is that so? Because police are on the beat 24 hours a day. You pick up a lead, you want to make a warrant, to get a warrant, to go and check for some criminal activity, because the criminals really may be exercising, they're doing their business after 4. They're doing it 8 to 4 when police on the beat, or normal people walking. After 4, so the police got a lead, they want to drop a search warrant. Hear what they say. Regrettably, some of these remain unaddressed and unattended to due to the unavailability of masters and registrars. It is not uncommon for masters and registrars to be unavailable during regular work hours to tend to search warrant applications as they are otherwise engaging in court proceedings. So between 8 to 4, the masters and the registrars engaging in court proceedings, you ain't getting them. But people have to relax and sleep too. After 4, you can't get them too. So police looking to hunt criminal. They want a search warrant. You have to wait? Yeah. See my learned friend, Mr. Alexander, I'm getting him a bit excited here because he knows what's going on. You can't find them. Not because they don't want to do their work, Mr. Speaker. That is not the point. It is just simply they're unavailable. To be honored during regular work hours, to tend to search warrant applications as they are engaging in court proceedings. This circumstance is aggravated over the weekend period, wherein these judicial officers remain unavailable to tend to urgent applications, oftentimes for the entirety of the weekend. There's not a man on the street saying this, Mr. Speaker. There's not a policeman saying this, sir. This is not my learned friend, Mr. Alexander, making a statement, though he could. This is the Director of Public Prosecutions of Trinidad and Tobago, writing the Attorney General on the 28th, what's the date, right? 28th of May, 2024, today demanding an answer. To date, he has not gotten a response, but I'll continue.
So a year passed?
In one particularly bad case, the police have informed me, the DPP, the master would have 2 weeks to deal with the application for a warrant. The DPP then says, his words, "This is scandalous." He said, "This is scandalous." The police need to do their work. They need the tools to do their work. Of course, we must put safeguards in place. I am not criticizing, and I want to put it on record, the masters and registrars of the Supreme Court of Israel. It simply may have turned out to be just an unworkable situation in the question of time. People need time as well. And therefore, magistrates and JPs, if you give them a certain latitude, they may find it more easier to get these warrants. As we speak here right now, Mr. Speaker, and we're discussing this issue, I want to tell you, the Office of the Attorney General is currently drafting those amendments to bring before this Honorable House to assist in their crime-fighting capabilities.
And just over half a minute again, unless you wish to take your 15.
So fast, Mr. Speaker?
So fast.
Mr. Alexander was supposed to alert me, but he has not told me.
I suppose the
I think
old
he was so
adage.
excited in the presentation.
I suppose the old adage applies. Time flies when you're having fun. So, unless you wish to avail yourself of the 15.
I will avail of a few
Thank
minutes,
you.
please. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the power to prefer a voluntary bill of indictment is now not afforded to the DPP, and he's asking to please give me that power. I need that arrow in my arsenal to go forward. There's a defense case statement, of which defense counsel, I see Mr. Sturge is not here, they have used from time to time, right, that the defense under this AJIPA is not required to produce a statement. And he's calling upon, the DPP is calling upon the AG, please rectify this. Let us have equality of arms. You cannot only favor the accused, you must also favor the prosecution. Let us see what the defense is going to put forward. Not in a general way so we can know how we're going to plan our case and so on. It is only essential. Transfer and return of summary matters back to a magistrate, out of the hands of the master. Power to request adjournment and application for extension of time. Simple things like that. The defense can do it, but yet the prosecution don't seem to have the statutory ability to do it. Attendance of witnesses, witness statement requirement, all of these things are essential for the proper functioning of the administration of justice. Assessment of children under the Children's Act, statement of non-English speakers, appeal of discharge of the accused, and so on and so on. Mr. Speaker, what we have here is, and I want to, because I think I just have to speed on, Mr. Speaker. Apart from the substantive issues raised by the DPP here to ensure effectiveness of the criminal justice system, which to date has not been taken on board by the executive, as I point out, but which we propose to do, is a complete disregard shown to the office of the DPP. What we have is our chief prosecuting officer pleading not for any particular party, not for any particular person, but for the system of criminal justice to function better. The point being made, Mr. Speaker, is one of the challenges that this government is faced with is restoring public trust in institutions in Trinidad. We know what happened somewhere between 2021 and 2022 and 2025, where the then government was engaged in a public spectacle of trying to force the DPP to accept certain offices somewhere on Park Street, right? Was this at the time that they were writing, the DPP was writing them and telling them, please listen to me about the administration of justice? May have been around the same time, but it did not take him on. We intend to show the Director of Public Prosecution and his team of prosecutors and the public defenders, we are listening to you. We recognize your importance in this justice system, and we will restore the public trust in the system. We have taken the first step, Mr. Speaker. Last week when we were here, and we agreed to the appointment of a commissioner of police, after the musical chairs being played over the years with that office, we took the first step in restoring public confidence in the national security apparatus and the public justice system. We took the first step. This is going to be our second step, Mr. Speaker, with the Director of Public Prosecution. We are bringing back trust into the system which has failed over years. And you know why that is important in creating public trust? I recall the words of the Acting Commissioner of Police, Mr. Benjamin, when he took his office sometime in February 2025. And in an interview in the national newspapers, Mr. Benjamin had this to say, and a very conscientious police officer. He said, from his assessment, Mr. Speaker, the gangs in Trinidad and Tobago is replacing family units as the single most important unit in this country. The police commissioner is saying that. The gangs are replacing family is supposed to be your cell, the single most important unit in your country. And he was saying gangs were replacing the family in Trinidad and Tobago. When there's a breakdown in the public trust, Mr. Speaker, these things happen. Young people see no hope for the future. Families are disintegrating when the state organs disintegrate. We are bringing that trust back into this system, Mr. Speaker. I thank you very much.
Member for Pooch West. But before I do so, may I extend my congratulations to Member for Arang West St. Joseph. I think this is his maiden speech in this House. I would hasten to add that I think it's an open secret that it gives me a particular pleasure to do so, because the member and I would have started law school together. I don't think that's an open secret, so my heartiest congratulations to my honorable friend, member for Faizabad, or Pooch West, sorry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute on this debate on the report of the Standing Finance Committee. Mr. Speaker, I again congratulate you on your appointment as Speaker. And I also wish to congratulate my colleagues on this side who have made some very worthwhile contributions in this debate, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today the government is here seeking the approval of this Parliament for an additional $3.1 billion to service the country to September 30th. This is the end of this financial year. Mr. Speaker, you will recall, and the nation will recall, that this is a budget that we inherited on April 28th this year, when the good people of Trinidad and Tobago decided that they had suffered enough under those on the other side and correctly voted the PNM out of office. I again wish to congratulate the member for Siparia and now Prime Minister for the second time for an electoral victory that rescued Trinidad and Tobago from impending social and economic collapse. Mr. Speaker, it is extremely important for the population to understand what this mid-year budget review is about. The population must understand that this $3.1 billion supplementation that we are asking here for today is required mainly to pay the debts left by the last PNM government, and of course, were left over to pay for goods and services to the end of this financial year. I wanted to put that in context, Mr. Speaker. I think it's important that the population understand this. Mr. Speaker, allow me to thank the Minister of Finance, the Member of Parliament for Faizabad, now the Member of Parliament for Faizabad, Mr. Speaker, for making an excellent case before this House in pursuance of this critical goal, as he did last Wednesday. Mr. Speaker, the largest request in this mid-year review comes from the Ministry of Health, which is asking for approval for an additional $728.5 million. And to answer again, the member for St. Anne's, no, this will not cover all of the outstanding debts in the health sector that your government left behind. And yes, the reason is because you on that side crashed the economy, leaving our Minister of Finance, a real economist, to now find ways and means to run the country. To use a phrase that the former Minister of Finance, the member for the Martin Northeast, will have used often, it appears that the Ministry of Health was running on fumes over the past few months, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, let us get back to this supplementation of close to $750 million. This is an amount that the House and the nation will note that is just under a quarter of the total sum being requested from the Minister of Finance. And, Mr. Speaker, before citizens get all excited and think that this additional allocation for the Ministry of Health will magically and immediately improve conditions in the health sector, I want to advise a word of caution. And it is this. The fact is that some $688.3 million of this sum is needed to pay outstanding bills to NIPDEC and the various RHAs for goods and services already consumed, Mr. Speaker. And I'll come back to explain why we're in this situation. But I just want to give the assurance to the population, Mr. Speaker, that despite this, we will deliver on our promises in the health sector. But of course, Mr. Speaker, as a responsible government, we must pay our debts to ensure that our doctors, our nurses, and our other allied healthcare professionals continue to receive the tools of their trade, which is really the medical supplies that they require. So, and of course, this can only happen if this government behaves responsibly, as we do, and pay its debts on time. So, Mr. Speaker, let us examine this request more closely. If we look at the item goods and services, there is an item under vertical services, and that's line item 39. Mr. Speaker, this is a very, very important line item in the budget, and it relates to drugs and other related materials and supplies. And a request here is being made for $3.53 million, $353.7 million. And this additional request has been asked to facilitate payments for the current financial year, and yes, Mr. Speaker, for previous years' outstanding invoices for an item called pharmaceuticals and non-pharmaceuticals. And Mr. Speaker, the question is, why are these items so important for healthcare delivery? Mr. Speaker, these items are the very lubricants that keep the engine of the healthcare system running. Mr. Speaker, these are the nuts and bolts that keep the healthcare system from collapsing. So, Mr. Speaker, let me explain. And this leads to a lot of frustration in the health sector. You have a doctor, you have a nurse, they make the correct diagnosis, then the medication is prescribed. But there's no medication available, Mr. Speaker. Another situation you might have is where you have a surgeon making a diagnosis, recommending an operation. The operation is scheduled, and then it is postponed or cancelled or delayed because there's a lack of supplies, no gauze, no sutures, and that may be because suppliers are not paid on time, Mr. Speaker. So this is really speaking to the root of the problem. So of course, you imagine the frustration that the doctors, the nurses, and the patients undergo. What happens? You have more sick patients. You have longer waiting times for surgeries. So it has a trickle-down effect, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, why is this government making the effort to pay these suppliers the outstanding balances? It's a big amount, but it has to be done. And the reason is because we understand the consequences of shortages of pharmaceuticals and non-pharmaceuticals. Mr. Speaker, it is because we care about the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And, Mr. Speaker, it is because we are a responsible government. So, Mr. Speaker, how did we get here? Having to ask the Minister of Finance for almost $750 million to pay suppliers. So, Mr. Speaker, allow me to read a letter. This is not a problem that started recently. This has been going on for a while. Allow me to read a letter here, Mr. Speaker, dated January 30th, 2025. And this is addressed to the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Health, and it's titled Non-Payment of Suppliers. And I read here, Mr. Speaker, and just to explain the situation we're in and the consequences of the non-payment and delayed payment of these outstanding debts. And the letter goes on to say, NIPDEC would like to bring to the attention of the Ministry of Health a matter of urgent concern with the current outstanding balances and non-payment of suppliers who provide essential pharmaceuticals. Currently, the outstanding balance owed to suppliers as per suppliers' balance of January 31st, 2025 is $623,623,540.62. So this is in January of 2025, a few months ago, Mr. Speaker. And the letter goes on to say, this non-payment of suppliers is having a negative impact on the provision of services for the health and well-being of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. It says you can have supply chain disruption, delayed payments, order cancellations, loss of supplier relationships. It can have legal consequences, contract breach, it might have litigation costs, damage to reputation, industry standing, supplier trust, credit issues, it might threaten loss of credit with manufacturers and suppliers. There's also the risk of increasing costs and the operational challenges. They speak about workflow interruptions, resource diversion, and so on. And they are pleading and asking, we hope to bring a resolution to the non-payment of suppliers of essential pharmaceuticals and continue to work with the Ministry of Health for the provision of service to the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. So, Mr. Speaker, this is the situation we are in here as we speak. Now, I mentioned earlier that this is not a problem that started recently, Mr. Speaker. And again, if you will permit me to focus a bit more on this line item 39. This is an item as a member of the opposition shadowing health. I would have kept a very close eye on the budgetary allocation for this item over the years, Mr. Speaker, because I knew that the allocation of that item was essential, was important to provide these very essential goods and services. So let me just, Mr. Speaker, bring to the attention of this House and the nation the budgetary allocation, which would be from the consolidated fund for drug and other related materials and supplies, line item 39. 2015, what was the actual, and I have the actual figures here, because these are figures we are going back to. 2015, how much was spent? 617,270,000. 2016, 507,456, 507 million. 2017, 531,603,000. 2018, $498 million. So we're seeing here a trend here happening from 2015 coming down. 2019, 573 million. 2020, Mr. Speaker, we see an allocation of 148 million. I'll come back and talk about that, Mr. Speaker. There's a big drop here. And we see that happening in 2021 with an allocation of 255 million, 2022, 251 million, 2023, 372 million. I remember very clearly, Mr. Speaker, in the budget debate 2020 financial year, when I asked about the drop in allocation, Minister of Health then referred the question to the Minister of Finance to explain. And the reason is because that government, former PNM government, Mr. Speaker, took a deliberate decision to actually decrease the allocation from the consolidated fund and supplement this allocation by borrowing, Mr. Speaker. And of course, that would have had implications, because if we look here, you would have seen now in 2020, loans were taken, 478 million. 2021, loans amounting to 821 million. 2022, loans amounting to 403 million. 2023, loans amounting to $311 million, Mr. Speaker. So we're left in the situation here where you have loans being taken with its own problems, Mr. Speaker. And let me explain a bit further here, Mr. Speaker. So if we look, and I refer now to a PAAC report. This is a Joint Select Committee report from the Parliament. And this is a report, this is an inquiry that was done by the PAC to look at the issue. And the issue was an examination into the adequacy of pharmaceutical and non-pharmaceutical and other supplies by the Ministry of Health. So this inquiry was undertaken, Mr. Speaker, because at this time, there would have been in the public domain the issue about drug shortages, the issue about cancellation of surgeries because of shortages of supplies. And of course, this Joint Select Committee of the Parliament, the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee, took upon itself to undertake this inquiry into what was really happening in terms of pharmaceuticals and non-pharmaceuticals and other supplies by the Ministry of Health. And these were some of the findings and the issues, Mr. Speaker. It was noted that for the period 2020 to 2023, 6 loan financing agreements valued at $2 billion, almost $2 billion were entered into to ensure that money was available to NIPDEC for the procurement of pharmaceuticals and non-pharmaceuticals. Of course, these are loans that would have attracted some amount of interest, and these are loans that are still being repaid, Mr. Speaker. The point to be made here is that the actual cost of drugs, pharmaceuticals and non-pharmaceuticals to the public, to the taxpayer, is now increased by way of borrowing and having to pay interest. And of course, we all know that the issue of the cost of drugs is a very important issue and one that, concerns the taxpayer. This report goes on to state that the committee was informed that in the past, NIPDEC received pre-action protocol demand letters from some suppliers for payments. And it went on to state, as I mentioned before, the amounts outstanding and so on. In another submission, still quoting from the report, Mr. Speaker, NIPDEC further explained that for the past 4 years, it experienced a shortfall in the financing of pharmaceutical and non-pharmaceutical items from the respective budgetary allocations. And it said, the conclusion here was that the consistent shortfall therefore highlights the revolving door of debt that encompasses the pharmaceutical and non-pharmaceutical procurement process. So we are seeing here a pattern, Mr. Speaker, where now it helps us to understand why under the last government there was such an issue with supply chain, with shortages of drugs and so on. A big, big issue in terms of the underfunding or the late funding of the payment of these very valuable items, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to just lay that matter to rest. But before I go there, this report also speaks to the issue with CDAP and the recommendation that there were challenges with CDAP and that there should be some attempt to review the CDAP. And I just want to state for the benefit of the nation, for this House and the nation, that review of the CDAP program has already started, Mr. Speaker, by a committee appointed by this government, and we trust and expect that within a few short that within a very short time that we will have a report on CDAP in terms of not only expanding the categories of drugs, updating the drugs that are available, and of course looking at how we can make CDAP more beneficial to the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. So, Mr. Speaker, another issue that came to my attention in terms of what was happening at NIPDEC would have been the issue of expired drugs. Mr. Speaker, I had reason to ask of NIPDEC the book value of pharmaceuticals and non-pharmaceuticals disposed of between 2020 and this time. So the question that I asked would have been, what was the book value of the pharmaceuticals and the non-pharmaceuticals which were disposed of between 2020 to the current time? And, Mr. Speaker, I am advised that the estimated figure that is estimated by NIPDEC is some $80 million, Mr. Speaker. $80 million is the value of expired drugs and so on. So it speaks to a big problem here in terms, of supply chain management and so on, and why, in fact, so many drugs, such a high value, have to be, disposed of. Mr. Speaker, the other question that was asked of NIPDEC is, why was all this amount of pharmaceuticals and non-pharmaceuticals that NIPDEC allowed to expire? Now, there are several reasons that were given and so on. Some are acceptable within, the industry, but it pointed to the lack of an integrated inventory management system by NIPDEC across the public health sector, and that would have limited the ability to optimize inventory utilization and minimize expiration. So it shows that there's been an ongoing problem which has not been fixed in the last 10 years. And Mr. Speaker, this government gives the assurance that that is something that we are going to look at in terms of fixing the supply chain issues, Mr. Speaker, the issues of So in addition to the additional expenditure in terms of loan financing, expired drugs, all additional costs to the taxpayer, it goes beyond that, Mr. Speaker. So I asked the question of NIPDEC, I had the question asked, what is the monthly rent being paid to house those expired pharmaceuticals and non-pharmaceuticals? So in addition to the value of $80 million that was given, we were also paying rent, or we're still paying rent, to house these expired pharmaceuticals and non-pharmaceuticals. And the answer I got here is that the C50 section of the warehouse holds expired as well as active. I suspect that might mean C40, but this is what I have in front of me, of the warehouse, holds expired as well as active pharmaceuticals and non-pharmaceuticals. And the monthly rental is $123,750 paid directly to a company. So in addition to all of this, Mr. Speaker, we're also paying a monthly rent to take care and look after these expired pharmaceuticals and non-pharmaceuticals. So, Mr. Speaker, we on this side are saying that, drugs at this current time are very expensive items, and we are saying that it is time for the government to get more bang for the taxpayer's buck. And of course, some measure of reform is needed in terms of that area, and we are saying that that reform will come, Mr. Speaker. So what are we going to do? I already mentioned that the review of the CDAP is in progress. We will have to have a look at reviewing the drug procurement process, review the supply chain issues, and there's also an issue in terms of the national medicines policy, which we will undertake very shortly to review to ensure that that is up to date, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, let me leave the NIPDEC and the pharmaceutical underfunding story, and I want to move on to another story, Mr. Speaker, which is the RHA, what I want to call the RHA mismanagement, corruption, and poor governance story that occurred under the RHA boards of the last PNM government, Mr. Speaker. And This is because of the amount we mentioned, 353 plus is going to NIPDEC. But now the RHAs, we have to find an additional 288 million to pay outstanding debts at the RHAs. This $288 million is not going to make your waiting time, to do something to make your waiting time in the accident and emergency shorter. This $288 million, Mr. Speaker, is not going to help to bring your long-awaited surgery forward. This $288 million across the 4 RHAs, Mr. Speaker, is actually going to pay outstanding debts. And it's not fully in some RHAs, Mr. Speaker. It's partial. If we look at the current transfers and subsidies, NWRHA is asking for 76 million, ERHA some 40 million, NCRHA 146.9 million, SWRHA 56 million. And the public must bear in mind, Mr. Speaker, that this additional allocation is being requested in addition to the already 4.2 billion that would have been allocated for this financial year. So Mr. Speaker, let us look. I'm saying that allocation is mainly to pay outstanding debts, and we'll come back to a few of those. And of that sum, the remaining 13 million will be used to expand the number of health centers with extended hours in keeping with our promise to fight NCDs by focusing on the prevention and primary care. And I'll come back and explain a little bit about the extended hours. But let us have a look Mr. Speaker, at some of these debts that have been incurred. And let me have a look here at what the SWRHA is asking for. So the SWRHA is asking, and if we look at the line item, contracted waste removal sanitation services, 745,520. That is being asked for here, Mr. Speaker. So I had reason to examine this expenditure, closer. And what I'm told here, Mr. Speaker, is, at the SWRHA, waste removal and disposal is one of the biggest challenges faced at this time. This is an issue regarding 2 incinerators at the SWRHA, which have been non-functional for some time due to lack of maintenance, resulting in biohazard waste being contracted out by external service providers for disposal and incineration. Now, this issue has been raised previously by myself in opposition and by the then opposition leader. Now, this is interesting. The SWRHA, under the previous Minister of Health and that government, decided that it was more feasible to not repair the existing incinerator and instead install an autoclave which is vastly undersized to handle the biohazard waste across the SWRHA. Mr. Speaker, this autoclave comes with a huge bill that has been footed by the taxpayer. Mr. Speaker, it costs $32,000 a month to remove 63 bins of body parts for incineration to a funeral home. I have the listing, I have the name here. I wouldn't call names today, Mr. Speaker. It also costs $365,000, $960,000 to another company every month to pay for the removal and incineration of biohazard waste, the sharps bins, as we say. And it doesn't end here, Mr. Speaker. Another $250,000 is paid to another service provider. Again, I have the names there. I wouldn't call the names today, not at this time, for the disposal of biohazard waste. But it gets more interesting, Mr. Speaker, because a generator is now being rented to power the autoclave, and this has been rented on a monthly basis at a cost of $63,500 per month. All I can say about this, Mr. Speaker, is that the incoming boards of the RHAs, the incoming board of the SWRHA has a lot of work on its hands, because certainly, Mr. Speaker, this is not something that the public purse can continue to fund. This is certainly an issue here of poor governance, possibly corruption, and definitely mismanagement. So, Mr. Speaker, I am advised that the rental for this generator from the date of commission to to the current time has cost the taxpayers of this country over $1.5 million. This is rental. I am also advised that the SWRHA could have engaged TNTech for the required electricity supply to be connected to service the autoclave at a bare minimal cost. So instead of doing that, Mr. Speaker, we are being told here that you're renting a generator. So that could have been done. So this is the issue of waste. Now, under the payments to the SWRHA, there's another interesting contracted item, pest control services, $606,810 outstanding. Now, there's a very interesting situation at the San Fernando General Hospital. And how do I relate this to pest control? Mr. Speaker, it gets curiouser and curiouser. So, again, this is the information I received. So at the SWRHA, and in particular the San Fernando General Hospital, pest control is crucial at this time for the treatment of termites. The roof at the main hospital block, although only recently replaced at a cost of $5.5 million, is in urgent need of treatment as the said roof is infested with termites. Yeah, so this is a roof that is recently refurbished, costing $5.5 million, and now we have a termite problem. So how did we end up with that situation? How did we end up with that situation, Mr. Speaker? This gets very interesting, and you know, this is important for the population to understand the kind of shortcut that was taken. You know, this really, you know, speaks to, one can almost say, misbehavior in public office.
That you have just 1 minute and 36 seconds again, unless you wish to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will need time. The time goes so quickly, Mr. Speaker. But essentially, Mr. Speaker, the story behind this termite infestation is that, despite recommendations to do a proper job on the roof, a shortcut was taken. Let me just read from this report I have in front of me here. It meant that the hospital roof was done without having proper engineering output. Instead of 24 gauge, they're using 26 gauge, which is not recommended for commercial and hospital building according to the building codes and standards. So this really raises issues here in terms not only the suitability of what was done in terms of the roof, the replacement of the roof, and the advice of a professional consulting company was ignored for whatever reasons. But those reasons will, I'm sure, soon come to light, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to move on quickly here and talk about, there's another item here on the medical supplies. And we know medical supplies and medical gases are essential for patient care. So the medical oxygen generator plant at the SWRHA, which is servicing the San Fernando Teaching Hospital, has been non-functional since November 2022. Now, this is important to provide, of course, medical oxygen for patients. This plant remains out of service to date, resulting in medical oxygen being procured at a cost of approximately $225,000 per month, which has totaled close to a few million, that's over $1.5 million for this fiscal year. The thing here, though, Mr. Speaker, is that when the cost-benefit analysis is done here, we are being told that the cost for the purchase of medical gases because of this non-functioning oxygen generation plant has crossed $7 million compared to the cost to repair the plant, which would have been $500,000, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm just making the point that obviously the operations at the SWRHA is not being conducted in the best interests of the population. The taxpayer is not getting value for money, obviously, at the RHAs, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to move on quickly to some other issues in terms of the extended hours. So we have some good news here in terms of it. At last, we find an item that is being used and will be used to bring some relief, much needed relief to citizens. And I speak of the 13 million that is going to be expended to provide the opening hours. Mr. Speaker, in 2015, our government would have left some 41 health centers operating on extended hours. When we came into government, Mr. Speaker, I asked how many of these health centers were still existing on extended hours. I was told there were 6, Mr. Speaker. So the government found a way to reduce the number of health centers with extended hours from 41 to 6. What a shame. Yes, indeed. Mr. Speaker, we will maintain those 6, but we are going to add 6 more. We are also going to standardize the opening hours. Those opening hours will be from 4 to 8, Monday to Friday. And on Saturday, we are going to have those health centers open from 8 to 4. And more importantly, Mr. Speaker, we are also going to engage 3 new doctors at each of the 12 health centers that will now be open, 6 plus 6, to create employment for 36 positions for doctors. And Mr. Speaker, I wanted to relate that to another line item, which is for contract employment. And that line item speaks to a request for $127 million. That expenditure, Mr. Speaker, is necessary to pay medical interns. In fact, it's essential that the government keeps, it's part of the contract, because when doctors graduate from medical school, obviously the internship is very important, for them to receive full registration and to be able to practice. So that expenditure there is for $127 million. That will guarantee a certain number of interns will be able to complete their internship. But Mr. Speaker, the bigger question here is what happens to these interns when they finish their internship. Mr. Speaker, up to 2015, medical interns, when they finished their internship, were almost guaranteed, almost 90% of them were guaranteed a job, that they'll become a house officer and they'll be able to continue their training. We have a situation here, Mr. Speaker, where, and these are the figures I would have received from the various RHAs, and I asked the question, if we can provide a list of doctors who applied for employment within the various regional health authorities during the period 2023 to 2025. I just went back 2 or 3 years, Mr. Speaker. I didn't go back to 2016, 2017, 2018, whatever. And the figures, some might call these figures alarming. So at this point in time, as I speak here, Mr. Speaker, at the ERHA, there are 96 applications. These are doctors now who would have completed their internship and are trying to get a job. At the NCRHA, there are 263 applications. So obviously that big allocation to the NCRHA that we're asking here for is not to employ doctors, house officers. At the SWRHA, 83. At the NWRHA, 145. Mr. Speaker, this is a worrisome and a frightening situation. It means that 587 doctors have applied for positions at the RHAs and are still awaiting employment. Mr. Speaker, this is a situation that is untenable for several reasons. It is untenable from the point of view that the state, to a large extent, pays and subsidizes the education of these doctors. But it is untenable from another point. When a doctor is trained, qualifies, passes the internship, then for that doctor to remain competent, the doctor must be afforded the opportunity to work, to continue to practice. If you can't practice your profession or your trade for 2 years or 3 years, you become rusty, you lose it. And that, of course, presents some sort of danger. So as a government, Mr. Speaker, I'm saying that we will find a way, we'll have to find a way to fix the situation. But there's also another problem, Mr. Speaker. Of this list of 587 doctors, there is no system in place, Mr. Speaker, for engaging these doctors. I am told that sometimes you might be on the waiting list for 3 years and somebody might be on the waiting list for 6 months, and the person who waiting for 6 months gets called for a job. And I'm told that because it can be because you know someone or you can be a friend or a family. That is an untenable situation, Mr. Speaker. There needs to be some sort of equity in the way doctors are employed at the RHAs, and that is something that we as a government intend to look at and to fix, Mr. Speaker. And how are we going to do this? I think Mr. Speaker, the time has come to review this whole process, and there might be a case, and we have to look at this, for some sort of central agency now to do the hiring for all of the RHAs. And the benefit of this, of course, is that that central agency can look at the needs of all the RHAs, hire transparently, and also allocate where the need is. And that is something that we are going to look at, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, there's one more item of expenditure that I want to address in terms of what was asked for, and that item speaks to an allocation for the Couva Children's Hospital. Mr. Speaker, the Couva Children's Hospital. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that the way the last government treated the Couva Children's Hospital during the period 2015 to 2020 has to go down as one of the greatest breach of public trust by any government, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a government that suffered the people of Trinidad and Tobago while you had a fully equipped 230-bed hospital at Couva, Mr. Speaker. They did this until COVID forced them to open in 2020, Mr. Speaker. This is a situation, Mr. Speaker, where you would have had patients referred from the Couva District Health Facility to the San Fernando General Hospital for a bed. And whilst they were being transported in an ambulance, Mr. Speaker, down the highway, they would have been passing this brand new hospital with 230 beds. Mr. Speaker, this has to be the greatest injustice that could have been done to the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago during that time. Mr. Speaker, I speak of this in relation to $24 million that is being asked to pay for maintenance. So COVID came, the hospital was open. It would have served its purpose, of course. Thankfully, it was there to provide the beds and so on for patients during COVID. But you would have thought, Mr. Speaker, that after COVID, that some sort of plan, some sort of proper use would have been made of the hospital. The government and the previous Minister of Health, having discovered miraculously that this was no longer a construction site, but something that could have been operationalized within 2 weeks, Mr. Speaker, it was fully functional. But lo and behold, Mr. Speaker, guess what? As we speak, this hospital has 20 patients, 20 inpatients. We have 20 inpatients in a 230-bed hospital with staff assigned from the NCRH. Another story, Mr. Speaker, but we'll talk a lot more. We have a lot more to say about the Couva Hospital, and we give the assurance to the population that the Couva Hospital will be made available to the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago as we go forward, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I have a lot more to say, but as I close, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to Just, make a few points in terms of the way we are going forward. We've already mentioned the review of the CDAP and the extended hours. There's also a waiting list initiative in terms of addressing the surgeries and so on that is in progress. And there's also the intention to review the RHA system, because we are seeing here the many issues that the RHA is. Poor governance, of course, under the wrong boards is one of the issues, but of course we have to look at getting more value for money. I cannot not speak on health without not giving the assurance to the public that the cardiac catheterization lab at the San Fernando General Hospital will be opened, will be operationalized, will come into place for the benefit of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. The last government would have promised this for some 10 years, Mr. Speaker, and we do intend to make this a reality under this government. I want to thank my colleague, the Minister in the Ministry of Health, for his support, and there are many issues. And there are many other issues which the Minister is taking the lead on in terms of mental health services, dental services, and so on. And I'm sure that, when the opportunity comes, he will be able to expand a bit more on that. So, Mr. Speaker, as I close, I want to thank, of course, the staff of the Ministry of Health, who seem very relieved at having a new minister with a different vision and a different mode of operation. I want to thank the minister. I'm sure the minister in the ministry felt the same sense of relief when we walked into the minister. And of course, we want to thank the staff who seem very anxious to work with us to provide proper health care for the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Speaker. Because, Mr. Speaker, proper health care will benefit all of Trinidad and Tobago. So, Mr. Speaker, with those few words, I thank you.
Member for Avondale West.
Mr. Speaker, permit me to, first of all, thank you for allowing me to enter this debate. Allow me to first congratulate our first woman opposition leader of the People's National Movement. The first, please, Mr. Speaker, the first woman political leader of the People's National Movement. And I want to congratulate the honourable member for Arima for her accomplishments after 70 years as an institution in the party. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the constituents of Laventille West for their overwhelming faith and confidence in electing me as their Member of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, I want to, apart from thanking the good people of Laventille West, to say that as a young man from a very resilient community called Beetham Gardens, to stand today to give this my maiden address, I hope it inspires every young boy and every young girl in communities like Beetham Gardens, like John, like Simbabs, like Chumaka, to know that regardless of where you may have come from, what challenges you may face, that Trinidad and Tobago still remains a country where you can dare to dream. Amen. Mr. Speaker, I have sat here for the last few days observing what has transpired, as well as to take a specific look in relation to this mid-year review and the ask of $3.1 billion in order for the remainder of the fiscal year so that the government can meet its expenditure and so on. And I ask myself, as a responsible member of parliament, how do we, when looking at the economic circumstances of this country, how do we take a holistic look with the best interests of all of the people of this country? And when I look, oftentimes I'm hearing the members opposite continue to say that the economy crash, that is the worst thing, the PNM do this, the PNM do that. But without any sort of international input or data to contextualize how we became a country with reduced revenue. Because Trinidad and Tobago remains a hydrocarbon-based economy, Mr. Speaker, and it is highly sensitive to the global energy markets. In 2014, Mr. Speaker, there was a sharp decline in oil and gas prices, and that drastically affected the government's revenue. But of course, the members opposite in 2014, they couldn't care less. Because even when, Mr. Speaker, we had the highest revenue in terms of oil and gas in the 2013-2014 budget, which was 58.3 billion in government revenue, the highest that we have had in 15 years. The government at that time still ensured that we had a deficit, with a budget of 62.8. And I am not in the game and pointing fingers, please, Mr. Speaker, but in taking a holistic look in terms of where we are as a country, that every year for the past 20 to 25 years, we are seeing a consistent, and this is across all administrations, we are seeing, on one hand, reduced revenue, and on the other hand, increased expenditure. As all 41 members representing the people of Trinidad and Tobago, I think that we owe it to the future of this country to take a realistic look without short-sighted finger pointing, and to see how we can bridge that gap between consistent government revenue being low and our expenditure being high. So we are called upon today to increase the fiscal budget by 3.1 billion. Every single member on the other side, Mr. Speaker, referred to the economy being crashed, that they don't have money, that what they're borrowing for is to pay old debts. But it made me wonder, especially since many of the members opposite sat right on this side a few months ago, 7 weeks ago, and would have paid attention to the member for Diego Martin Northeast every single time he had a budget presentation. And we would have and the minister at the time would have outlined what are our revenues, what is our expenditure, what is our growing debt. And still, they went ahead on the most reckless campaign and promised the moon, the sky, the stars, and then coming here now, Mr. Speaker, to deflect from their promises. I had the great horror of going on the UNC's website recently, please, Mr. Speaker, because I want to know, under the social contract, the members opposite did in fact get an overwhelming mandate. It was based on their promises. So I took a closer look, Mr. Speaker, at their promises. And I want to start with one of their main promises to the population of Trinidad and Tobago. The UNC manifesto on government efficiency. The heading is, bigger government is not the answer. Smarter government is. It goes on to say, Mr. Speaker, at the time, the member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, would have advocated to introducing a Ministry of Implementation and Efficiency as a ministry within the Ministry of the Office of the Prime Minister. And all hell break loose. They say another ministry to add to the pile. They said, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, now they are asking the country to believe that creating yet another ministry will come at a cost the public purse, will come at a cost to the public purse, requiring more staff, more overheads, and more legislation. But the people of Trinidad and Tobago deserve more than new ministries. They deserve to have a modernized system of government that actually works. They go further to say, Mr. Speaker, and I want the population to listen carefully. We are not adding ministries to the pile. And in case, Mr. Speaker, the population was going to the fridge and they opened the door and they didn't hear what I say, I want to repeat it for them. We're not adding more ministries to the pile. Not my words, Mr. Speaker. It is the members' opposite words. Only to come and present the largest cabinet in the history of Trinidad and Tobago. Yet again. Every single member is a minister, is a parliament secretary, the 16 senators, only one don't have a post. Only one, Senator Brian Big, only one don't have a post.
What's in this?
And then, you know that the economy crashed and we have no money.
Yes.
You chastise, and we paid a political price for the 120th Salary Review Commission report. There was an increase in salaries for ministers, for parliamentary secretaries. You think that the honourable member for Superior cared? When appointing and increasing the public purse even more with the largest ever cabinet? Mr. Speaker, Exhibit A, lie again. Mr. Speaker, I went further to another document on the United National Congress site. And it says, youth development, empowering a future fit generation with skills, purpose, and opportunity. Mr. Speaker, there's a heading that says immediate actions, the first 120 days. The first 120 days of this administration will come very soon. And therefore, this mid-year budget review would be an indication as to whether some of these promises that the UNC has promised the population, whether they catered for it in this mid-year review. I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that it is just not true. It is just not feasible, and they have put nothing in place in this mid-year review to even signal that they will, Mr. Speaker, create a career acceleration program with private sector absorption quotas, or that they will have revamped OJT placements and increase the amount of OJT intakes, or that they would have youth hiring quotas in ministries through a fair and transparent process. You're hearing time after time, money to hire short-term employees. You hear any word about youth quotas in that?
None.
You hear any word about how every youth under 25 in this country, this is not my word, you know, Mr. Speaker. that every young person under 25 will get access to this, to jobs. And it will be guaranteed. The UNC promise. And another lie, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want us to pay attention, please, to some of the economic challenges that we face as a nation, and as a responsible government and a responsible opposition working together, if that is the case, then we must all be patriots in trying to ensure that our financial and economic circumstances is the best. I want today, Mr. Speaker, to commend the former member for Diego Martin West, the Honorable Prime Minister, from 2015 to 2025, the Honorable, and will always be the Honorable, former Prime Minister Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley. Because despite reduced revenue from 2015 straight to 2025, we have managed to increase the government growth of the economy in very challenging times. Where we see that we move from an average oil price, WTI oil prices, from US $93.17 in 2014, to by 2016, we have the oil prices going to US 43.29. The prices in terms of the global scale would have reduced significantly, and therefore our revenue was reduced. Fast forward to COVID. You are hearing the members opposite talking about the revenue and that the PNM administration had to borrow and we had to borrow. But they don't take 1 second to mention the severe economic strain that the COVID-19 pandemic caused this entire world. Trinidad and Tobago, we are not by ourselves in terms of the international economic challenges. We are affected by it. Our revenue reduced significantly during that time. Mr. Speaker, in 2022, oil company tax revenue crossed 10 billion after the stringent management of our economy from the member for Diego Martin Northeast, led by our then Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. I want to thank them, please, Mr. Speaker, for their human service to this country and for their fight in rebuilding this economy, so that today, the member for Faizabad can come and ask for 3.1 billion in an economy that's so-called crash, but he would be able to finance what he's asking for. My friend from Bataria, San Juan, please, Mr. Speaker, I want to move on to a very interesting topic, the topic of legal fees. The young people have a saying, bring back shame. I think that in this parliament we need to bring back shame, because the UNC is coming to this house to talk about legal fees. And of course, Mr. Speaker, calling even members' names in this house. But you know what? Mr. Speaker? You know what I like about law and I love about this parliament? That precedent was set. And precedent must also be contextualized. So permit me, Mr. Speaker, so let us take a little jog down memory lane. I, as a young legal professional, do not subscribe to naming and shaming and trying to do all kind of dog whistle to senior members of the Bar of Trinidad and Tobago. No member opposite, Mr. Speaker, can expect from me within the next 5 years to degrade and disrespect any member on the other side, and to degrade and disrespect any learned senior of the bar.
Amen.
I stand as a respectable, young member of this bar. And what the member for Bataria Sanwan did, by naming a lot of senior attorneys, senior counsel, like distinguished and eminent such as Gilbert Peterson, senior counsel, who have served this country and has prosecuted cases under the UNC, under the PNM, because his track record speaks for itself. The inference being made here would make you believe that if eminent such as Gilbert Peterson, who I am proud of, who exemplifies legal excellence and black excellence in this country, to degrade him and to infer that somehow what he does on the golf course is what makes him get briefs, or what makes him be a good senior counsel. But Mr. Speaker, I want to remind the opposition of a KC called Vincent Nelson.
Oh, there we go. Buckle up.
Oh, they buckle up. We in for a ride. From 2010, Mr. Speaker, to 2015, in the AG office alone, we need about 4 or 5 minute sheets to make up the AG office now. Big and better governance. $27 billion in legal fees. Vincent Nelson. Other million, 27 million, please, Mr. Speaker. Other state agencies from 2010 to 2015, in less than 5 years, $12.1 million in legal fees, a grand total of $39.7 million within 5 years. And if the learned KC worked for his money and it was value for money, he's entitled to it. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to remind those opposite that they're in for a ride, because it is this same KC that caused members who form part of that administration over there, that swore affidavit, put his career at risk because he came forward and spoke the truth. And even with a member who they have disgracefully placed to lead the national gas company of this country. My learned senior, a criminal defense attorney and a member for Toko Sangre Grande, recently in considering to bring Vibes Cartel law, if to allow him, and what conditions, spoke about technicalities, and even though you're innocent, you ain't really too, about the substance. Them, whilst at the same time appointing a man who, according to Vincent Nelson Casey, have some questions to answer. I don't wish to use the confines of this parliament to breach any privileges and to defame anyone, as many members in this house do.
Yeah, on the other side.
On the other side. Mm-hmm. But the reality is, if we are to believe what Vincent Nelson said, out of that $39 million, he had to pay kickbacks to the friends and financiers of the UNC. And I make no apologies for saying it. If the $39 million was value for money, we had no problem. I expect that when my learned senior and friend from Toko Sangre Grande, when during 2010 to 2015 from the AG office, he received $2.7 million in briefs, and then from other state agencies $747,500 from 2010 to 2015. I would expect that if he worked for his money, that we would respect that. I would expect, Mr. Speaker, that my friend from around West St. Joseph, although he received from 2010 to 2015, he received $1.1 million from the Office of the Attorney General. I would expect that my learned senior, if he worked for his money, he deserves it. I would expect, Mr. Speaker, that even if one Jagdeo Singh, my learned senior, I sat here, listen, I sat here, unless somebody wants to write on a side order, don't interrupt me.
You cannot bring the speaker in the debate.
Members, please. There's an overarching principle, member for Laventille West. I am not going to stop you. But there's an overarching principle, you should not bring the speaker into the debate. But I am not going to stop you.
Thank you very kindly, Mr. Speaker, because precedents were set in this House when I sat here and heard the member for Port of Spain South being berated, being denigrated, dog whistle concerning his eminent silk and the legal fees. Nobody should be prohibited. Nobody should be prohibited. Mr. Speaker, you know, I want to commend the member for Arima, because as a responsible opposition leader, the general principle and guidance that we got is that as any new member making their maiden address would not be interrupted. And we have done it. Tobago West, yep. No objection.
Nothing.
The member for Arang West, St. Joseph, no objection. Nothing. The member for San Fernando West, no objection. The member put on a performance like he on the world stage for Labre. We made no objection.
Nothing.
But you see, Mr. Speaker, I told them buckle up and prepare for this ride. So I don't expect the same kind of conduct we're speaking about. The same kind of performance we're speaking about. And Mr. Speaker, as I was saying, if one Jagdeo Singh received $24.5 million between 10
Mr. Speaker, please. Mr. Speaker, stand in order. 48-8, please. The Speaker is a member of the House.
Member, I'm going to leave that to your discretion. The standing order is there. I'm going to leave it to your discretion because, of course, I have an interest to serve in it. So I'm going to leave it entirely to your discretion as to how you approach this.
Deeply grateful, please, Mr. Speaker. I remember the members getting up and raising standing order. The member for Port of Spain South was referred to by name, and that's why I say relevance must be contextualized. Relevance must be contextualized. I move on. I move on. But you see the medicine that they want to give, they can't take in this House. They can't take. Mr. Speaker, I merely compare to say that outside of this House, I would not name and shame any attorney who work for what they work for, and they produce quality work for any government, and they continue to serve this country. And I want to commend any member in this House, and I want to commend any member of the bar who continues to offer their services to any government to fight on behalf of the people of this country. Even like Mr. Ram Logan, Senior Counsel, according to the member for our Portuguese. But that is true. But I merely wish to point out that we must do better. We must do better, Mr. Speaker, because, and don't scandalize and bring people's name into disrepute in this House. I would not venture down that road again, Mr. Speaker, but merely to show the hypocrisy of those members of it. Mr. Speaker, I have listened to the member for San Fernando West, both at the Standing Finance Committee as well as in his contribution here today, please, Mr. Speaker. And there were talks about the laptop, and my friend spent some time on it from Digger Martin West. But I want to say, Mr. Speaker, for us to be in June of 2025, the 23rd of June 2025, the school to...
The 15 minutes.
I would most certainly like to do so, please, Mr. Speaker. That to come today and still not have an answer to the population as to this 76 million that is being asked for to procure the laptops for the Form 1 children. In principle, I have no objection to providing laptops for children. However, Mr. Speaker, I want to just draw your attention to 2 points. The first being, Mr. Speaker, the fact that in less than 2 months, 2 months and about a week, Form 1 students would be going into, the SEA students would now be going into their Form 1 experience. And I have asked particularly from the Minister of Education and the member for San Fernando West about what procurement process has been put in place. I ask whether it will be by sole select or whether it will be, Mr. Speaker, by competitive tendering. This is 76 million taxpayers' dollars. The member still don't know. The member still has not accounted to this country as to how he intends to procure these laptops. That is serious cause for concern. That is serious cause for concern to bring in these 18,000 laptops. I'm not sure what procurement process you're going to use, but we will keep a close eye, a very close eye on that procurement process. And I also want to say that in a time, Mr. Speaker, where we are, and the government is repeatedly saying that the economy crashed and we have no money and this and that.
Correct.
That if you are living and your mother is some senior executive in a bank and your father owns some massive construction in the company. Right now, as school closed, you and your family going to Disney World, and then they're going to Paris, and then they're going to this, and they're going to that. You ought not to, Mr. Speaker, be taking the limited resources of the state and giving it to families who simply can afford it. We must be responsible. We must be responsible in our budgeting, and we must be responsible in our spending, Mr. Speaker. You cannot tell me that the resources that is required for a child who is struggling in Separia, in Laventel East, in Digger Martin West, wherever, can be the same thing that they are going to receive as a millionaire or billionaire in this country child. We must do better. We must be responsible. A difference between equity and equality, as the member for Digger Martin West.
They don't know about that. You confuse them.
So I implore the Honourable Minister that although these nice promises were made. That if we are to be responsible, that we would look at that. Mr. Speaker, I just want to say that we are duty-bound as members of Parliament to have the best interests, please, Mr. Speaker, of all of Trinidad and Tobago and the future, especially our children's future. And I want to ask, if we continue to spend more than we earn, and this is not directed to the member of Faizabad, Mr. Speaker, I'm talking about a responsible, both government and opposition. There's going to come a time where even in a home, if a family is making, let's say their income is $10,000 every month, and every single month they are spending $15,000 either by borrowing, either by selling off things that they have home, and the family's expenditure and lifestyle becomes that they become comfortable on it. Then sooner or later, disaster is going to hit this country. And I ask, the TTRA repealed. $10 billion expected in revenue from that. That would have helped to bridge the gap, Mr. Speaker, between our revenue and expenditure, and to make everyone pay their fair share of the pie. Today scrapped. So we are less than 10 billion in revenue from this fiscal that we would have expected, from the next fiscal that we would have expected. To have now, Mr. Speaker, a government that came in on reckless promises to give every single person under
Eastern Carney Central. I'm really not hearing what the honourable member is saying. I'm being terribly disturbed.
Is that an objection, interjection, Porterspin South? It is what, sorry?
Interjection.
Let us move on, please.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. So I'm just saying that we should just take heed of that situation. Of course, the members, the population of Trinidad and Tobago have grown accustomed to many of the privileges that came from P&M policy, which is free education from nursery to tertiary, which is free healthcare, Mr. Speaker, which is subsidized transportation, both on land and sea, and air. And because of all of these things that we sometimes take for granted, if we continue along this path and not take a reality check, then we could be heading for a very dangerous future. Mr. Speaker, I warn against that, and I ask us to work as a response, as the member for Arima would have proclaimed, for us to work as a responsible opposition and with this administration to ensure that we do what is best for this country and ensure that our economic future, once again, can continue to thrive and we can continue to be responsible. Mr. Speaker, with that, I thank you very kindly.
Member for Karen East, before you do so, might I extend my congratulations on your maiden speech to the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to begin by thanking the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, as well as the Minister of Finance, for navigating us through this treacherous financial time that we here in the country of Trinidad and Tobago have been imposed upon by those on the other side. I'd like to thank those on this side who have contributed, the Minister of Finance, the Attorney General, the Minister of Legal Affairs, the Minister of Housing, the Minister of Local Government, Minister of Energy, the Minister of Justice, as well as my line minister, the Minister of Health. And Mr. Speaker, I would just like to address a few of the comments made by my friend, the member for Laventille West, and he's a new member to this House. And he spoke, Mr. Speaker, about responsible government. Responsible government. And Mr. Speaker, one of the line items that we in the Ministry of Health are dealing with here today and asking for additional supplementation is for the Eastern Regional Health Authority. And Mr. Speaker, we are asking for $21 million because there's a deficit in operational expenses to pay utilities, rent, and janitorial and security services, Mr. Speaker. The votes were empty. It's a monthly expenditure of $4.3 million. And for the period May to September 2025, somebody has to pay the bills. Otherwise, we have infrastructure in the Eastern Regional Health Authority that will just shut down. Who is going to pay the rent? And my friend here is speaking about being responsible. But they on this side, they under-budgeted. They were not responsible. It will take us now to have to fill these votes because they did not budget for this in October of 2025. Mr. Speaker, my friend as well, he spoke about this government has now formed the largest cabinet in Trinidad and Tobago. I would like to tell my friend that they on that side formed the most ineffective cabinet in the history of Trinidad and Tobago for 10 years. He went on to say, we are putting nothing in place. Right now we are paying their bills and we are putting things in place to fulfill our promises. Mr. Speaker, he went on to speak about legal fees and the amount that is being paid in legal fees. Mr. Speaker, myself previously as a dentist before I was a minister in the Ministry of Health, if I were to do dental work on any of my colleagues here, it would appear on a document that has to appear before this Parliament. That is public funds, not so, Minister, right? It's public funds. If someone is being paid with public funds, it is the right of the public to know how those funds are being spent. So, he's young, he's now starting, he has a lot to learn. So, Mr. Speaker, today we are here to ask for supplementary appropriation in the sum of $3.143 billion. And this, Mr. Speaker, we cannot emphasize enough, is for urgent and critical expenditure, recurrent expenditure as well as capital expenditure. Some of the votes are empty, right? And it is necessary for the government to function. That is what we mean by they have crashed the economy. And this is to get us through the financial year, the 30th of September 2025. And what we are saying is that they did reckless fiscal management, reckless, consistent under budgeting, as well as critical votes were empty, to the detriment of salaries, to the detriment of vendors. The Minister of Health spoke about our issues in the Ministry of Health with NIBDEC. And Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Health, after the mid-year review is done, we will be paying $353 million to vendors. And after we pay that $350+ million, we will still be owing $52 million to vendors. And that will have to be carried over into the next fiscal year. So that huge sum of money, we still cannot cover the entire arrears, and it will be carried into financial year 2026. So this Ministry of Health supplementation is in the range of $728 million, in addition to the $7.5 billion that was asked for in October 2025. And I'd like to begin with the expansion of the 6 local health centers. The previous government, they chose to only have 6 health centers on extended hours during the period 2015 to 2025. And they chose Diego Martin, Woodbrook, and San Juan, as well as Aruca, La Joquita, and St. Helena. The Minister of Health, through his wisdom, has expanded this to now 12 health centers. And these additional health centers would be Maruga, Pinal, Cedras, as well as Valencia, Comoto, and Biche. And Mr. Speaker, this would improve patient convenience in accessing care. It would reduce the need for emergency room visits. It would reduce ER visits that can decrease hospital congestion, as well as it would increase long-term savings costs in healthcare with reduced visits to the ER. Mr. Speaker, in the Northwest Regional Health Authority, we are asking for $76 million, and this is for part payment of trade payables and not for the full payment. Medical supplies will be asking for $28.4 million, and this is separate to the vote for pharmaceuticals, and this will be mostly paid to NIBDEC as well. Food supplies, $16.3 million, and security, $1.1 million. Repairs and maintenance is in the figure $14.9 million. And I would like to address a few of the dental concerns with regards to Northwest Regional Health Authority later in my presentation. Eastern Regional Health Authority, as I said before, they have under budgeted operational expenses by $21 million. Utilities, rent, janitorial services, as well as security services were not budgeted up until the end of this fiscal year. And these are essential bills. North Central Regional Health Authority is asking for $146 million. And this is to pay in large part trade payables to the sum of $143 million. Many vendors in the North Central Regional Health Authority have not been paid in over 1 year. And this includes medical supplies for $60 million, food supplies, $3.8 million, and security in the sum of $15 million. And I'd like to get back to North Central Regional Health Authority later in my contribution, but I'd like to make note right now that if one were to go onto TikTok, you can actually see that the North Central Regional Health Authority has commissioned 3 custom-made mats for the North Central Regional Health Authority. And I will get the cost of that at a later date, but it would be expensive. And this is in preference to much more important work that the North Central Regional Health Authority should have done in this last fiscal year. And what we are seeing is mismanagement across all regional health authorities, dilapidated infrastructure under the tenure of these regional health authorities. The Minister of Health would have spoke about the Southwest Regional Health Authority, and they are asking for $56 million, part payment to trade payables of $52 million, medical supplies in the value of $25 million, repairs and maintenance for $7.5 million, food supplies for $3 million, and security for $9.3 million. But Mr. Speaker, over the weekend, while we had a long weekend, one constituent of Caronies reached out to me when he realized that the mid-year review was upon us. And this person works in the North Central Regional Health Authority. And what he wanted to inform me was what was happening within that Regional Health Authority and some of the mishaps over the last fiscal year. And it was very, very interesting what he said. Apparently, at the water treatment plant at the Eric Williams Medical Sciences Complex, the only water supply to the hospital, only 2 out of 4 pumps are functional. Only 2 out of 4 pumps are functional. Filtration vessels are heavily corroded with filthy crust in case pipes, and it produces a very poor water quality to the complex. What he's telling me is there are seized valves that are unable to turn and leaking manifolds. Pipes that are deteriorating to the point of failure. The fire hydrant pumps in the water treatment plant are non-functional. There are error messages on all sensors of a fire hazard, and all pipes are leaking profusely. There's water leaking on electrical panels at this center, and the Wassa bypass line has no pressure at all. This is at the Eric Williams Medical Sciences Complex under the North Central Regional Health Authority, and this only came to our attention over the weekend. Otherwise, we would have budgeted for it in the mid-year review as well. The sewer treatment plant at the Eric Williams Medical Sciences Complex has an overflow catchment, which according to this whistleblower, goes directly into a drain. And he suspects that this may be mostly raw sewage. There's only one functioning pump for the sewer pit. The screening tank and the homogeneous basin flows directly into a nearby river, into a nearby watercourse. And he's saying that there's negligible sewage treatment that goes on with this waste. There's no activity in the aeration tank, and there's no activity in the buffer tank as well. And the waste treatment plant, in his view, is non-functional, Mr. Speaker. And it gets even worse. At the boiler room at the Eric Williams Medical Sciences Complex, there's heavily rusted pipes. The heat exchangers are non-functional, and there's no hot water in the complex unless you go with your kettle. There's overflowing tanks, and the pipes are broken at their rusted joints. The hot water storage tank is rusted, and it produces very, very poor water quality. Seized manifolds, the grating on the floor, the steel grating on the floor is rusted to the point whereby if you step on it, your foot will fall through. 2 water softeners are non-functional. The support for the feed water tank is compromised due to rust and can fall at any point in time. Out of 4 boilers, only 3 are working, and the poor water quality from the water treatment plant is causing all of this equipment further down the line to fail. The high pressure vessels have heavy, heavy corrosion, and these are vessels under pressure. And he said that the pressure is up to 9 bars or 125 psi of steam. And the exhaust that is from this machinery is going directly within an enclosed space. And the technicians have to breathe this in. We also have the incinerator room at the Eric Williams Medical Sciences Complex, and there are oil spills on the ground. Water is pouring from the pipes onto equipment, and what they have done as a preventative measure is they have just covered the equipment with vinyl. Water is pouring down on the walls from the ceiling, and the roof is leaking heavily. As the Minister of Health said, they have an issue with doing roofs. The electrical panels have short-circuited due to the presence of this water. There's rusting on the incinerator. There's a major oil leak on the hydraulic lift transfer arm. And where the oil is leaking, they have placed a canister to collect the oil, and then they use this fallen oil and put it back into the transfer arm. There's been no maintenance. They're recycling the oil because the refinery down. There's no maintenance for the last 10 years. The heat is burning through the seals around the equipment, and oil is leaking profusely. And at the elevator control room at the Eric Williams Medical Sciences Complex, there are 40-year-old panels. There are no technicians qualified or certified to maintain them. The operators there do not know what to do. They just look at them. The air conditioning unit that is used to cool the equipment is non-functional, and 70% of the elevators in the complex are not working. Minister Bodoe has given the assurance and the undertaking to tour these facilities with technical staff with the objective of having them fixed in the soonest possible time. And Mr. Speaker, that is what we are dealing with in many of these regional health authorities. And I'd also like to speak about a very concerning matter as well that happened at the priority care facility over the last week. And I'd like to say condolences to the family of one of our supporters, Mr. Kesar Ganpat. And Mr. Kesar presented to the PCF last week complaining about chest pains at around 7 p.m. And he was not seen by medical staff there until 10 p.m. And unfortunately, he died soon after, right in front of his wife. And we will conduct an investigation into his death and to ascertain why this happened. There needs to be a better response in terms of emergencies. Now, the Eric Williams Medical Sciences Complex has a cath lab, a catheterization lab, that is operational, but it must be operational 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, and it must be available for emergencies. In cases such as this, citizens can be saved, and in cardiac emergencies, a catheterization lab can save your life. We have the equipment and we have the trained personnel. I also would like to commend the Minister of Health on his initiative of a national cardiac center, which will prioritize bypass surgeries as well as scheduled cardiac interventions. Mr. Speaker, one of the most troubling things that we came across during our short tenure at the Ministry of Health was the state of dental surgeries across all regional health authorities. And Mr. Speaker, within the Northwest Regional Health Authority, there are 11 health centers that have dental surgeries currently. The Diego Martin Health Center, the San Juan Health Center, the Santa Cruz Health Center, the Arangos Health Center, the El Sicuro Health Center, the Baratara Health Center, George Street Health Center, Oxford Street Health Center, Maraval Health Center, Petty Valley Health Center, and Caranash Health Center. Mr. Speaker, out of 11 dental surgeries in 11 health centers, currently only 2 are functional. So across the entire Northwest Regional Health Authority, if you are in pain or have a dental issue, you have to basically go privately. And this is a very undesirable state of events. Currently, 2 active dental surgeries in the Northwest Regional Health Authority. There is no handpieces, meaning you cannot do a procedure, you can't drill. The dentists do not even have air loop face masks. They have to bring it from their own private surgeries. There are no gloves. There's no anesthetic. So I don't know how you're going to do dentistry without anesthetic. There's no sutures, right? So if you do extraction, you can suture somebody. And there are no lead aprons if you were to take an X-ray, because you can't protect yourself from radiation. That is the very, very sad state of affairs within the Northwest Regional Health Authority in terms of dentistry. In the Eastern Regional Health Authority, in the Corial Outreach Center, the dentist has been on leave since 2022 and has decided not to come back out to work since. There's an inadequate supply of anesthetic. In many of these health centers, the Corial Outreach Center, the Komoto Outreach Center, Manzanilla Center, the Valencia Center, the Matura Center, as well as the Grand Riviere Outreach Center, there's no X-ray machine. So you can't take X-rays, you can't do dentistry. The suction units are not working, so you can't suction anybody while you're doing dentistry, and there are electrical issues. In the North Central Regional Health Authority, I'd like to say good afternoon to my political leader and the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, Mrs. Kamala Prasad-Bissessar. In the North Central Regional Health Authority, we have 5 chairs that are non-functional. in Eric Williams Medical Sciences Complex, as well as in the Aruka Health Center. One is not functional, and no dental services are currently being offered at this facility. There's no X-ray unit, no sutures, no anesthetic, no handpieces, no lead aprons. And it's a similar but less extent in the Southwest Regional Health Authorities, where 3 chairs are non-functional, no anesthetic, no sutures, and no face masks. But, Mr. Speaker, what I found very interesting during our research into dentistry over the last 10 years is that no anesthetic has been procured by the Ministry of Health since 2023. So for the last 2 years, they have not bought anesthetic by the Ministry of Health. So to the life of me, I don't know what all these dentists who are on salaries have been doing for the last 2 years. The last quotation that they had was in October of 2023, and it was not accepted. There has been a change during the tenure of Minister Jearlean on registering anesthetic in Trinidad and Tobago. And for many decades, dentists in both the public and the private healthcare sector have used certain brands. But very strangely, in 2023, some of these brands basically were not registered by the Ministry of Health. And the reason given was that they were unwilling to share their notice of approval with us. Now, what this has led to was the fact that a normal procurement of 60,000 units was not procured from usual suppliers that the ministry would have bought for many, many decades before. And this happened under the tenure of Minister Jearlean. And this has led to basically the shutdown of dentistry in the public healthcare system. What we are seeing now is that dentists, where their chair is hopefully functional, all they are doing is just examine X-rays. And that's a very, very sad state of affairs for the kind of salaries that they are being paid. And it's not value for the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. And moving on, Mr. Speaker, I would like to expand upon what the substantive minister spoke about, and that is drugs and other supplies, and what is being paid to NIBDEC for this current year as well as the previous year of $353 million. And this is for outstanding invoices for both pharmaceutical as well as non-pharmaceutical items. And Mr. Speaker, this is for roughly 34 suppliers. And truth be told, the actual age report balances for these 34 suppliers is $406 million. After we pay the $350 million, we still have a balance of $52 million that we would owe many of these suppliers. But quite telling is that for 2025, $625 million was budgeted for pharmaceuticals for this financial year, for this fiscal year. But, Mr. Speaker, the total spend for 2025 will be $979 million, Mr. Speaker. Roughly $350 million more than budgeted. Now the question begs, are we getting value for money here in Trinidad and Tobago? And why has the Ministry of Health chosen to, in many cases, create pharmaceutical behemoths within the pharmaceutical industry and not utilized our international partners around the world and form strategic alliances in order to reduce our drug prices here in Trinidad and Tobago? It is basically not sustainable. In the last 10 years, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Health, through CDAP, has spent roughly $4.4 billion. And the Ministry of Health has basically, in my opinion, created a pharmaceutical cartel here in Trinidad and Tobago. Drug prices are increased at the will and at the fancy of these companies, and there are constant supply shortages within our system, as well as there are very limited number of suppliers. We just have to speak about the Joint Select Committee on Healthcare Services, and the member for Chaguanas East was on that panel. And that panel went across Trinidad and Tobago, and every single part of Trinidad and Tobago, be it Port of Spain, Central Trinidad, San Fernando, East Trinidad, or Tobago, the complaints were the same. And we cannot get our drugs on CDAP. We cannot get our drugs on CDAP. So the status quo has to change. And I'd like to thank the Minister of Health for his review of CDAP. I would like to thank the Minister of Health for that, and his updating of the national formulary and the examination of procurement practices. Mr. Speaker, currently on the CDAP, we see roughly 87,000 active patients, and this is done at 230 pharmacies nationwide. And under Freedom of Information Act between 2015 and 2024, 16 pharmaceutical companies were identified with huge sums that they earned during this time. Smith Robinson, now known as Adventa, accrued $1.8 billion, Mr. Speaker. Bryden Pie, $742 million over the last 10 years. Massey Distribution, $283 million. Alston's Marketing, $275 million. Vernon Technologies, I don't know how that's a medical name, $231 million in drug supplies. Ayla Keys, $230 million. Superior Pharma, $206 million. Pharmaco Industries, $150 million. And I'm just calling the ones over $150 million because the list, it's quite extensive. So, we're speaking about the strain on the public purse with regards to legal fees, and the strain on the public purse, as well as Forex, with regards to these pharmaceutical companies, is mind-boggling. None of these companies, to any great extent, manufacture drugs. They purchase drugs from international manufacturers.
Mr. Speaker, standing order 48.6, is the member claiming that these companies are part of a drug cartel? Speaking to the Speaker, thanks.
48.6, if I to read it correctly, says, no member shall impute improper motive to any member of either house. Can you tell me the imputation
Mr.
to
Speaker,
a member of the house?
Mr. Speaker, in your ruling previously, you had said that members were not allowed to...
No, I never said so. I never said so. I said you are not allowed to impute criminal activity to any company name simply like that. What the member did is simply read out the names of the companies together with the amounts of money that they have been paid under the CDAP program. There is no imputation of any criminal activity, quite unlike this statement. I'm going to use very neutral language to describe the statement you would have made previously about money laundering and all of that. There's no imputation of that. Come on, let us be serious. There is absolutely no imputation against these companies of any illegality. Let me put it as dryly as that. So, member, in short, one sentence, your objection is overruled. Member, continue.
Mr. Speaker, and Mr. Speaker, I was at lengths to say that this was created by the Ministry of Health over the last 10 years.
Your time is up almost because of the... So unless you wish to avail yourself of your 15 minutes, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And member, what I was trying to say is that these companies were created by the Ministry of Health over the last 10 years. Nothing illegal happened. This was a P&M policy to fund the situation.
that is what I was trying to say. Like, you had to listen. So, but, Mr. Speaker, it gets even worse for this financial year. I told you that we are spending over $950 million on drugs for this fiscal year. And Bride and Pie, for this fiscal year, is being owed $109 million. Adventa, which was Smith Robinson, $84 million. Massey Distribution, $45 million. Vernon Technologies, $22 million. Superior Pharma, $22 million. Olson's Marketing, $21 million. And this is my point is this is a strain on the budget of Trinidad and Tobago. It's a strain on our forex allocation. And even though this happened, the status quo cannot prevail because it will only get worse in terms of less value for the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. There are many, many, many underserved patients with what has happened here over the last 10 years. And it's not only myself that is saying that, Mr. Speaker. The Pharmacy Board is saying that as well. And in May of 2021, the chairman of the Pharmacy Board, Mr. Andrew Rahman, has hinted that there is a possible monopoly within the ministry allocation of these health procurement practices for pharmaceuticals. And what he was saying is that some companies are becoming too large and are controlling too much of the market. Agostini Limited had acquired Oscar Francois and Intersol, and due to the size of this company now, members are saying that they are not getting the same service from Agostini as many of these pharmacies that Agostini currently owns. Agostini's pharmaceutical chain is Superpharm, and the president of the chairman of the Pharmacy Board, Mr. Rahman, was saying that members are complaining of short supply of drugs distributed by this company, but being fully stocked in other stores. So what we are saying, Mr. Speaker, is that many of the issues that we are currently faced with here at the Ministry of Health may fall under the Fair Trading Act and will have to be assessed by the Fair Trading Commission. Be it the bundling of discounts, the unfair selling practices, predatory pricing, abusive increases in prices, as well as the prevention of the use of generics. So, Mr. Speaker, I have with me a letter from the Free Trade Commission to Mr. Glenwood Suchet, President of the Private Pharmacy Business Retail Association. And the Free Trading Commission acknowledges, and I'm quoting the letter, the Ministry of Health's recent decision to undertake a comprehensive review of the CDAP assistance program. And this timely initiative aligns with our statutory mandate to promote and maintain fair competition, protect consumer welfare, and ensure the efficient allocation of public resources. The Commission, he went on to say, is empowered under the Fair Trading Act to investigate anti-competitive practices and to ensure the maintenance of fair competition within the marketplace. So I applaud the Fair Trading Commission for their interjection at this point in time. And it also begs to say that many of the complaints filed by the Pharmacy Board were well-founded. And, Mr. Speaker, what we at the Ministry of Health are seeking to do through the substantive Minister, Mr. Lackram Bodoe, is we are seeking alternatives to decrease our pharmaceutical bill. One only has to do very, very simple research on the internet, and one can find out that India is the pharmacy of the world, Mr. Speaker. 20% of all generic drugs are currently manufactured in India, and these are cheaper versions of basically all brand name medications that are widely prescribed around the world. Mr. Speaker, in the United States, 9 out of 10 prescriptions are filled for generics, and India provides roughly 40% of these generic drugs to the US. In the UK, 4 out of 5 prescriptions in the National Health Service are for generics, and India provides currently 33% of these drugs. Mr. Speaker, just to give you an idea of how your bill, how your pharmaceutical bill can be reduced if you do some research. In sub-Saharan Africa, the cost of HIV medications was in the vicinity of US $15,000 per year for an HIV patient. That has now been reduced to approximately $200 US per year with the advent of generic drugs. My point being, the Ministry of Health over the last 10 years chose a policy of using distributors and buying, in many cases, not generic drugs to the detriment of our purse here in Trinidad and Tobago, as well as to the detriment of patients here in Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Speaker. Savings that we need to take advantage of. And this was not unknown to the previous Minister of Health. While at the ministry, the Minister of Health, Dr. Lackram, Bodoe, and myself, we came upon a document. And the name of this document was a scoping review of the Chronic Disease Assistance Program in Trinidad and Tobago, the operational landscape, impact, and persistent challenges. And this document, Mr. Speaker, was dated just late last year. And in this document, what we found, and I'll read here in the document, foremost among these challenges are persistent financial strains evidenced by escalating program costs, substantial supplemental funding requirements for the Ministry of Health, and chronic payment delays to NIBDEC and consequently to participating pharmacies. These financial bottlenecks create operational difficulties for pharmacies and contribute to supply chain vulnerabilities, including frequent drug stockouts and untimely deliveries. Minister Dayal Singh knew about this. He had this document in his possession, but he went on to still order $950 million in pharmaceuticals for the last financial year. The document went on, Mr. Speaker, to say, evidence indicates a phenomenal increase in the sale of generic drugs, accompanied by a corresponding decrease in the sale of original brand name medications. This trend signifies a successful pivot towards more cost-effective pharmaceutical options, benefiting the public health system's budget and ensuring broader availability. Minister Dayal Singh ignored this document. I have the document here in my hand. The document went on to say, Mr. Speaker, a critical and cascading issue within this financial framework is a large sum of money owed to NIBDEC for drug payments, with supplemental funds often used for partial payment of these invoices. The risk of carryover invoices into subsequent fiscal years further compounds this problem. NIBDEC's own financial reports corroborate these challenges, indicating an 11% increase in outstanding balances from public sector clients, rising from $491 million in 2023 to $546 million in 2024. This demonstrates a systemic issue of delayed payments from the government to its primary pharmaceutical procurement agent. The financial strain on NIBDEC then cascades directly to participating pharmacies. Pharmacists have consistently reported significant delays in receiving payments for services rendered under CDAP, with some waiting up to 8 months. A survey of pharmacies revealed that a substantial 78% waited for over 4 weeks for claim payments, with only 11% being reimbursed within 2 to 4 weeks, which was the protocol. So, Mr. Speaker, Minister Dayal Singh was aware of the issues that his ministry created, and he ignored it. He ignored it. He went on to still continue to order from these importers. I'll have to call them importers. They buy from the manufacturer. Why can't we go directly to the manufacturers ourselves and just procure the drugs, right? close to $1 billion in pharmaceuticals for this financial year, Mr. Speaker. Something has to change. And the Minister of Health, through his wisdom, has mandated a review of CDAP. And this program will be to alleviate the financial burden faced by patients, to improve access to essential medicines, and by extension to improve the lives of citizens, leading to economic and financial gains to the country. And he will do a comprehensive review of the list of medications that are available via this program. And Mr. Speaker, we expect to have this final report submitted to the Permanent Secretary at the Ministry of Health by July the 20th, 2025, Mr. Speaker. And moving on, Mr. Speaker, how much more time do I have?
You have just around three minutes, a little over 3 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, in 3 minutes, I don't have enough time to fully go into what I really wanted to say, and that was the Couva Children's Hospital. And Mr. Speaker, myself, the Minister of Health, as well as members of the Ministry of Health technical team, we viewed the Couva Hospital, and in my opinion, that is the greatest public health injustice to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, in the history of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Speaker, they took a $1.5 billion facility and they made it into a glorified health center. Right? They used the Couva Hospital to do CDAP, which we just read don't have enough drugs, as well as to do x-rays. We saw surgeries, state-of-the-art surgeries not being utilized. We saw patient beds. Remember, we had a member of the Ministry of Health saying a bed is not just a bed. Well, we saw all what a bed could be with all the various equipment around in the room and everything there. Those beds, the equipment pristine for 10 years, Mr. Speaker, not being used. Mr. Speaker, we went through all of COVID. The member there spoke about COVID-19. I was there during shadowing health with Dr. Bodoe during COVID-19. One of the major issues we had during COVID-19 was the fact of reagents and being able to do laboratory testing on a timely basis. And that was one of my major issues during COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, when you go down to the hematology lab in the Couva's Hospital, there are counters of medical equipment covered, never used, with dust on it, Mr. Speaker, blood testing equipment that were never even commissioned by UDCOT. Millions and millions of dollars of state-of-the-art equipment on counters that were never even used. Fridges, special fridges at different temperatures, depending on at what temperature you need to store the blood at. Not even plugged in, never used for 10 years, Mr. Speaker. And one of the major issues we had during COVID-19 was laboratory services. It is the greatest injustice to public health ever in Trinidad and Tobago, and we have to thank the PNM government for that, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, with those few words, I'd like to thank you for allowing me to contribute today, and I'd like to thank my political leader and the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago for allowing me to contribute. Thank you very much.
Member for Couva North.
Mr. Speaker,
I
have something to say. After that presentation from the honourable member for Caron East, I mean, what can they say? Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for the opportunity to contribute in this midterm review. I want to thank the honourable colleagues on this side who have gone into the ministry in 7 short weeks. And I know why our honourable members on the other side are confused, because the folks on this side, they sound so self-assured, so ready for the road. it's hard to believe that it's only 7 weeks that they have entered those ministries. And I really want to thank them. I particularly want to commend our colleague from Tobago West, because at last Tobago has representation, right? So passionate, so fervent. And I know a lot of good will come from your being in this chamber. I really want, as a Tobagonian, I want to thank you. And I've also heard that the member for Tobago West is from Tobago. So I had to tell him, don't drink bush tea for people fever. That's a Tobago thing, you know, so you should know what that is about, all right? So, Mr. Speaker, the honorable members on the other side, they are still coming to term that it's just a few short weeks that they were in power and now they are out because, you know, they approached the election of G25 with an air of inevitability. You know, they said the member for Muruga Tableland, that's he gone. Sawa Bahataria, don't bother with that. You know, St. Joseph, you ain't winning at all. For Miaro, they say we sent a boy to do a man's job. The so-called honorable MP from Miaro won by over close to 7,000 votes. Won by a landslide. So, Mr. Speaker, the PNM was dead wrong 7 weeks ago, and they're still wrong today. They were dead. And really and truly, it is mind-boggling to hear those on the other side who for 10 years systematically and deliberately destroyed the economy of Trinidad and Tobago now want to ask the Minister of Finance, where the money coming from? We want to know where the money going. That's what we want to know. We want to know where the money going. You're asking the wrong question. First, we have to ask where the money going. Because after 10 years, ignore the obvious in a country so rich in resources, arable land, so diverse in talent, so brilliant and entrepreneurial in our citizenship. Asking where the money coming from. Mr. Speaker, the United National Congress and this government, we were never against the Dragon Gas Initiative. But we told the then government, do not put all of your eggs in one basket. When we saw the former Prime Minister and the former Prime Minister, I mean, how sweet it is that we have about 3 living Prime Ministers, former of the PNM. 2 of our most senior public servants, public officials at the time, dancing at the end of a conga line in Venezuela. We warned them that to join a line and wine is not a good economic strategy. We warned them. We warned them about that. But today, the very distinguished Dr. Roodal Moonilal, member for Puch West, East, show them what an energy minister, Minister of Energy could sound like. You understand? It's just gas all over the place. You know, all the potential. And we know when you say so, it's so. So I want to assure that the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago and the Minister of Finance, again, a man so self-assured, he has come here, he has presented the supplementals to what? To their budget, you know. Yeah. To their budget, lest we forget, this is the PNM's budget of 2024-2025. This was their fiscal measures and everything wrong inside of it. Right? We have said ad nauseam that what they had proposed, the sums were incomplete and the arithmetic was wrong. And now they want to drill us about where the money coming from. But our Honorable Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago and the Minister of Finance will speak directly to the people of Trinidad and Tobago on the issues of diversification and how as a people, everyone, all will have a chance at progress and an opportunity to go as far as their ambition and ability will take them. Because we in the UNC are not afraid of the people. We do not perch ourselves above the people. We know why we are here, and more importantly, we know who brought us here and on whose business we are here to look about. We are not at all about making the rich richer. So in that regard, the Honourable Prime Minister and every single representative of the people on this side will continue to engage in a very transparent manner. Mr. Speaker, consequent to the very brilliant presentation by the member of St. Augustine, I mean, the Minister Khadija, I mean, out there in her boots, and as if that, you know, she gone with food. That is the UNC. That is how we operate. Yeah, you know. She went with food. After all was said and done, as if helping the people with their flood was not enough. So after her presentation, we know that the money that they got did not go into cleaning drains. I don't know what it went for, but it didn't go into cleaning drains. Okay. Because, Mr. Speaker, at 43, sub-item 09, there's an increase a supplemental sum of $1.9 million for the Ministry of Works and Infrastructure, which is for the implementation of a critical program of works in preparation for the rainy season, which is already here upon us and very active. I mean, the very same week I entered the ministry, there was an extended yellow alert. The rains and flooding appeared to be everything, everywhere, all at once. But people, I mean, when you asked, I remember there was a survey on the television, and they asked, do you think Minister Amin handled the flooding? Yes. Well, what did they say? 85% said yes. And that could have only happened under the United National Congress government. Because we know that flooding can severely impact people's lives by causing physical injuries, loss of life, damage to property and infrastructure, displacement, and long-term psychological distress. So we don't leave it to suffer and talk about a bill on riverbank and all of these things. What we do, we try our best to mitigate in the first instance. And if it is, we can't, obviously we just can't, we then try to restore. Right? So as a consequence, the Ministry of Works and Infrastructure, part of the foremost priority is really flood alleviation. And as a consequence, there's a focus and significant interventions are ongoing in areas such as Caroni, South Orpuch, Digo, Martin, and Kufa. We have also reinforced embankments in vulnerable locations, including Bamboo Number 2, Valsin South, and Newcut Channel in Penal, where prior flooding events have posed imminent threats to homes and livelihood. And of course, we continue with the upgrade of the Caroni River mouth and the work there. But despite these interventions, areas such as Valsin South, Tranquil Road, and Ibis Gardens continue to experience flooding. Just last week, you know, we were looking at the Caroni River, and there was a breach, which we have now kind of put a temporary fix to. And the member for Shogunas West kept calling me, asking, please send a pump. So I asked the persons, the technical people in the ministry, I said, please, I need a pump to send for the Ibis Garden people. And they said it wouldn't work. We have tried that before. I tell the member it wouldn't work. And I felt that was the end of that. In 5 minutes, he called me again. He said, what, please send a pump so the people at least know we're doing something.
Might I disturb you? It's 4:30. I propose to take the usual tea break now. I'm sorry to cut you in mid, but it's 8. You're 8 minutes into your presentation. So I propose to take the usual tea break, subject to the agreement of members. Unless you all want, unless the House is agreed, we can allow the member to finish and take the tea break later. We'll take the break? I'm told that we'll take the break now, 4:30. We come back at 5:15, subject to the members of the House. Thank you. So House is now suspended until 5:15.
The Honorable, the Speaker.
For Kuva North, continue. Just a reminder.
Yes. Pardon?
22 minutes of regular time left.
Mr. Speaker.
Tell him about that pump. Waiting on that pump.
Waiting on the pumping. Right. So the member for Shogunas West, in the good tradition of UNC's commitment to serve the people, serve the people, serve the people, called me again and asked, beseeched, literally begged me and said, please, send the pump. just so we could show the people we're doing something. And that just shows, we don't just sit around and be unconcerned about the suffering of people. So I want to inform and assure the affected residents that our embankment works along Valsin South and the Southern Main Road are currently ongoing. These works continued all of last week and weekend because we recognize that the scope of the project needs to be revisited as work progresses to improve our approach to flood reduction, because notwithstanding our many efforts, many communities were still flooded last weekend. Similarly, during the recent adverse weather conditions, the Ministry of Works and Infrastructure, with collaboration from our partners in the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government, and this instance particularly the Tunapuna-Piako Regional Corporation, moved swiftly to deploy sandbags onto the southern southbound ramp of the Caroni flyover, just to ensure that the water did not flow onto the highway and therefore create a hazard for the traveling public. Right? We also have worked on we've put sandbag also along the embankment of the Kora River at Tulsa Trace as an interim measure to prevent the incursion of water. Mr. Speaker, although these acts were temporary, the ministry is actively working to implement permanent structural solutions to the people of these affected communities. We see you, we understand your plight. You have a United National Congress government in office, so rest assured, you will not be forgotten. Mr. Speaker, continuing with the work, we are working at a frenetic pace because flooding is not easy, it's very debilitating. So with the supplementary allocation of 49.4 million at sub-item 09, a further 172 desilting projects are earmarked to be completed by the end of fiscal 2025, because we really want to ensure that the money is going into these small projects in many cases, but very effective projects. These are marked to be completed by the end of fiscal 2025 in watercourses such as Tunapuna River, Tacarigua River, Caroni River again, Bagmania River, Oropouche River, Marbella River, Guayco River, Honda River, Guayame River, and the Cueva River, just to name a few. Then again at sub-item 28, there's a 30 million supplemental. There are several high-impact projects that have been identified for execution in the short to medium term. These initiatives are aimed at strengthening our national flood mitigation efforts and bringing tangible relief to high-risk communities across the country. A quick snapshot, Mr. Speaker, the Tulsa Trace construction of a retaining wall and rehabilitation of the roadway to prevent further erosion and support safe passage. Marabella River, clearing of the river mouth to facilitate smoother water flow and reduce flood risk. The Caparo River, the silting of the river mouth to enhance drainage capacity. The Coromata River, removal of damaged floodgates to reduce persistent flooding in Clark Road and surrounding areas. Sipero River, clearing and desilting works downstream of the Gulfview Link Road to benefit residents of Gulfview Palmas and Tampana Lane. Debe, desilting of the detention pond to mitigate flooding along the Debe Main Road. Trantrill Road, desilting operation aimed at alleviating flooding within Trantrill and its surrounding communities in St. Augustine. Mr. Speaker, these works form part of a wider program of works comprising another 86 drainage projects.
Well done.
We working. We come to work, we come to play. We working. So, Mr. Speaker, our flood alleviation work reflects the government's commitment to protect lives, safeguard communities, and ensure that the national economy remains resilient in the face of increasingly frequent extreme weather events. So since assuming office, I've made it a priority to personally visit communities across the country, accompanied by the technical officers from the Ministry of Works and Infrastructure. One then witnesses firsthand the infrastructural challenges that citizens face on a daily basis. We are not absentee landlords. These visits have been central to our strategy of informed planning and targeted intervention, allowing us to identify both immediate relief measures and long-term development priorities. We hear firsthand from housewives, taxi drivers, school children, teachers, developers, residents such as Mrs. Doreen Ramprasad of Batum Singh Street, Calcutta number 4, who told me when the rain sets up, she gets down on her knees and starts to pray because she knows she house going to flood. All right? So these things must impact you, and it's the reason you really get to work every day, because she knows, she's not an engineer, but she sees it happening, that the drains in front of her house will be clogged. They've been there for 10 years, nobody has taken on, and as soon as it drizzles, her house will flood. So these culverts that they have cannot hold the capacity of water. They are poor, non-existent maintenance of community infrastructure. That is, sometimes you have low roadways and they build high drains at a high elevation. And so, Mr. Speaker, when as a government we don't do our jobs, people suffer. That's the outcome of that. Citizens are affected negatively. Mr. Speaker, we have been on the ground. On Saturday, I was at Aruka. We were putting down a 7-meter culvert. And that again, we are transitioning from a 2-meter to a 7, so that takes away the water from ponding. Maybe our good friend from Aruka, Lupino, you seen the benefit of that? I was on the ground, in my boots and thing, right? You understand? No, that one you didn't start, right? No, the one before, and I visited that one too, right? So I gave the credit, you started that one, but this one, the road cut and thing, that was me. Give me the thing. I'm doing it, you see? We are not a government for one or for one party. We are government for all. That's what I know that my good friend will be impacted, and I was there. I went up, it was raining, I put on my rubber boots. Yeah, why not? Yeah, listen, politics before 2015, we knew we were on opposing side. I was in and out of this house for many years, right? But we were never enemies. The enmity and the viciousness came in 2015. Right, and we hope that that ends now, and that it ended on the 28th. Right, we are ushering in a new era of politics, an era of hard work and commitment to the people, all the people. So I was but we are soft, notwithstanding, Mr. Speaker. Sorry, my good friend from Caroni Central disturbing me, Mr. Speaker. So I was on the ground in Aruka on Saturday. Came down to Beetham Highway. Saw some young men on the side of the road there, they were at the landfill, and they were asking for work. And they told me, they said, "Mother, I hope you wouldn't forget us." So this morning I was asking, what do we have to give these people? Because we take the people problems on, whatever it is, we try our best to help. So whether it's Beetham Highway, Southkey, Couver, Grandy, Mearo, Manzanilla, Barrackpore, Siparia, Claxon Bay, Penal Rocco, today, all that we have been. What I've also seen are considerable challenges in the areas of landslips and road infrastructure. On Wednesday, we are in Madigo Road, where houses are just sliding away. That's a terrible thing to witness. So Wednesday morning at 6 a.m., Honorable Member of Moruga Tableland, we'll be in Madingo. Right? Mobilize, that work is going to be mobilized hopefully tomorrow. We're trying to mobilize it tomorrow. So as such, in the next 3 months, with the approval of these supplemental sums, there will be ramped up efforts geared towards repair, reform, and maintenance of our national infrastructure. As a matter of fact, the teams from the Ministry of Works and Infrastructure, if you see them on the highway scrubbing down culvert and things, that is me, I said, this place is too dirty. Everywhere, dusty, crusty, rusty, mash up, break up, musty, mold needs a mess, right? So we have people scrubbing brush on the highway, just cleaning the place up. We need order, and the place have to be really clean. So we have told them, listen, we are starting to build again. Yet let us try and repair, to fix, and maintain what we have now. And then we could talk about building again. The place is just too messy. So in one noteworthy case, the people of Papuri Road, Barrackpore, that road is literally split in half. So these people have suffered for a long time from connectivity issues, making it difficult to access their homes. One morning at 6 a.m. I end up there and then realize I have to call the MP. Oh, yes. Because we on the site. I didn't know we were actually going there. We were on our way to another site and we passed in there. And these things just really break your heart because school children who have to access their school and so on. So we know the challenges. I've seen it firsthand. So following our site visit on June 4th, the ministry can confirm that project designs have been completed and works are carried to commence. I mean, we are going out for tender for that work, and then work will commence as quickly after we have completed the procurement exercise. Right? So let me reach on this over for the minister. So we are mobilizing despite the onset of the rainy season. This action underscores our understanding of the urgency of these works, whether in Maruga, Komuto Road, North Coast Road, Blanchisseuse Road, Bonaire Road, Mamoral Road, Talpa Road, Naprima, Mia Road. We are addressing landslips that have affected access and connectivity for thousands of residents and commuters. Mr. Speaker, Head 43, sub-item 22, 31, and 32, that references funding, supplemental funding for the vessels serving our inter-island sea bridge. This inter-island sea bridge is managed by the Port Authority of Trinidad and Tobago. In this regard, the dry docking and maintenance of the MV Cabo Star, the cargo boat, goes on dry dock from the 15th of July to somewhere around the 3rd of August or thereabouts. Last week, I and members of the ministry met with the Chief Secretary, our members from Tobago East and West, and other members of the THA. You know, we were actually, I was in Tobago, and we met with the Chief Secretary to discuss the interim plans to ensure uninterrupted movement of cargo between the islands during that period of dry docking. Mr. Speaker, this signals the government's side-by-side approach to the development of our twin island state and underscores the importance of coordinated planning and sustained dialogue in addressing Tobago's development priorities. Mr. Speaker, when the member for Tobago West spoke earlier, his words are not falling on deaf ears. When UNC wins, everybody wins. Yeah. So, in addition to the management of the twin the sea bridge and so on, the Port Authority also manages 2 transit sheds. Shed 4, which handles regional transshipment cargo to Guyana, Suriname, Barbados, Grenada, and Jamaica, as well as there's another shed, Shed 10. Mr. Speaker, I still have this to say that on May 15th, I was told when I was on the port that every day they call it interviews. They actually manage at the time or entertain 148 what they call interviews. That is, they inspected 148 barrels. This is foodstuff that, sorry, this is broken down cargo that can't fit in it's too small for a container. So this will be like a mother in New York. Every month she will send a barrel home for the children. That is food. And on that day, I was told that the Comptroller of Customs had moved from 148 interviews to 50. Why? Because since 2023, she had indicated to the various shed owners, transit shed owners, that basically she cannot see what is in the barrels. And that, I'm to read from a note she had here, I have here. She talked about the proliferation of firearms coming through our legal ports. And basically, she has to kind of balance the ease of doing business with border security. And she took drastic actions because since 2023, she had indicated, and it seemed as if people were moving very slowly or it had fallen on deaf ears. Now, of the 11 sheds, 7 had complied. 4 had not. Of that 4, 50% or 2 belong to the government, Port Authority of Trinidad and Tobago and the Port of Plitdeco. Mr. President, that was on the 15th of May. On the 16th of May, I, together with the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Homeland, and the Comptroller of Customs and other technocrats, we had a meeting at 8 o'clock in the morning to see how we could have resolved this. Because, again, we knew the debilitating effect that would have had on our economy, on our country, and on the eventual end user, many times the home owners, to try to see if we could have worked out some better solution to this, because there were no scanners that this comptroller could have used reasonably, and her claim is that she is not seeing inside of the barrels, and basically she now has to do 100% inspection. And since 2023, wow, she said that. Right? That was sent in writing to the government of Trinidad and Tobago, and nothing was done. Nothing. All right? Nothing? And, well, not, because that is why she literally closed it down. We moved from 148 inspections to 15. That is what we faced that morning. You know, it wasn't an easy meeting, because we could not reasonably have asked the comptroller to shift, because she's saying illegal guns that are killing people coming through legal point of entry. What then is our argument?
And they knew of that.
And then when you look at the flow chart towards procuring these scanners that she has prescribed, it is about 31 weeks, 7 months or thereabouts. So it has a long gestation period, right? How do you tell this comptroller? So she said a story by Darius Polo, the senior reporter of Guardian, in February 2024. She said, we're trying to be struggling to fight the flow of illegal guns and ammunition, largely due to its geographical location and porous borders. The government is being advised to remove oversight from the Custom and Excise Division. As a matter of fact, it was the member for Port of Spain South who chaired that joint select committee that came up. You will recall that, right? So, so basically, they said that in 2021 and 2022, the Coast Guard did not seize a single weapon. However, the JSC said traffickers moving arms by freight use different techniques for concealing their identity and illicit trade. This includes adopting fictitious or intermediary addresses, fake paperwork, like misidentifying the arms as object of similar shape and density, etc. So it went on and on, Mr. Speaker, and we had to find a way to resolve this to some extent. I mean, not totally, because we still need the scanners, because what is being claimed is that the comptroller is not seeing what is in that container at all. So she has decided, alternatively, so in order to do her job properly and to live with her conscience, she's going to do 100% inspection. And that's what is going on in the port now. So everybody writing me, you understand, all these chambers not writing and so on. You know, right? So in Port of Spain, will be these barrels are being checked with a fixed container scanners. However, the shed did not have the scanners to properly scan less than a container load. So this, as I said, has been ongoing in full view of the government of the day. The request from the comptroller was specifically for them to use a scanner called a non-intrusive inspection scanner, NII, and of course to institute other operational procedures. It appears, and I mean to say, we see the outcome of this, that it was not given the attention and urgency it deserved from the government. Now, Mr. Speaker, I can report that the Cabinet of Trinidad and Tobago has approved both PlipDeco and the port to go out for these scanners, to procure these scanners, and the process is well on the way. Because we cannot argue with a comptroller who has said she needs to examine cargo into transit to ensure that there are no restricted goods. And where the government is asking us where the money coming from, I don't know if that was the question then. Where the money coming from? Because you see, when I was in the other place, this is something I spoke about at Nasium, and I remember in this same lower house, it will be spoken about over and over, beseeching and begging the government to get scanners for the port. Correct. And I was shocked to know that we will come back here and there are still no scanners. To this day, this shed 410 are no scanners in. All right, we now gone out to procurement. So all of this time, we are here jumping up like popcorn. There are no scanners. There are no scanners, right? But in October, just prior to the comptroller saying that in October of 2022, 9-year-old Jomo Modest, playing in the Africa grounding enterprise, was killed by an illegal gun, right? Their colleague, then the Minister of National Security, would go on down there and he said, the little boy playing in a savannah, 9 years old, was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Right? That's the answer, all right? So maybe that's where the money was coming from. I mean, I'm certain the answer will interest Ms. Anissa Mohammed. 4 of her teenage children were killed in one night, as you all remember. How could you live with your conscience when illegal guns killing little children? 4. Anissa Mohammed said, the papers reported, they died for nothing. They killed my children for nothing. Oh, that just stir your heart as a government and you, that we have to come now to procure these scanners. These scanners should have been there. Anissa Mohammed said, they killed my children 4 in one night. In January 2023, just around the same time, the comptroller would have said, given her instruction, 6-year-old Kylie Maloney, of Foster Road, San Grande, was murdered by illegal firearm. Could we have saved her life if those scanners were there? 2 a.m. in the bed. That is where 6-year-olds should be, safely tucked away. They may have to be safe in the arms of Jesus. They have to get up when you're dead, you're done. This little child will never know. Then 5-year-old Annika Guerra from Muruga Tableland. I remember that was very painful to remember then. She was in her mother's arm, combing her hair, plaiting her hair. 5 years old, was killed by an illegal firearm that probably came through our legal ports. We have 12-year-old Ezekiel Parry up in Laventille, riding his bike to the parlor. He was going to write SE, or probably wrote SE. He wanted to be a pilot. I know these things because I looked at them and allowed them to impact me, right? Because we were in opposition and I could not have done anything but talk about it. But today I can do something. Today I can do something.
Yes.
And I ran quickly and busily, speedily, with conscience. I did something to the cabinet. And I said, we need to get this approved. And was it approved? Yes. And now we are working with the port and with Flip to ensure that, yes, sir.
Your time is almost up unless you want your 15 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah? So, Ezekiel Parry will never know if he would have become a pilot. So was the question then on the government's mind, where the money coming from? The sustained lack of humanity, action, empathy, awareness, lack of basic work from the previous government has cost many citizens their lives and livelihood. So, Mr. Speaker, that is just a very small snapshot of murders by illegal firearms as a direct consequence of not procuring scanners, most likely. Right. So, Mr. Speaker, this morning, and that doesn't end there, the people's livelihood. This morning I got a WhatsApp from the member for Shogona Seats. Somebody sent it to her. I'm going to read it with your permission. Good night. Sorry to bother you, but I have a big problem with customs. My last 2 shipments were delayed by customs, and it cost me about $100,000 in rent and demurrage. I presently have 2 containers to clear, and I have already paid my duty and VAT. Customs is giving me a lot of trouble, and I cannot afford to continue paying these charges. Can you speak to any of your colleagues who can assist? She sent it to me. And what was her message to me? Hello, Minister. Several of my constituents are facing issues with customs. This gentleman told me all these charges he will have to close down. Did the PNM care? No, they didn't. And this is their legacy. So don't come here and ask us where the money coming from. Tell us where the money going. Tell us where the money going. And what was the basis for your decision, you know? Mr. Speaker, what we do or don't do as a government, it affects real lives. It's the reason we are here. This government, the government of the United National Congress, as I said, has since approved the procurement of these scanners, and we are really working very hard to ensure that we get it installed very quickly. Mr. Speaker, at folio 04011150, well, this is NIPDEC with some principal payment on a $682 million, $3.75 fixed rate loan. There's an allocation of $14.1 million. And basically, the write-up, I saw the statement next to it, this is listed to meet the debt servicing payment due on 25th July 2025. It is instructive that part allocation from this sub-item was transferred to the project, leasing of semi-submersible barge. So what is happening here is that this money now is to pay for some semi-submersible barge. What the explanation did not say is that on August 27, the dockyard, what we knew as CARICOM, the semi-submersible sank. Only on the PNM that is happening. A semi-submersible, not supposed to sink. It's supposed to go down, come back up, you know. But under the PNM, miracles happen. It never came back up. It sank to the bottom like a stone. And they're saying for lack of maintenance. All right? Now, when I asked them what was the value of this piece of infrastructure, they told me $10 million. No, but it didn't remain at the bottom of the ocean, of our ocean. It was sold to some company in Turkey for $1.
What? My God.
As scrap. But it is in Turkey working beautifully as a dry dock. Okay? So, what has happened there is that, again, I was told at CARICOM that they have lost from 2022 to now, they have lost practically or approximately 25 million US in revenue because they invoice in US. So in a time when everybody asks us about Forex, they just crashed, carried out. Now, in 2020, by the way, the then Minister of Finance, the very Honorable Mr. Colomimbe, would have, through this CARICOM, or maybe not honorable, the member for Digo Martin Northeast, who is probably not honorable because he doesn't like the idea. That's okay, right? Well, he is credited to have said that basically the dockyard is described as a major port facility, ideally located on the western coast of Trinidad and Tobago in the Western Hemisphere. So that facility had been in existence over 100 years. It took the PNM to end its life. After 100 years, okay? They said it's situated on 26 acres with excellent facilities, including a floating dry dock. We provide deep water berths, a well-equipped ship repair and new build with fabrication facilities, complete with inside and outside fabrication areas. And then the minister went on to say that they are going to do all kind of logistics and services associated with the energy sector and so on. But then they just didn't maintain it. They just left it to sink to the bottom of the ocean. And that was good enough because it was left there until now. All right, up to now, whatever is to replace it has not reached us yet. It is there in the supplemental, so hopefully something will come of that because I'm told that at its peak, that facility provided employment for 900 persons. 900. Right? Casual and short-term. I mean, who wouldn't want that in their constituency? I'm sure Mr. Hans will want that. I think that is his constituency. Right? He's concerned about his people. He doesn't know what it is. Right? So in this current economic climate, Mr. Speaker, of limited foreign exchange in this country, then negligent, reckless, anything goes government allowed CARICOM to sustain such a loss. And not only CARICOM, the country, right? We would have done, 25 million US would have gone a long way, and converted it's about 220 million US dollars. So, Mr. Speaker, and everyday businesses now leaving CARICOM. The members opposite are now busy pointing finger, telling each other time longer than twine. That's the message they have for each other. Time longer than twine, you understand? And with their two former prime ministers being the prime target of their slings and arrows, I mean, you know I have no brief for these people because they were equal opportunity, vicious, nasty, and vindictive. And they all posed them. You know, that's what they were. You know? They didn't come here now and play the card talk. They were vicious. Right? They were all culpable. And ironically, the only man who could put up his hand and plea, I'm not guilty, is the honorable member for Digo Martin West, right? Mr. Hans. He's the only one who can't put up his hand. Right? So they are so they are saying now they lost the general election because they had lost touch with the people. You think? I really think they had lost, you know, I don't know. They had lost touch with the people. You understand? Suddenly they find Jesus. These folks really were existing in a parallel universe. No, suddenly, you know. These folks were really existing in a parallel universe. High on their own supply of hate, spite, vindictiveness, laziness, and a misplaced sense of self-importance. That's what it is. Correct. Right? Should repeat that. Right? Mr. Speaker, it was one self-importance. You understand? They were there telling themselves that the Honorable Prime Minister, once she stays there, they would have been here or whatever. Such a beautiful Prime Minister. You understand? And I hope they'll all take an example. Mr. Speaker, it was a long time coming. It took 10 years. But today we know for certain. We know for certain, and I'll tell them, but this doesn't go for them. They're there for a long time in the cheap seats, so wait on the Lord and be of good courage. They're there for a long time. But we know for certain, right? It took 10 years. We know for certain. What is delayed is not denied. And today the United National Congress is the government of Trinidad and Tobago. So indeed, time is longer than twine. Right? I sincerely want to thank the people of Trinidad and Tobago who on April 28, 2025, write it with their fingers and chase these folks out of town. and let them sit in the cold, uncompromising seats of the opposition benches, hoping and praying that the stay will not be long. And I tell you, the plight today proves that man could do as much, but they can't do as long. Yes, so they do plenty, right? And as Martin Luther King will say, the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. And Trinidad and Tobago has gotten their justice because they have a government that they deserve. They have a government that they deserve. So, Mr. Speaker, they could bring cent, penny, 5 cents, 10 cents, dollar. Let them enjoy the view because it's going to be a very long road. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, in this mid-year point, the Ministry of Works and Infrastructure continues to deliver on its mandate with discipline, competence, consistency, and measurable results. We are contributing towards building a resilient nation, preserving national infrastructure, stimulating economic growth, and preparing Trinidad and Tobago to meet the challenges, both the opportunities and challenges of the years ahead. Because we are saying there must be order. And for us, our contribution to order is the manner in which we are going to go forward with our infrastructure. As the great former Prime Minister of Singapore said, Lee Kuan Yew said, anything cannot go. There must be order. And order for us starts with the environment, the way our environment is kept and maintained for our people. We in the UNC remain accountable, remain committed. We on this side are people-centered, all with thankfulness, of course, in this case for me, to the great people of Couva North. Oh, yeah. I thank them profusely. Oh, yeah. And Mr. Speaker, as a government, we remain fully focused on delivering value for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much.
Well said. Member for Tunapuna.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this debate today. Let me also congratulate you on the ascension of the Speaker of the House. And also let me commend the representative for Saparia and Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. Who took up the responsibility to operate on behalf of the people of Trinidad and Tobago and conduct the operation of restoring good governance to Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in the capacity of the Homeland Security Minister. Mr. Speaker, this bill, I support this bill in this House. The proposed supplemental allocation of $13.9 million to the Ministry of National Security, which is divided in two. The Ministry of Defense and the Ministry of Homeland Security. I also agree or propose the sum of $19.1 million to the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. Mr. Speaker, this administration was elected on the mandate to return safety, order, professionalism to all the agencies involved in the security apparatus. Mr. Speaker, if I stood here today and say I'm not ashamed, even from where I came from as a police officer for the last 32 years, suffering under the past regime for things I consider simple. Mr. Speaker, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service continues to beg. Beg to be provided with equipment for the protection of our citizens. And still continues to beg today. Mr. Speaker, going through the ministry, I made some observations. Body cams, bulletproof vests, vehicles. I looked at all. Mr. Speaker, I want to address what the question Diego Martin West was asking today and Lavantil West. Body cams for police officer in the sum of $25 million. But what they forgot, I was an investigator. So I investigated the supplier. And now, the same amount of body cams, the same type of body cams would have arrived here in this country for $15 million. So if my good friends on the other side want to know where the money gone, or where the money was going, where was that $10 million going? Mr. Speaker, and that was just the police. I will come back to the police. Mr. Speaker, I beg and I hope to God today that no part of Trinidad and Tobago will have a high-rise fire. A building above a certain height, because the fire service in Trinidad and Tobago have no equipment to out it.
Where the ladders? How much to spend on
The
that?
persons on the top will die. The fire service officers who attempt to out it will die. So all we can do, Mr. Minister, is to stay from the bottom and watch it burn with people in it. Because the fire service was a neglected bunch.
Yes, for that.
What I did on my arrival, barely 7 days, we took the auxiliary police officers, the auxiliary fire officers, and incorporated them into the regular fire service. We have a tendency, Mr. Speaker, of asking members of the public to do more with less. We are asking the fire service to do more with nothing. I went to the San Fernando Monrepo fire station a couple of weeks ago, and they have everything parked up there, Mr. Speaker, for simple things. Tobago, my colleague in Tobago, if there's a fire at your location, I suggest we make arrangement to the Ministry of Works to have the boat ready to take the fire, 1 or 2 fire tenders that we have down here, up to Tobago, hoping that we reach in time to out the fire.
It's so bad?
There are areas around South Trinidad begging to have fire stations provided to them. Seecheran, Princess Town, and I could go on and on. I don't know what was happening in those ministries, but the mandate I got was to fix it. And Mr. Speaker, that I will. The Immigration Department of Trinidad and Tobago. I saw time and time again all this document here, 41 pages of failure on behalf of the government, the past government. 41 pages. Where are the fingerprint system that was to be used at the airport?
They spend money for that.
It is mentioned time and time again, but never materialized.
Promises never materialize.
Typical PNM.
CCTV and drones. The drones that they bought here was from Toys R Us. Mr. Speaker, if you want to know what is happening at this time, at PTSC, you could send the drone. But if it is happening further than PTSC, you will have to send the drone, bring down the drone, put an X battery, send it again, collect it by Caroni River, put it down, send it again, and then reach your body. It's like a taxi. But yet, money after money after money spent. Let me go to the prison service for a short time. The prison service, they say you are a product of your environment. And we're wondering why those prisoners behaving like that. Prisoners, whether guilty or not, because you understand how the system works here. You are attorneys. A man is innocent until proven guilty. But yet, a man is still going off in a bucket without simple things as soap. The system is destroyed, but yet when we put a man through the system for a simple thing, probably as maintenance or otherwise, how do we expect him? Or how do we expect that system to rehabilitate him? Not to increase his hate and venom for society? But then again, millions of dollars are being spent. Mr. Speaker, I had the opportunity, and I'm going from left to right for you to understand, Mr. Speaker. I had the opportunity to see the ladders. It's a historical site. It's the only $1 million ladders in the history of this world, I suggest. Yeah, it should be placed in the library. In the museum, to be exact. But you have to continue spraying it with diesel and other things in order for those wood lice not to eat it away.
Oh, God, after they spend so much...
The last time I saw a ladder, Mr. Speaker, like that they used to use was in 1974. I think they replaced the 7 and put a 2 and brought the ladder. So they brought it in 2023-24. Mr. Speaker, it is a sad state of affairs as we continue to go forward. Mr. Speaker, I also observe we talk about rehabilitation and school violence. The community police of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service is asked to do more, time and time again. Even the magistrate courts are sending persons there. Persons involved in school fights, etc. But yet, the funding is never there. They have found themselves in a very embarrassing situation a couple of years ago with something called the Commissioner's Cup. You remember that? It's a football between communities. And after the last day, when victory was gained by a particular group, Mr. Speaker, there was nothing to show. So the youths believe that all the effort, they were disappointed. And if they are disappointed by persons who trying to give them an opportunity, then who can they believe in? Mr. Speaker, I want to bring to the attention of all members of this House this evening, and for those watching on television, the school children of today, they have gained some information from the network, the social media network, where they are putting meth into a balloon, filling the balloon with helium gas, putting it in their mouth like this, and sucking it in. It gives you an instant attack. So you see some of the behaviors that you're seeing. We intend not to treat just only with that. We are not about the symptoms, Mr. Speaker. We want to treat with the causes. So we intend to tackle that at a different level. For those who sit down from time to time and don't pay attention to what is happening in their surroundings, we intend to introduce, in the not too distant future, police officers on the nation streets. As a police officer back in the day, Mr. Speaker, I told them, if the police control the streets, we can control crime. At no time, someone will go and rob someone and go next door and sit. They go back into a vehicle and they make good their escape. So we need to strategically put police officers on the nation streets in particular areas so we can make particular interceptions. We intend to follow through, Mr. Speaker, to ensure safety and security for all our citizens, no matter what it takes. The agencies I mentioned to you earlier, Mr. Speaker, every day they are calling. We have in the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service a rental debt of over $12 million. $12 million approved by the ministers of national security of the past. And to date, they continue to use that provider without paying him for his services. So now the debt is on the desk of the Homeland Security Minister and the Minister of Defense to pay for their misstep again. That we now have to find the money to pay the car rental service. Because, Mr. Speaker, it is necessary to have those car rentals as part of the police apparatus. Mr. Speaker, lying on the beds at Komoto, we have manned equipment stored there that cannot be moved. But yet, money is being paid to have them stored there, and they are of no use at this time to national security. When you look at the members on the other side, they mention here where they put together new and improved police training academy supported by the Komuto facility. So if you go up to the Komuto facility, and just like the police headquarters in San Fernando, if rain falling and you walk inside, put an umbrella over your head.
Inside the building?
Inside of the police station. But yet, Mr. Speaker, one of the colleagues on the other side took it upon himself to make some parliamentary remarks about me. In his delivery of a speech with respect to his internal election. Mr. Speaker, if I can mention it, I would. He said that I was Duncy, Mr. Minister. But let me ask you this, Mr. Minister, Mr. Speaker. To me, Duncy is knowing that rain is about to fall in June and you fail to clean the waterways and cause the place to flood. Mr. Speaker, Duncy is when you know you're in charge of WASA and you want to know why the water pressure so low. You didn't check the leaks. That is Duncy. And Mr. Speaker, Duncy, to me, is the complete neglect of citizens to tell them they have to tighten their belts. And then you give them 4% and you take over 40%. Mr. Speaker, Duncy to me is when you shut down the refinery in Petrotrin instead of trying to implement initiatives to cut costs and to increase productivity and efficiency. That is not it. And for my Prime Minister, I would want my Prime Minister to explain this Dunciness to me. Dunciness is calling early election and getting leaks 26. And Mr. Speaker, I think the worst of all is on Friday before election, calling in persons. Everybody come. Employment for all. And then on Monday, you are no longer in office. Mr. Speaker, I would like to tell the member for Lupino Aruka, same thing? Yeah? I would like to tell him this. when you came to the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, I remember you quite well. Mr. Speaker, when somebody comes to a new institution, you hold their hands. You walk them in the park after that to show them the way. But instead, he chose to put his knees on my neck and try to damage my character. But I remember the goodly gentleman. We used to call him Just Wouldn't.
Mr. Speaker, on a point of order, 48-6.
48-6?
Yes, President. Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Can you explain the improper motive being imputed to you?
Mr. Speaker, the member referring to the Honourable Member of Parliament for Arouca Lupino is saying that I put my knees to his neck.
I think it was rather figuratively.
No, Mr. Speaker, that is imputing improper motive.
Hang on. If I'm to get the gist of your complaint, the gist of your complaint is that the member actually means that you put your physical knee on his physical neck. Is that what you're saying?
Mr. Speaker.
Hang on a second. Am I to understand that your interpretation of what the honourable member just said is that hang on a second. That what the honourable member just said is that you are actually putting your physical knee on his physical neck.
Mr. Speaker, I raise a point of order. It is your responsibility to rule on it.
Well, I'm trying to elicit from you the gravamen of the facts upon which you rely on 48.6. You see, 48.6 for the benefit of members of the public, and I don't want to take too much time up, is no member shall impute improper motive to any member of either house. So all the member was saying, and it is a literary device used very frequently by writers. As a matter of fact, the member for Diego Martin West accused the entire government of being mendacious and governing on vendetta. I allowed it. This is simply the employ of a literary device, overruled.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Just wouldn't understand.
Keep going, Roger.
We just at the point where I understand why my good friend behaved. We remember him back in the day. He just wouldn't come to work. He just wouldn't take a report.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Member for Tunapuna, there's no need to go there.
Mr. Speaker, can you ask the member to withdraw those comments?
Member for Tunapuna, there's no need to go there. We can skip along the debate a little merrily.
Mr. Speaker, let me go on like this. Mr. Speaker, I just want to say, and I wish that the children were still sitting there today. I just want to tell them that to all boys and girls of this nation, whenever or if ever you struggle or is struggling with a situation, whether it's for studies, a new subject, or a new position, and you're being commented on and laughed at, don't give up. Gain confidence in yourself and achieve your goal. Mr. Speaker, let me thank this good house for the opportunity again. And at the end of the day, we're skilled persons. We are all different in different skills. Some of us have advantage over some. But you know what has happened here? We are a team of winners. Everybody, Mr. Speaker, will play their part in securing this nation and bringing it back to what it used to be. I'm hoping that Dr. Eric William is now proud. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Lahokita Talparo.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with deep humility and immense gratitude as I make my maiden contribution in this honorable house as the elected representative for the proud and vibrant constituency of Lahokita Talparo. Before I proceed further, Mr. Speaker, permit me to offer my warmest congratulations to you on your appointment as presiding officer of this honorable house. Your elevation to this esteemed office is a testament to your long-standing service, understanding of parliamentary procedure, and the respect you command across the political divide. I have every confidence that under your stewardship, the proceedings of this House will be conducted with fairness, dignity, and a firm commitment to upholding the principles of our democracy. Mr. Speaker, I must express my heartfelt thanks to the people of Lahokita Talparo who have placed their trust and confidence in me to serve as their voice and advocate within these walls. I thank them not only for their votes, but for their belief that they have shown in a vision of better, fairer, and more equitable representation. One that comes without strings attached and with only the best interests of the people at heart. I give them the assurance that their faith will not be in vain, Mr. Speaker. I also wish to extend sincere thanks to the Honorable Prime Minister, Ms. Kamila Persad-Bissessar, for the confidence she has reposted in me, firstly to contest the seat of Lahokita Talparo, which I now declare is no longer a marginal seat, but a UNC stronghold, and for her future confidence demonstrated through my appointment as the Minister of Sport and Youth Affairs. A portfolio affecting two very significant areas in our nation landscape. It is both an honor and a solemn responsibility, one that I approach with determination, guided by the values of service, inclusion, and opportunity for all, especially the nation's youths. Mr. Speaker, at the last general election, the people of Trinidad and Tobago delivered a clear and overwhelming mandate to the United National Congress Coalition of Interests to rescue this nation from the brink of financial collapse and institutional failure caused by the former administration. They rejected the mismanagement, waste, and empty promises of the PNM, sending a strong and simple message: enough is enough. As the saying goes, Mr. Speaker, you can fool some of the people some of the times, but you cannot fool all the people all the time. On April the 28th, the electorate made it abundantly clear that they had seen through the smoke and the mirrors. They delivered a distinctive verdict, a rejection of the failed leadership, broken promises, and political theater. that defined the former regime, including the two individuals who previously presided over the ministries, now reconstituted as the Ministry of Sport and Youth Affairs. Mr. Speaker, one was the self-anointed mayor of La Hoqueta Talparo, who claimed that he would have dimmed my bulb, but instead I switched the entire circuit breaker on him. His tenure was defined by shameless partisanship, reckless development of public resources, and a distributing tendency to reward loyalty over merit, Mr. Speaker. The other was the queen of nobody lives there, led by a ministry long on photo ops, but painful and short policy, and meaningful service delivery. Together, they stood as living examples of all that was wrong with the PNM style of governance. It was style over substance, patronage over professionalism, and propaganda over performance, Mr. Speaker. The people were watching, Mr. Speaker, and on election day, they made a choice to turn the page. What they now demand is what this government is committed to delivering. And what this government is committed to delivering is leadership anchored in integrity, equity, and a genuine commitment to national development, particularly in the areas of youth empowerment and sport, where past neglect must now give way to bold and purposeful action, Mr. Speaker. It is against this backdrop that this newly installed government now comes before this Honorable House to seek approval for a supplementary appropriation of $3,143,983,761, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is not a request made lightly. It is a necessary intervention to stabilize the fiscal foundation of our country, restore confidence in the machinery of the state, and realign public spending with the people's priorities. Mr. Speaker, as I turn my attention to the supplementary appropriation bill, I recognize the critical nature of this debate. It is not merely a matter of accounting or allocation. It is a statement of our government's intent to respond to the dynamic needs of our citizens in an open and transparent manner, and to adjust our priorities with fiscal responsibility and social purpose. Mr. Speaker, I stand here today in support of the Minister of Finance, the Honorable Member for Faizabad, whose first order of business on assuming office was to establish the state of this country's finances. I do not envy him, Mr. Speaker. He has to weigh the competing needs of various ministries against the very limited financial resources available. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister, the Honorable Kamala Prasad Bisesa, last week indicated to this House that the government will give account of how money has been spent, and that there will be no secrecy to the spending of taxpayers' money. Today, Mr. Speaker, I stand to give support to the Minister of Finance on this bill, noting the Prime Minister called for transparency to the people about the use of public funds. I will share with this House and the nation obscene wastage, fiscal irresponsibility, and reckless management that occurred within my ministry, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a clear and majority factor that contributed to why there is a need for supplementary allocation in the ministries listed in the bill now before the House. Mr. Speaker, over the past few weeks since assuming office, my team and I have been looking at the expenditure and operations of relevant heads of the Ministry of Sport and Community Development and the Ministry of Youth Development and National Service, which now come under the remit of the Ministry of Sport and Youth Affairs. What we have found is nothing short of scandalous, Mr. Speaker. It is against this backdrop that I stand here, Mr. Speaker, and suggest to this august House that it is not just because of poor planning and fiscal neglect that there is need for budgetary supplement. Mr. Speaker, based on what has been unearthed at the former Ministry of Youth Development and National Service in particular, the nation finds itself in this current financial state where key delivery heads are strapped for resources due to the reckless mismanagement, squandermania, and wanton misuse and abuse of public funds. Mr. Speaker, as we examine various heads requiring supplementation, I am left astonished, though regrettably not surprised by the duplicity and calculated deceit of the previous administration. One cannot ignore the sheer audacity with which the former government deliberately underprovided for personal expenditure, namely salaries, cost of living allowance, and other employee-related costs for our nation's dedicated public officers, Mr. Speaker. There are men and women who work tirelessly to deliver the essential services upon which our citizens depend. Yet, Mr. Speaker, their reward was a dismissive 4% slap in the face, an offer that showed not only contempt for their service, but also a betrayal of the principle of fair and just compensation. Meanwhile, Mr. Speaker, at the then Ministry of Youth Development and National Service, there was a surge in short-term hiring from January 2025, right up to the eve of general election. Mr. Speaker, the former minister was busy doling out short-term contracts to a parade of PNM party faithfuls and political operatives in the thick of general election campaign. This is the sweeping that he was engaged in. Mr. Speaker, the facts are damning. The following is just a few of the PNM officials who were shamelessly recruited and remunerated with taxpayers' dollars. 61 of them, Mr. Speaker, 61 of them. And what the accounting officer in the ministry would have told me when I started to go through this file is most of them were not qualified for the position, Mr. Speaker. And should I call names? Should I call names? All names? Yeah? Mr. Anthony Garcia, former Minister of Education, appointed as technical advisor, youth training, at a cost of $23,600 per month. Mr. Kwesi Robinson, former chairman of the Tunapuna Piako Corporation and known PNM social media officer of the PNM executive, $22,000 a month, Mr. Speaker. Ms. Laurel Lizama Leasing, former PNM senator and PRO of the central executive of the PNM, and now the education officer, appointed the program coordinator for youth in business, $22,000 a month. But what is interesting, Mr. Speaker, I was also told by the accounting officer that they never saw Ms. Laurel Lizama on the job a day.
She wouldn't come to work.
Mr. Speaker, we have another one from my constituency, Raquel Bisoun, a very interesting person, a PNM local government candidate and a youth league member, a program coordinator for Community Fresh Vegetable and Produce Shade House, $22,000 a month, Mr. Speaker. We have Ndale Young, former PNM senator, technical coordinator, youth health and career caravan at a cost of $16,000 per month. This very said gentleman, Mr. Speaker, what I would have seen is a timesheet showing me that he's not coming to work for days. But I saw a Rhoda Barat stating that we would have fired him in the ministry. He technically fired himself because he's on a short-term contract. Yeah, he abandoned the job. Should I go on, you all?
Yes.
All right. We have a Miss Anisha Bish, former PNM San Fernando East PRO and Youth League officer at $22,000 a month. Mr. Clyde Paul from Point 14 also on the payroll. Ms. Kobe Sandy, an alderman from the Point 14 Borough Corporation. Mr. Speaker, what we see here is a glaring pattern of misuse of public funds for partisan gains, masquerading as governance. It is nothing short of disgraceful. Mr. Speaker, what we see here is so disgraceful, Mr. Speaker. Somehow, Mr. Speaker, short-term contracts were rewarded for a selective few in pursuit of electoral advantage. Mr. Speaker, what is even troubling in these contracts were not approved by the accounting officer in the ministry. Mr. Speaker, let me repeat again. These contracts, the short-term contract issued to PNM official in the months leading up to the 2025 general election, Mr. Speaker, they were not approved by the accounting officer in the ministry. But, Mr. Speaker, it was approved by the former minister. Mr. Speaker, I would have taken that file and given it to the Attorney General.
Yes, good move.
When my team reviewed the files, Mr. Speaker, they found that the line minister at the point in time, signed off approving the hiring,
Mr.
then
Speaker,
passed the file back to the permanent.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. 48.6.
Member, can I invite you? Now, I know you haven't named the person, but can I invite you to give your narrative in accordance with 48.6? You are skillful enough to do that.
Mr. Speaker, I will move on. In case my colleagues on the other side is unaware, the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago and the Public Service Convention, the minister's responsibility is to determine policy, whilst the permanent secretary's responsibility is to implement policy and managing the day-to-day operations of the ministry, including recruitment and hiring, Mr. Speaker. By approving the hiring before the file went to the permanent secretary, the former minister...
Mr. Speaker, 48.6.
The member is simply laying out the facts. There's no imputation. The member was careful enough, in obedience to the ruling I gave, to skillfully meander his way around any imputation. He's simply laying out the facts. I'm not drawing any evidence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the former minister usurped the authority of the permanent secretary in the hiring process. Let me go to the youth caravan. Mr. Speaker, he wouldn't know. The political privilege and squandermania did not end there. One of the programs offered by the then Ministry of Youth Development and National Service was the Youth Career Education and Health Caravan run by the former PNM Senator Ndale Young. Mr. Speaker, while the Ministry of Education is being supplemented with the sum of $455 million, and they are begging for money to buy laptops, Mr. Speaker. At the former Ministry of Youth and National Service, the Youth Career Education and Health Caravan generated excessive spending but failed to deliver value, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the program started in 2023 with a budget of $148,000. By the time the last caravan was run in April of 2025, just days before the general election, the cost of a single caravan event was close to $400,000, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me go a little further into that, Mr. Speaker. On the Easter weekend, 1 week before the general election, 2 caravans were run in 2 specific constituencies. One on Gloria Saturday in La Hoqueta Talparo, and the other in St. Joseph constituency on Easter Monday. These caravans the accumulated cost for the 2 caravans was almost $800,000.
2 days?
Some of the costs for the caravan included, Mr. Speaker, rental of maxi taxis, promotion, entertainment, and catering. Mr. Speaker, I am informed that whilst bill has been presented to the Ministry for payment for these 2 caravans, the actual delivery of the goods and services are being called into question by the Ministry currently. For example, Mr. Speaker, there was no maxi taxis present in those areas to commute the participants to the event, but invoices have been received from the events coordinator that included charges for maxi taxis. Mr. Speaker, I wonder if any one of those maxi taxis were contracted for the PNM La Hoqueta Talparo campaign village to transport supporters to the campaign rally. But Mr. Speaker, this is just one program that was administered by this particular gentleman. Currently, the ministry has received an invoice in the vicinity of $839,000 for the Youth on Stage program, Mr. Speaker, that was run in 2024, which was also administered by the same Ndale Young. It is notable, Mr. Speaker, that the supplier in question for this invoice is the same Dingas Entertainment Limited. Mr. Speaker, I want to give you the assurance and give the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago the assurance that as the Minister of Sport and Youth Affairs, I will ensure that every dollar spent by this ministry will add value, deliver positive and lasting effect and impact for the development of youth and for sport for men and women in this country. Mr. Speaker, while the Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries is faced with funding shortfall of $9,600,000, the former Minister of Youth Development and National Service was busy selling dreams to the youths, dreams that never materialized. Through ill-conceived and poorly executed initiatives, the former minister peddled false hope under the guise of youth empowerment, but delivered only disillusionment and disappointment. One such example, Mr. Speaker, was the much published Youth in Agriculture program, the YAP program. The former minister promised that this would be a 2-year program targeting young people between the ages of 18 to 25. Well, Mr. Speaker, I want to tell you, that was a disaster. Mr. Speaker, these youths were supposed to be trained by the University of Trinidad and Tobago, and upon successful completion, they would be granted access to 2 acres of agricultural land through a 25-year lease, a starter home, and a grant of $20,000. Well, I want to tell you today, Mr. Speaker, out of the first cohort, the program was launched in 2022. And the first cohort actually graduated in 2024. 200 was enrolled, but only 159 was graduated from the program. Mr. Speaker, these graduates were issued license to occupy the land at Chatham Dairy Farm with the promise that they would get homes. Mr. Speaker, I want to tell you, as at today, the construction of only 50 homes commenced. And out of the 50 homes, only 8 has been completed. And this is a cohort that would have graduated since January 2024. Mr. Speaker, the remaining 42 houses are still under construction, and the next 101 graduates are still awaiting their houses and their checks, Mr. Speaker. Notwithstanding that, Mr. Speaker, we had another cohort that completed in January, and we have a next cohort that will complete the course in September. And Mr. Speaker, there's no contracts awarded to build houses for these people. We will have to find that particular money. There's no lands identified, no lands developed. And Mr. Speaker, I would have visited this site for myself last week to see what is happening down there. And Mr. Speaker, there's no real infrastructure in place. In 95% of the project, there's no electricity, no drainage, Mr. Speaker, so I don't know how these graduates will occupy these lands. Mr. Speaker, the injustice does not end there. Now, Mr. Speaker, it is an established conversation that programs requiring high levels of financial monitoring are placed under the remit of Head 18, the Ministry of Finance. Mr. Speaker, while the convention is well attended, the reality of the exact opposite. Instead of placing it under the single vague line item, Ministry of Finance, current transfers and subsidies, fiscal incentive program for farmers, serious questions are raised given the pervasive mismanagement of this program. Mr. Speaker, I want to move on to the Chatham Dairy Farm, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also visited the Chatham Dairy Farm, and a contract was awarded for the Chatham Dairy Farm, Mr. Speaker, for 25 million. No, Mr. Speaker, not 25 million. What I'm seeing here, the original contract sum is 28,700,000. Mr. Speaker, what I saw there is not even $10 million in work, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding that price for the construction of the project, they have a $7.7 million scope creep value variation. This is a 27% scope creep, Mr. Speaker, in the project, carrying the project up to almost $30-something million. Mr. Speaker, payments has been made to date on this project for $25.6 million. The variation has not started yet, Mr. Speaker, but the contractor has almost exceeded all the monies on the project. But the basketball court is not built yet. The play field, the intended play field, has not been started yet. And there's one other building that wasn't started, Mr. Speaker. When you take into consideration, Mr. Speaker, the retention on the project, and you take into consideration the contingency on the project, which is supposed to be 10% of the contract sum, it seems as though the contractor has exceeded the payment on the original contract. And the project, Mr. Speaker, they are claiming that the project is 75% completed, but the contractor has already exhausted the entire contract sum, the original contract sum on the job, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is cause for investigation, audit. Mr. Speaker, I had the opportunity to visit the El Dorado Girls Youth Camp. This is our next project that the Ministry of Finance should audit. Mr. Speaker, the original cost of the project, this is a project. Okay, I would like to move on with 15 minutes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this particular El Dorado Girls Youth Camp, under the previous government, the previous regime, the UNC under Prime Minister Kamala Prasad Bisesa, they had cost-start training nurses there. This building was operational. This is an existing building, existing structures. The only additional building to the contract here is a hall, an auditorium, and multipurpose hall, Mr. Speaker. When I visited the project, there's no roof to that particular auditorium. All right? But, Mr. Speaker, the original cost of the building is 22 million. The contractor to date has claimed that he has completed 85% of the project. But yet for all, the payments to the contractor is $20.7 million, which is 95% of the original contract sum. Notwithstanding all of that, Mr. Speaker, there's also a scope creep there. There's also variations, right? So one need to ask themselves what the consultant was doing when they scoped the job. One of the things that is happening there too, Mr. Speaker, the client, which is the ministry, do not know anything about the variation. So the consultant is just producing the variation and coming to tell the client, you need to pay for this. Mr. Speaker, as I said, the additional cost on this project is $10 million, and the contractor has received 95% of the original contract sum to date, when the original works has only 85% of the works has been completed. Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding all of that, what I'm realizing on most of the projects is that the consultant is deliberately leaving out the fire alarm system, the IT system, and they are bringing it into the contract now as a variation work on most of these projects. One needs to know why they are doing this. Mr. Speaker, California, same thing at the project in California, where the contractor received 95% of his contract sum. There's also a variation there, Mr. Speaker. The original contract is $2.2 million, and there's a variation of $1 million. Malik facility, Mr. Speaker, the contract sum there is $8.4 million. There's also a variation there for IT and different things, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Basilon Street, same thing in Basilon Street. Basilon Street, the contract there was $13.5 million. While the additional works is $3.1 million, Mr. Speaker, 23% of the original contract sum. Mr. Speaker, one of the questions will come on from the next side is, when you are going to enroll students into these facilities? Most of these facilities right now is shut down, and the ministry owes the contractor no money, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in concluding, I want to just raise one other thing with the MyLAT program, the MyLAT and My Part, Mr. Speaker. One would recall in April of this year, they had to send home all the students from the MyLAT camp in Mausika because there was no food, Mr. Speaker. They had no food. They applied for funding and they had no food. They had to close down the program for 3 weeks and send the children, 185 students, back to their parents, Mr. Speaker, because there was no food. Mr. Speaker, one would just imagine. So, Mr. Speaker, let me say, I want to touch on sport. How much more minutes I have, Mr. Speaker?
Around 12.
12 minutes.
Just under 12.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, the Equal Opportunity Tribunal is being supplemented to the tune of $358,000. Today, as Minister of Sport, I must register my deep disappointment at the former government abject failure to provide equal opportunity to our differently able citizens. One need to only mention the name Veera Bajan to reminded of how exclusion and bias was allowed to persist unchecked. Mr. Speaker, recently attended the Special Olympic Games, the National Games. I was moved by the courage, the grit, and the determination of our differently able athletes. But, Mr. Speaker, my heart broke when I visited the Hazley Crawford Stadium and inquired about the access for persons with physical challenges. We have created pathways for our differently abled athletes. But what about differently abled sport fans, Mr. Speaker?
Good point.
Where are they accommodated? Mr. Speaker, I was told that such individuals are placed close to the track, sometimes granted a tent if lucky, but otherwise left to brave the rain and sun, Mr. Speaker. Even more disturbing was the revelation that although the stadium is equipped with an elevator, the fire services have refused approval for wheelchair use because the elevator is too small, Mr. Speaker. An elevator that cannot accommodate a wheelchair in 2025, Mr. Speaker. That is a national disgrace. That is a national disgrace, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as the Minister of Sport and Youth Affairs, I give the assurance that the UNC coalition government, under the leadership of Prime Minister Kamala Persad-Bissessar, will ensure equity in sport at all levels. For both athletes and spectators, we will guarantee that every sporting facility includes proper accommodation and safe, dignified access for the differently abled, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the PNM's carelessness is also reflected in the 32.7 million budgetary shortfall in the Tobago House of Assembly. I recently met with the THA officials regarding their sporting infrastructure, and I was disheartened to learn that the Black Rock Beach facility, which faced countless roadblocks under the then nobody lives there minister, is now underutilized due to insufficient funding to host and promote tournaments, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I close my maiden contribution, I do so with a deep sense of responsibility to my constituents, to our nation youths, and to all who have entrusted this government with the task of rebuilding. This supplementary appropriation bill is not just about numbers. It is about correcting past mismanagement and realigning spending with the people's need and priorities. Under the leadership of Prime Minister Kamala Persad-Bissessar, we will face these challenges openly, Mr. Speaker, with transparency, accountability, and a firm commitment to national progress. To the young people, this is your moment. The Ministry of Sport and Youth Affairs will be your partner in empowering you with opportunities. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to contribute and reaffirm my pledge to serve with integrity, purpose, and unwavering focus on people-centered development. I thank you.
Excellent. Excellent.
Permit me to congratulate you, member for La Hoqueta Talparo, on that maiden contribution. Member for Malabar Mausika.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute once again in this House. Mr. Speaker, in the interest of time, so many things that we could respond to. Not enough time to do it, Mr. Speaker, but I will try to cover as much as I can. I note the contribution of the member for La Hoqueta Talparo. Spirited contribution, Mr. Speaker, but one thing was missing. No figures for supplementation, so I guess his ministry wasn't underfunded and under-budgeted. Mr. Speaker, permit me to just correct for the record. some representations that were made by a couple members opposite last week. Mr. Speaker, I start with the member for Barataria San Juan. For the second time, Mr. Speaker, in less than a week, the member would have made a representation that is factually incorrect. Not surprising, and given that he's a practicing attorney at law, one would expect that he has considerable experience with respect to research. So to come to the House and make such what I call amateur representations or misrepresentations, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the member for Barataria San Juan accused the former Minister of Finance, the member for Diego Martin Northeast, of presiding over 10 consecutive budget deficits and not contributing 1 red cent to the Heritage and Stabilization Fund. Mr. Speaker, it took me less than 1 minute to do research on both of those issues. So I will now correct the record for the benefit of the member. In 2022, Mr. Speaker, the government of the People's National Movement would have recorded a surplus, the first in 14 years, of which 14 years, Mr. Speaker, 5 was under them between 2010 to 2015, Mr. Speaker. 5 consecutive years of budget deficits. So, Mr. Speaker, in 2022, a budget surplus of $1.08 billion was recorded, and the member for Caroni Central would have alluded to that during his contribution. In fact, he referred to it as minuscule. $1.08 billion, minuscule, Mr. Speaker. Well, we don't subscribe to that characterization, Mr. Speaker, such as some being minuscule. In the same way, we don't consider a tax exemption over $1 million on the purchase of a Mercedes-Benz G-Wagon minuscule. We don't consider $1 billion to be minuscule, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with respect to the claim or the representation by the member that the former Minister of Finance made no contributions to the Heritage and Stabilization Fund, again in 2022, a simple search, Mr. Speaker, of the Heritage and Stabilization Fund Report 2022, page 3, paragraph 5, it reads, a welcome windfall from the sharp increase in global oil and gas prices was a sizable increase in government revenues compared with the budget estimates for fiscal year 2022. And for the fiscal year as a whole, energy revenues exceeded budget estimates by approximately $3.9 billion. As required by Section 14 of the Heritage and Stabilization Fund Act, the government transferred a minimum 60% of the excess revenues to the HSF. Transfer of roughly $346.2 million was made in 2 tranches in September and December. And this was the first transfer to the HSF since July 2013, Mr. Speaker. Well, no need to address that, you didn't raise it. Mr. Speaker, members opposite talking about us reading the fund. It is interesting to note, Mr. Speaker, that just up until a few months ago, the member for Siparia was encouraging members of the public to visit the internet and to look at the National Economic Transformation Plan, which you can no longer find despite your best. Perhaps the member for Tunapuna, who indicated that he is a good detective or so, could help us to find it now, Mr. Speaker. Because that document, I believe it was on page 46 of that document, Mr. Speaker, they indicated that a new UNC government would have withdrawn the interest component of the Heritage and Stabilization Fund to pay down debt had they gotten into office. Mr. Speaker, it is in that document. Well, they'll probably have a hard copy, but you can't find the soft copy any longer. Thank God for screenshots. But the member for Siparia invited the whole of Trinidad and Tobago to look for it, so I could say it's not for me. I don't understand. I am part of Trinidad and Tobago. You know. Mr. Speaker, the member for Faizabad, the Minister of Finance, in his contribution, spoke about some 60,000 companies that were struck off the registry, the company's registry, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, based on information placed in the public domain by the member for Barataria San Juan, that figure is actually 46,671 companies that were struck off the register, Mr. Speaker, for failing to file annual returns. Mr. Speaker, the last administration would have basically bent over backwards to assist these companies to get them into compliance, Mr. Speaker. There was an amnesty that was extended on several occasions, Mr. Speaker, for these persons. In addition to that, the government would have, through the Ministry of to the Ministry of Digitization, Mr. Speaker, would have made it so much easier. So now, whereas before what obtained in order to be able to file your annual returns, you had to print it, hard copy, fill it out in duplicate, go down to the registry, stand up in a line, submit the document for scrutiny. They give you a slip of paper to go to the cashier, you pay, and then you come back and stand up in another line to get your stamped copy. Now, Mr. Speaker, you can do all of that from the comfort of your home or your handheld device. So, Mr. Speaker, it was very easy for these companies to be able to become compliant. And so after all of that hand-holding, the government had to take stringent measures, Mr. Speaker, in order to be able to get these persons to fall in line. It's interesting that when it came to the amnesty, Mr. Speaker, for errant taxpayers, the member for Faizabad told us they're going after the lawbreakers, jail for lawbreakers. But here it is, he came to cry crocodile tears, Mr. Speaker, for this, as he said, 60,000 companies that have run afoul of the law. Mr. Speaker, the member ought to know that that decision by the then administration was part of a wider initiative, Mr. Speaker, to treat with, Mr. Speaker, the requirement for international filing requirements for Global Forum and FATF. The member for Barataria Sanwan told us a lot about the blacklist and how we were under the blacklist under the member for Diego Martin Northeast. But all of this, Mr. Speaker, was to contribute to that. Now, they have reinstituted the amnesty, the Minister of Legal Affairs. And it says here, the Minister of Legal Affairs, the amnesty will now give companies which wish to remain active to fulfill their obligations without incurring late filing penalties. He said the amnesty will also let struck-out companies be restored to the company's registrar. Hossain said not only private companies have been struck out, but also public companies have been non-compliant under the Companies Act. So when the member for Faizabad a few months ago accused the member for Diego Martin Northeast of encouraging law-breaking through an amnesty, again, that didn't age well, Mr. Speaker. And here we are, amnesty, giving a blight, to use a term from the member for Faizabad, to lawbreakers. Mr. Speaker, the member for Caroni Central spoke a lot about the HVIP program. And he lamented how many of these housing units were constructed in PNM constituencies and a little that was constructed in UNC constituencies. But I don't understand why the member complaining about that. Because for the last 5 years, all we kept hearing from the other side, PNM constituencies have the most amount of crime. PNM constituencies have the most amount of poverty. PNM constituencies have the worst infrastructure. Everything was wrong with PNM constituencies. UNC constituencies, clearly, a veritable utopia. So therefore, if it is houses, HVIP units were being built in PNM constituencies, it's because you all painted a picture. In my own constituency, Mr. Speaker, while I was campaigning, I came across a lot of these HVIP units. My constituency wasn't mentioned by the member, but I can tell you, the beneficiaries of these units, Mr. Speaker, were very, very grateful to the government. And I also met, Mr. Speaker, other persons who would have applied for that program. And I saw the conditions of the houses that they lived in, Mr. Speaker. And so I hope that that program would be continued, and so that these persons who are looking forward to getting their units, Mr. Speaker, that they would receive them. Mr. Speaker, the member for, just get this here, the member for Tunapuna, in his contribution, I just wanted to touch two things quickly on his contribution. He made reference to, Mr. Speaker, one, the issue of cameras, body cams, and a contract that was issued for some 25 million, and now cameras are coming into the country for some 15 million, and he's asking the question, where did the next 10 million go? Mr. Speaker, perhaps that question might best be directed to the person who would have brought his career as a television celebrity to an abrupt end. Because that was a contract of the TTPS, Mr. Speaker. Right? He also raised the issue, Mr. Speaker, about prison service. I thought prisons was under Ministry of Justice, but then things have moved around so often under ministries over the last 7 weeks. 1 minute is this ministry, then is the next ministry. I sat on a board, Mr. Speaker, and I resigned since the 5th of May. And the only reason why I took so long is because I was waiting to see who the new line minister would be. Up to now, 7 weeks later, I'm still awaiting a response, acknowledgement of that letter. So when they're making a song and dance about people don't want to resign on boards, we resigned since 5th of May, Mr. Speaker. The other board members, we all resigned. All of us resigned, we didn't wait, Mr. Speaker. I will allow the member for Tunaputan to use his detective skills, Mr. Speaker. His very good detective skills. Mr. Speaker, anyway, Mr. Speaker, the member also spoke about the issue of prisons, and in particular, he mentioned prisoners still having to use buckets, or what they call slop pails. Mr. Speaker, in 2012, the then Cabinet of the People's Partnership commissioned an inquiry into the state of prisons in this country. It took me all of 30 seconds while the member was speaking to pull up that report. 420 pages, Mr. Speaker, outlining the issues with prisons, the conditions in prisons, and a list of recommendations to fix those prisons, including the issue raised by the member. Mr. Speaker, what was done? 2012, 2013, 2014, the fact that that still exists tells us that those recommendations were never taken on board. What was the purpose of the report? What was the purpose of the report? No, I come into that. You all commissioned the report. What did you do with it, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, but good, it's good, you all will deal with it now. But Mr. Speaker, they commissioned this report. Nothing was done. In fact, Mr. Speaker, and I suspect the reason why nothing was done is because the then Attorney General operated under the philosophy, his own words, Jearlean make the ripe fig. His words, Mr. Speaker. And then, further to that, what did they do to improve prisons? Well, Mr. Speaker, there is a fence at Golden Grove Prison, for those of us who live in the East, that the prison officers up at Golden Grove refer to as the eater food fence. $88 million was spent on that fence, Mr. Speaker. The only thing it guards is bush. Guacano, shining bush, fever grass.
Mr. Speaker, respectfully, I stand on Standing Order 48-1. The member is joining the debate very late. This matter is not even in the estimates that we're dealing with. I don't know where the member is going with this, Mr. Speaker. 48-1,
I am responding to the member for Tunapuna.
No, I'll give him a little leeway. He's responding to what the member for Tunapuna said.
Thank you for the opportunity for my run-up, Mr. Speaker. As you can see, I'm a tall guy, so I'll probably be a Michael Holding run-up. All right? Mr. Speaker?
Let's make it less lethal, eh?
So, Mr. Speaker, the $88 million fence, perhaps we could make some money. Maybe they could lease it out to Traversiers. With all the bush inside there, we could get some money off it. Mr. Speaker, we are here today. We've heard a lot about the last administration, under-budgeting, under-resourcing, underfunding ministries. In fact, the member for Faizabad suggested that it was something that was deliberately done. And you would think, Mr. Speaker, that supplementations only started after September 7, 2015. Right? Members of the public listening. But I believe, Mr. Speaker, this will not be the last supplementation as we go through the next 5 years. So as our members need to be careful when they say certain things, because we'll probably be here next year doing the same thing. But the member for Arangwa St. Joseph, during his contribution, Mr. Speaker, one of his constituents would have sent in some information about budget supplementations for 2020 and 2021 and 2022, and I was hoping he would go back a little further, but he stopped short. Mr. Speaker, 2011 budget supplementation, $2.735 billion. 2012 supplementation, $1.543 billion. 2013 supplementation, $2.898 billion. 2014 supplementation, $4.051 billion. Mr. Speaker, I wouldn't be so uncharitable as to suggest that the reason for these supplementations is because the then government was underfunding, under-budgeting, under-resourcing ministries. Of course not. There must be some better reason for that, Mr. Speaker. Certainly not, because if that is the case, I wouldn't want to use the word hypocrisy either. I don't know if that is parliamentary, Mr. Speaker. Yeah? But, Mr. Speaker, if you would allow me just briefly to touch on the supplementation for 2013, sorry. And, yes, Guardian article dated 6th of February 2013, written by Anthony Wilson. In tabling the 2013 finance bill in the Senate 2 weeks ago, Finance Minister Larry Howard said he was seeking the Senate's approval to supplement the 2012 budget by adding $1.56 billion to fund urgent and critical recurrent expenditure to September 30th, 2012. He also sought the Senate's approval to vary the 2012 budget by $2 billion. Mr. Speaker, we are here today, some 9 months after the last budget was read and passed. But in 2013, 4 months after the budget was read and passed, they came back for a supplementation of $1.56 billion to fund urgent and critical recurrent expenditure. Was that incompetence? 4 months? Mr. Speaker? Interesting. But, Mr. Speaker, that wasn't the only interesting thing that came up during that supplementation exercise. You see, Mr. Speaker, I said we are here today again because of mismanagement by the last administration. But in 2013, Mr. Speaker, the then Minister of Finance gave some advice to the then government that, according to him, Mr. Speaker, would have removed the term budget deficit from the lexicon of Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Speaker. What were those two pieces of those prescriptions, Mr. Speaker, that you would have recommended? Permit me, Mr. Speaker. There are two measures that can be implemented almost immediately, this is the Minister speaking, that will ensure the country would be able to balance its expenditure and revenue into the foreseeable future. So not just 2010 to 2015, maybe 2015 to 2025, foreseeable future. The two measures are the elimination of the fuel subsidies and the introduction of the property tax regime. The elimination of the fuel subsidies will cut billions from TNT's annual expenditure, while the introduction of a property tax regime will add billions in revenue. And it should be obvious that these measures would be easier to implement when the economy is stable as it is now, as opposed to waiting until the economy is in decline to cut the subsidy and increase the tax. So here it is that the minister was telling us in 2013, the time was right then, when the economy was stable, Mr. Speaker, to introduce the property tax.
Mr. Speaker, 48-1 respectfully. This is the 2025 supplementation. He's going back to 2013.
Yes, I think the inordinate amount of time going back that far is bordering on 48-1. So perhaps you could move along a little bit.
Guided, Mr. Speaker, but the context is that if this had been implemented then, perhaps we would not be here today, Mr. Speaker. Because, Mr. Speaker, the minister then did say that. It was for the foreseeable future. So while we complain about budget deficits contributing to why we are here today, if this expensive piece of advice had been taken, things might have been different. You see, Mr. Speaker, because for us to examine and to really take into account the claim by members opposite that the last administration crashed the economy. And members opposite sometimes, Mr. Speaker, behave as if they are yet to get the memo that the election is over and they have won. They are in charge. The Minister of Finance cannot be using terminology like crash the economy and then talk about foreign direct investment. Mr. Speaker, no foreign investor hearing the current Minister of Finance claiming that the economy is crashed is going to come and invest any money here. But they keep repeating that ad nauseum that the economy is crashed, Mr. Speaker. What contributed to that, Mr. Speaker? One of the issues facing the country today and for the last few years is the issue of the shortage of foreign exchange, chronic shortage, which members opposite have blamed on the last administration. One of the main things they identify is the closure of the Petrotrin refinery, saying that Petrotrin was a net earner of foreign exchange. But Mr. Speaker, permit me, this problem didn't start in the last 10 years, as members opposite would want to claim. Mr. Speaker, I have before me a press release that was issued in 2014 by the Chamber of Commerce, speaking to the issue of foreign exchange. The Trinidad and Tobago Chamber of Industry and Commerce believes that the time is now to collaborate on a solution for the perennial challenge being experienced by the business community in obtaining US currency. This is May 15, 2014. In September 2013, the Chamber spoke directly with some of our members who indicated that they were again experiencing a severe shortage of foreign exchange to meet their various companies' operational needs and payments to their suppliers. These concerns were brought to the attention of the Governor of the Central Bank. A follow-up survey in 2014 has indicated that our business community is continuing to be plagued by the lack of available foreign exchange for US dollars in the local market. And in spite of the central bank's new system for allocation of US dollars to the authorized dealers, and despite the recent further injection of US $50 million into the local foreign exchange market, a third follow-up survey with our members has indicated that the situation has not improved. May 15, 2014. Some of our businesses are experiencing severe difficulties with respect to meeting their foreign exchange needs to pay suppliers for imported goods, which can have a detrimental impact on their operations and viability of their businesses, says Catherine Kumar, CEO of the Chamber. Our members have also expressed some concern with the new arrangements for allocation to the authorized dealers. The private sector is now being advised to shop around for foreign exchange, but this is not an efficient way for them to conduct their business. And even when this is done, their requirements are not being met. Additionally, the business purchaser ends up paying a higher rate for their US dollars. Same thing happening now, same thing they accuse us of, Mr. Speaker, black market $8, 2014. It didn't start post September 7, 2015. Given the current scenario, the Chamber will be hosting a meeting on June 6th at the Chamber building, which will bring together the business community, the President of the Bankers Association, and the Governor of the Central Bank to allow direct conversation and understanding of each of the parties' roles in the distribution of US dollars. And as always, the Chamber will promote a collaborative approach to provide meaningful recommendations for resolving the situation in a sustainable manner. Again, Mr. Speaker, the member for Oropuch East spoke about it, that when a government is governing, Mr. Speaker, it is for the foreseeable future, so that the actions that they took 2010 to 2015 has a direct impact on where we are today. Mr. Speaker, when we consider what the last administration, who they accuse of crashing the economy, met when they came in 2015, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we were in a recession when they came in. We were in the throes of the third consecutive quarter of negative growth. Mr. Speaker, the textbook definition of a recession is 2 consecutive quarters of negative growth. But the central bank governor then, apparently he was not aware that he needed 4 consecutive quarters to come to that realization. And by the time he had come to that realization, Mr. Speaker, the time for course correction had gone, and it was basically damage control. That is what the last administration came in and met, Mr. Speaker. But in 2014, when oil prices started to fall, and corrective course action should have been taken then to forestall some of the things that happened post that, Mr. Speaker. Oh, jeez.
In defiance of your earlier ruling, 48-1 again. The minister is in, the member is in 2014 now. He just left 2013 and he is now in 2014. When will he get to 2025?
I think I've given a sufficient amount of leeway. Remember, let's skip along a bit, shall we?
Mr. Speaker, I am so guided, but again, past, pull out. I'm simply trying to connect, Mr. Speaker, how we got to where we are. And it is important to understand what the last administration met and what would have informed, the inheritance would have informed many of the decisions that they took. The hard decisions that they took, Mr. Speaker, between 2010 to 2015, which members opposite characterize as wicked and evil and vindictive All of these terms, Mr. Speaker, have been used to describe the actions when it is the last administration would have tried and would have taken, Mr. Speaker, actions that they should have taken, that they didn't, kick the can down the road, and then that administration had to come in and fix it. Because if they had done it back then, it would have mitigated the situation, and then the things that the last administration had to deal with, they would not have had to. For instance, Mr. Speaker, we talk about the state of the energy sector. They accuse the last administration of destroying the energy sector and turning Point Lisas into a graveyard. But Mr. Speaker, if the Minister of Finance under them, 2010 to 2015, had done half of what the member for Port of Spain, North St. Anne's West had done in his 4 years, Dragon gas might have been flowing since 2017, 2018. And then the member for Port of Spain, North St. Anne's West, Mr. Speaker, could have been focusing on seeing how much of the other 200 trillion cubic feet of gas in the Marcelle Sucre field he could have gotten. But he had to be focusing on Dragon, when Dragon should have been taken care of, because they didn't do what they had to do, Mr. Speaker. But again, we talk about the energy sector and what the last administration did. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, just allow me, please. The member for Arangwe St. Joseph had spoken about letters being issued and no response and so on, and the impact of that. But the Point Lisas Energy Association, Mr. Speaker, in 2011 wrote a letter to the Minister of Energy talking about gas curtailment. The letter wasn't answered until 3 years later. And that resulted in 8 companies, Mr. Speaker, losing over $10 billion in revenue in the space of 4 years. Government of Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Speaker, would have lost over some $635 million in revenue because of that. That revenue could have done so much over the last 10 years, Mr. Speaker. Really? All right. Mr. Speaker, when they came in 2010, the overdraft...
Mr. Speaker, respectfully, 48-1, Mr. Speaker.
Nobody is guiding him on that.
Did I say more, member? Let's skip along a bit.
53(1) E and F and G. And G. Against St. Augustine, Barataria San Juan, to a lesser extent, Lebre. I'm not finished. I'm not finished. I'm not finished. Cuba North. Not Cuba North, Mr. Speaker, but certainly St. Augustine, Barataria San Juan, and Lebre.
Port of Spain South, given the climate in which this debate has been conducted, and given the admonition I've had to administer repeatedly to both sides of the House, can I ask a rhetorical question? Well, perhaps I should.
I want you to get a hernia, so if you don't have to, you don't have to ask me.
But don't you find it somewhat rich to rely on F and G, 53(1) F and G?
No, I rely on F, G, and P.
Well, I know by reliance on P, I now know you're being facetious. So let's move along. Remember?
I am not. No, hey, hello. You can't tell me to sit down. And I'm not sitting down.
All right. Speaks to my point about the climate in which this debate has been conducted and the need to constantly admonish the House. Let's move on and not take up the time for the member, please. Who I am reminded his time is up now. So unless you wish to...
I will avail myself. I'm hopefully members would allow me to complete my contribution without the unnecessary interruptions, Mr. Speaker, because I was quiet throughout days. Mr. Speaker, the member for St. Augustine. During the Standing Finance Committee, when she gave her 5-minute run-up, referred to her ministry, the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government, as the ministry closest to the people. Mr. Speaker, I beg to differ. I think the ministry that is led by the member for Shagona East is perhaps closest to the people, because the people, no, it's not a competition. Of course, but I'm just sharing my view, right? But you see, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry for Rural Development and Local Government, I recall some time ago when the former minister in that ministry, the former member for San Fernando West, when he was reassigned from the Ministry of the Office of the Attorney General to that ministry, the member for Superior, in a telephone interview, Crime Watch, described it as a demotion. Yes, the member said he has gone from landlord to the labas. Wow. Yeah. She said the member said that while she was in that ministry some years ago, that was the ministry of rats, rodents, and drains. Yes. Uncharitable. So while the honorable member for St. Augustine, would have lifted her ministry to such high esteem, it seems that esteem is not shared by the member for Superior. Mr. Speaker. They have 5 years to fix that. Yes. Mr. Speaker, I read an article quite recently, just a few days ago, by where the newspaper would have quoted economist Valmiki Arjun, where he was speaking about, and he spoke a lot about the current state of the economy. Again, would have referred 2025. Again, he would have referenced, the representations of members opposite with respect to the state of the economy. And he mentioned one thing in particular, the overdraft on the exchequer account, or the consolidated fund, Mr. Speaker, standing at some $46 billion in overdraft. It's interesting, Mr. Speaker. 2015, it was $33 billion. So it was increased by $13 billion in 10 years. When they came in 2010, it was 10. $23 billion increase in 5.
Mr. Speaker, 48-1, Mr. Speaker, 48-1.
I just wanted that there for the record, for the listening public. Mr. Speaker, permit me to touch briefly on the issues of Tobago. Right? And I want to commend the contribution of the member for... Yeah, well, perhaps it would be great if you all could combine your contributions to 2025 and don't go back until 2015, 2020. Because we could talk about the fact, Mr. Speaker, that we on this side lost by 15,000 votes. Across the 9 constituencies, we lost 15,000. I didn't lose. You thought I lost, based on what you put up on your Facebook page. Put up on the Facebook page.
Do you intend to address the House, or do you intend to engage in a cross-aisle verbal confrontation? You have a choice, Members, you have a choice. Either you address the House or you engage in this cross-aisle verbal confrontation.
Again, Mr. Speaker, I am so guided. It seems every time I make a contribution, members opposite always have a chorus. Mr. Speaker, there are many things that the last administration would have done for the benefit of Tobago. It is no secret, Mr. Speaker, that the former administration's ability to deliver for Tobago would have been impacted negatively by the relationship between the then Prime Minister and the current Chief Secretary, Mr. Speaker. Notwithstanding the fact the former Prime Minister, former member for Diego Martin West, Mr. Speaker, would have bent over backwards to try and accommodate, despite the disrespect that was meted out to him, to accommodate, Mr. Speaker, the Chief Secretary. In fact, when the Chief Secretary would have asked to be part of the National Security Council, I recall the former Prime Minister taking the National Security Council to Tobago to be able to facilitate that request. When the request was made for Tobago Police Service, again, the former Prime Minister would have gone to Tobago to speak to that issue, where he would have had his conversations with the Prime Minister and was willing to compromise, Mr. Speaker. Some of the other deliverables that They would have delivered to Tobago the airport terminal, which, unlike a previous airport, was not mired in corruption. The only thing members opposite could have found, Mr. Speaker, the only malfeasance, Mr. Speaker, members opposite could have found to talk about was cost overrun and time delays as a result of COVID. Nothing else, Mr. Speaker, and that is no longer a conversation. It was convenient for the election, but it's no longer a conversation. Mr. Speaker, the former administration would have purchased for the benefit of Tobago 3 ferries, Mr. Speaker. They delivered none. None. Ran down the 2 that they inherited from Mr. Manning's administration. Took this administration when they came in, despite accusations of crashing the sea bridge, 3. So while the last administration, Mr. Speaker, was focused on strengthening the sea bridge, Mr. Speaker, for the benefit of the people of Tobago, members opposite were busy sending missives to the authorities in Australia claiming malfeasance and misbehavior in that transaction, Mr. Speaker, undermining not just this country, but Tobago, who they now claim they love so much. Mr. Speaker, during COVID, the last administration would have set aside $50 million to the Tourism Accommodation Relief Grant. $50 million in grants, Mr. Speaker, to hoteliers and bed and breakfast in Tobago so that they could upgrade their facilities in time for when the ban was lifted, Mr. Speaker. But members opposite were complaining, the border is closed, nobody ain't coming to Tobago, where are we wasting that money for? That money could be better spent on salary relief grants and helping the people and providing meals in Trinidad and so on. Today, a lot of those persons who would have availed themselves of that grant, Mr. Speaker, their facilities are much better to accommodate. Mr. Speaker, I sit on a private board, Mr. Speaker, regional, that has regional connections, Mr. Speaker. It's an association board. And every year, we have a conference in each of our member territories. Last year, it was held, this year, Mr. Speaker, it was held in Barbados. And next year, the responsibility for hosting that conference falls to the Trinidad Association. And we normally have about 400 to 500 attendees. Mr. Speaker, the first choice, of course, would have been to host that Trinidad and Tobago. But we know the challenges that we experience if we hosted it in Trinidad itself. Our Trinidad members would not be inclined to come out to spend that amount of money just to stay in the Hyatt. So we went to Tobago to look at what Tobago's offerings, what they have to offer in terms of hotel accommodation to be able to facilitate this conference. We went, Mr. Speaker, and unfortunately, the hotels that currently exist in Tobago could not meet our needs. We visited the Magdalena, 56 million settled by the last administration to make repairs. But one of the challenges, Mr. Speaker, is that that conference usually requires an all-inclusive hotel, which Tobago does not have. And despite the fact that the entities that we would have visited were willing to try and see how they could create an all-inclusive package, it just couldn't work out, Mr. Speaker. The former Prime Minister, former member for Diego Martin West, prior to becoming Prime Minister, made arrangements for sandals to come. And we know the history of that. They run sandals. All kind of misinformation, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, 48-1. This debate has nothing to do with sandals. This is a report of the Standing Finance Committee for the Supplemental Appropriation.
Yes, member. Come on, let's just carry it on along.
Mr. Speaker, prompting the late chairman of Sandals Group to say that Trinidad and Tobago is just simply too political. Because of that, pack his bags and they left. But that was an initiative that was started by the former Prime Minister, former member for Diego Martin West before coming into office. And one of his last acts before leaving office, Mr. Speaker, was to bring sandals back. And he would have given a directive to the folks in Tobago, lead it this time. Let's get it right, Mr. Speaker. So that is a credit to the former administration, the former Prime Minister who would have put that in place. So let's hope this time that they get it right, Mr. Speaker, so that when next My association needs to host a conference. Hopefully there will be facilities in Tobago to accommodate, and the island can benefit from the money that they would have lost out on, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there's another hotel, the Marriott Hotel, that also wants to set up at, is it Rocky Point? Again, based on the initiatives of the former administration, inviting, Mr. Speaker, bids to establish a hotel there. But, Mr. Speaker, we would have heard a lot from the administration in Tobago. There were lots of reasons advanced as to why that is not a good spot to site the hotel. We heard about there may be some links to the First People and bones having been found there and so on. We heard that the light from the hotel will affect the turtles and the like. But as soon as the owner of the hotel, Mr. Speaker, offered to sell shares to the THA, all of a sudden, Mr. Speaker, positions changed. We're now willing to listen. So the claims of links to the First Peoples have now become anecdotal. We could probably put some shades on the turtles. They could wear some ribbons to deal with the light. We're willing to bend, Mr. Speaker, to accommodate now, because there's the prospect of ownership for Tobago. But again, these things were initiated by the last administration, Mr. Speaker. The Roxborough Hospital, one of 5 that was built by the last administration. That's why we heard a lot about the Cuba Children's Hospital, but we will talk about that on another occasion, Mr. Speaker. So, of course, there's the... Mr. Speaker, there's so much that we could talk about that was done, but in the interest of time, that was offered. But again, just to make the point, Mr. Speaker, that the former administration was willing to work with the current THA, and it's interesting now, with the change of government, how accommodating the Chief Secretary is to the new administration. Perhaps if he had extended that same level of courtesy to the last administration, Tobago might have been on a better footing. But Mr. Speaker, there's so much more I could add, but there will be other occasions. Just to say to the listening public, as the members opposite had a slogan during the election, elections have consequences. Election promises have consequences too. And also to the ability to deliver on those election promises. So we wait with bated breath, Mr. Speaker, for the substantive budget that is to come up later on this year. Again, we heard members of the labor movement a few days ago talking about, the 10%, and they expect that to be paid during the next budget, but you need to have negotiations before so that there could be allocations in the budget to pay. You can't come after the budget and then negotiate and expect there to be money. So if that happens, I guess we'll have to come back here next year, Mr. Speaker, around the same time for supplementation to be able to pay the 10%. So yes, another midterm. So this, as I said, would not be the last. Yeah, the midterm, right? So, Mr. Speaker, thank you so much for the opportunity to have contributed, despite the many interruptions that I would have had, and I hope that in future, members will be a little more charitable and allow me to say my piece. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 15.5, I beg to move that the House continue to sit until the completion of the business before it.
Honourable members, the question is that the House continue to sit until the completion of the business that is before it. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The business of the House will continue. East, member for Chaguanas East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to contribute here today. And I stand here this evening as a proud product of Chaguanas. Mr. Speaker, I rise today with humility and purpose to make my first contribution as Minister of the People, Social Development and Family Services in this 13th Republican Parliament. Mr. Speaker, at this point I want to congratulate you, being Speaker of the House. I notice the behavior of the opposition But I'm sure they could not have done this with the last Speaker of the House. I wish you well, and I look forward to serving in this House with you being the Speaker. I wish to congratulate all my colleagues on this side, Mr. Speaker, for their outstanding victories on April 28, 2025. Mr. Speaker, if you look on this side, you see a reflection of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Speaker, you see a mixture of youth and experience. You see different faiths. You see labor. You see lawyers. You see doctors. You see everything that you can think about when it comes to Trinidad and Tobago on this side, the government bench in this House. Mr. Speaker, but when you look on the other side, you see those who served as ministers prior to the front. No mixture of youth and experience. They left these on this side, all by themselves. They look at each other for guidance, Mr. Speaker. I feel so sorry for them. Mr. Speaker, at this point, I want to thank the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, and I have to say her name, the Honorable Kamla Persad-Bissessar, who is, and I must say it, Mr. Speaker, because in the last Parliament, I sat right over there, and I heard them on this side say, oh, be careful you fall down, take your time, Siparia. Mr. Speaker, Siparia is back as the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. And today I say it proudly, a woman of wisdom, courage, and vision for her country. And I want to thank her for her unwavering mentorship to me and for giving me the opportunity to serve once again to the people of this country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, to all our executives, polling agents, activists, ground soldiers, we say thank you for the resounding victory and sending us into government. Mr. Speaker, I sat here last week, Wednesday. I sat here all of today, and I heard some remarks being, thrown for us, that it is now 7 weeks. What are you doing? I heard words and utterances such as, where's the political will? Mr. Speaker, I am surprised to hear former ministers uttering those terms when they served for 10 years in this country and have very little to say in terms of what they have delivered. Mr. Speaker, in just 7 weeks, this government, under the leadership of our Prime Minister, we have never been in any honeymoon. So I debunk that. We have never been in any honeymoon. We have been hard at work, tirelessly on the ground. And most of all, Mr. Speaker, we are focused on delivering to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. But what I recognize, Mr. Speaker, is the opposition is more concerned about our promises than us. They are not concerned about their failures, but they are concerned about our promises. And what I have also recognized, Mr. Speaker, is that they have not learned anything from 2015 to 2025. Different leader. My good friend, I wish you well. Farima. Different leader, but the same narrative from 2015 to 2025. They have not learned any lessons in terms of their narrative. You just heard it from Malabar Mausika. He barely made his way in here, Mr. Speaker. Today he got licks from Diego Martin Central in the internal elections. And all he could have spoken about here today is 2010 to 2015. In 2010 to 2015, sir, we delivered as the government of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Speaker, I could patriotic. They would call us obstructionists. Remember Aruka Lopino? Remember that? They would call us obstructionists. Mr. Speaker, today, I tell you, karma is a. Mr. Speaker, I was shocked to hear the member for St. Anne's East. Shocked to hear the member questioning us about laptops, school book grants, school repairs. But I cannot forget, that's the same member who said recently, you know, she blamed P&M children for school violence. What a shame. What a shame. So I expect nothing better. Mr. Speaker, and I couldn't believe the member for San Fernando East. Mr. Speaker, from 2020 to 2025, the member for San Fernando East was under the tender supervision of the former Minister of Finance. Tender. The former Minister of Finance was nothing but a daycare proxy to him. And today he wants to come here to tell us and give us advice as to how to run our finance ministry and our government affairs. Mr. Speaker, we reject their advice. The people voted against their advice. But one thing I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, is when we were in opposition, we were a well-researched opposition. We came here with facts. We came here and we could have defended anything when we were in opposition. Today they are trying to make a speech and they're struggling, Mr. Speaker. All of them are struggling. All of them. Mr. Speaker, in 2020 to 2025, when we said to them, you are out of touch with the reality of Trinidad and Tobago, they didn't believe us. Their now leader is saying, we did not lost our way, we fell out of touch. But we were telling you that all the time. Mr. Speaker, today they want to tell us about photo ops and pictures. Well, I am sure about one thing, Mr. Speaker. One thing I'm sure about is we did not just walk into our offices. We are assessing every ministry throughout the length and breadth of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Speaker, and when we take photos, when you see photos, we are showing the people of Trinidad and Tobago where we are at and what we are doing. So, Mr. Speaker, let them talk. Let them speak. The people voted against them. They have given us responsibility now. And what they cannot take is we have come here for mid-year review and we are acting responsibly in the interest of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Speaker, I was shocked to hear the former Minister of Finance speak about where we would take this country. We would take this country into a recession. I saw that it reported in a newspaper article. Mr. Speaker, the former Minister of Finance should be the last person to talk. Because just before the election, just 2 months ago, the former Minister of Finance was allowing road paving frenzies. I don't know if you recall, Mr. Speaker, CPEP bloating. Some of those teams, you can't even see them. I could speak for Gonzales. You can't even see some of those teams right now. Mr. Speaker, you just heard my friend, the Minister of Sports. I never saw so much maxi taxis in the constituency of Gonzales. Brown ban, yellow ban, red ban, green ban. Mr. Speaker, maxi galore. And that was the former Minister of Finance presided over those things. And today want to come to school this opposition. We, according to him, he debunked. We debunked that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I heard Diego Martin West speak about management. Mr. Speaker, Diego Martin West came here to tell us about management when they mismanaged the resources of this country for 10 years, Mr. Speaker. 10 years. And want to tell us about management? Hands off. Yes. Mr. Speaker, just now we saw Malabar Mausika. I say no thank you for that boring road trip down memory lane. Mr. Speaker, I don't know if anyone in this house can recall, Lavantil West came here today to tell us about international figures. When we were in opposition just 2 months ago, anything about international or regional figures, they hated that. They would tell you if you care about international data and regional data, go and live there. Yes. They would tell us that, Mr. Speaker. And today you are telling us we did not bring international figures. Mr. Speaker, Lavantil West wanted to tell us about reading out the listing of attorneys. Lavantil West, go to the Hansard and look at what your government did to us over the years when they read out listing after listing for us. Mr. Speaker, today I want to share with you, in 7 short weeks, our government moved quickly. They are concerned about our promises, Mr. Speaker, but we began by expanding the Children's Life Fund, Mr. Speaker. Nothing greater than serving children. Mr. Speaker, we laid the foundation. We repealed the flawed TTRA. A move backed by logic, not emotion. Mr. Speaker, they are going everywhere speaking about us repealing the TTRA. But today we can say we saved jobs, Mr. Speaker, by that repeal. Mr. Speaker, I want to make it very clear that we are not clueless. We are competent on this side, compassionate and committed. I heard Lavantil West in a public meeting speak about compassionate. I had to listen to that one. Because the only good thing I heard from him in recent times is the old lady, the compassionate old lady, beat us bad, bad, bad. Mr. Speaker, why are we here today? Mr. Speaker, in 2024, the former Minister of Finance presented this budget to us. And we must make that crystal clear. The population must understand this budget that we are supplementing is a PNM budget. Mr. Speaker, we are a responsible government. We were a responsible opposition. Today, we are a responsible government. And we are here, not for no mid-year rant as they are saying. We are here to secure supplemental funding to pay the outstanding bills that they left. Mr. Speaker, we are here to fund critical initiatives that were abandoned by them. And Mr. Speaker, we are also here to deliver on some of our promises early in the game, which are bothering them. And our promises, Mr. Speaker, speak to the needs of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Speaker, I am not sure which government globally will bash or speak against laptops for children. Mr. Speaker, today we are here presenting a mid-year review that is people-centered. We are here presenting laptops for all, Mr. Speaker. We are here presenting school repairs, Mr. Speaker. We are here presenting school book grant for our vulnerable children. Mr. Speaker, I was surprised to hear the member for St. Anne's East when they themselves said in the budget 2025, their fiscal measure was that of school book grant for children. They presented no allocation. They took in applications in December last year and January. They extended at some point as well. I was surprised to hear the member for St. Anne's. She, the member, did not speak with her former Minister of Finance for an allocation. They took in applications. And today, as a responsible government, after the member for Siparia had to beg them to give the children of Trinidad and Tobago a school supplies grant given the COVID fallout. They then presented it. Mr. Speaker, no allocation for 2025. Today we are here as a responsible government to give an allocation for the school book grant. St. Anne's said she's holding us accountable for the school book grant. Mr. Speaker, I remember when children did not get the school book grant last year, St. Augustine, you remember? They had to text a number. After being approved, school started, no grant. They had to text a number, no response from the number. You had to go to the school supervisor's office to get a response. For months, no school book grant, Mr. Speaker. And then St. Anne's want to come here to talk? Mr. Speaker, I could tell you, we on this side are very hardworking. I am very hardworking, Mr. Speaker. This is not self-praise. I know I work hard. And we are not here, and I am not here to take no lecture from none of them. None of them, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today we have Kuva North, you heard her, presenting cleaning and clearing of water courses to mitigate flooding. Mr. Speaker, this is what you call a responsive government under a Siparia-led government, the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Speaker, today we are here to give continued care to the Children's Authority of Trinidad and Tobago. These children are not just numbers, Mr. Speaker, they are lives. Mr. Speaker, the Children's Authority now falls under the Ministry of the People, Social Development and Family Services. And I just heard the member from Alabama, Osika, that the Ministry of the People is closer to the people. But it's your government to remove people from the Ministry of the People and Social Development. And today I praise Siparia for putting back people in Ministry of the People and Social Development. Mr. Speaker, I want to deal with what they have left. The former Minister of Finance told us on Wednesday that he withdrew money from the HSF to save lives in this country. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm sure you remember that. Mr. Speaker, sorry. You know, it's still from the last, sorry. Mr. Speaker, I want to share some things with you from this Ministry of the People, Social Development and Family Services. The former Minister of Finance told us that they took out money from the HSF to save lives. Mr. Speaker, when we were in opposition, saying people are awaiting COVID relief grants, that was no joke. When I entered my ministry in the first week, Mr. Speaker, and I asked about COVID relief grants. Let me share with you, Mr. Speaker, 1,132 rental assistance grants have not been paid. Mr. Speaker, and they withdrew money from the HSF to save lives during COVID. $5.6 million. They have not paid landlords who allowed people to stay at their facilities and awaited the rental grant during the COVID period. Shame on them, Mr. Speaker. Shame on them. Mr. Speaker, when I entered the Ministry of the People, in the first week, we were looking in some of the drawers, you know, preparing our office and so on. Today I want to share with you, Mr. Speaker, you know what we found in the minister's office? 800 plus food cards. And people in this country are crying out for food support. And when they ask for it and they line up by the mall, you say they're greedy, they're not needy. Yes. Mr. Speaker, some cards used, some unused. Some in reports, there were vouchers as well, Mr. Speaker. That is what they left. And Mr. Speaker, in the year from October 2024 to now, they have removed 1,768 people from the food card program, in addition to the thousands they have removed over the years. And they want to come here today to talk about management and how they took care of the people of this country and they took care of the vulnerable. You left the vulnerable stranded in this country. Mr. Speaker, last Wednesday, there was an ombudsman report laid in this House. Mr. Speaker, when I was copied on that letter sent by the ombudsman, and when I got that, I was concerned myself. I asked my PS for a meeting immediately. And when we discussed the matter, I said, no, this cannot be, not under this government. Send it to the comptroller, let's get the guidance based on the advice that I also receive, and let us pay this person, Mr. F, urgently, as a matter of urgency, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that report was laid on Wednesday. And let me show you, Mr. Speaker, political will. I want to share with you, the Ministry of the People, Social Development and Family Services sought guidance from Comptroller of Accounts on the manner in which to treat with checks which were stolen and fraudulently encashed. After consultation, guidelines were provided. Approval has been granted for the printing of a substitute check which will be delivered to Mr. F in July 2025. That is political will, not leaving someone to wait since the 26th of the 1st, 2024. This matter was taken up, Mr. Speaker. And today, it takes a new government to deal with Mr. F. But this government will ensure that Mr. F receive his check in July 2025. Mr. Speaker, I want to move, because this government is supplementing monies to the Ministry of Works. Mr. Speaker, I want to deal with the vulnerable a little bit here, the Eldamo bus service. And the former Minister of Finance and those opposite are speaking to how they delivered to this country. Mr. Speaker, time and time again, we said the Eldamo service was non-operational. It was reported in the newspaper. I want to share with you, Mr. Speaker, based on a report I received from the PTSC in terms of bus routes and this Eldamo service. Let me share with you some of the routes, the route types, the status of it, Mr. Speaker. Shagonas to Chandanagar, mandatory route, bridge under repair, no available unit, non-operational. Mr. Speaker, Shagonas Freeport Chiklan, mandatory route, poor road conditions, and no available unit, non-operational. Meaning, Mr. Speaker, non-operational is the status. So this means that if you have a differently able person in these communities, because of poor road conditions, when we had a Minister of Works and a Minister in the Ministry of Works, who wanted to be the MP for Shagonas East, could not take care of these matters here. Mr. Speaker, Shagonas, Couva, Grand Couva, mandatory route, poor road conditions, no available unit, non-operational. Mr. Speaker, and they want to talk? They want to talk today? Mr. Speaker, that is how they have treated the poor, the vulnerable, persons with disabilities in this country of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Speaker, the member for St. Anne's East, and some of them on this side, on the other side, spoke about children, and they want to know what's happening with our children. Mr. Speaker, I want to share with you, in July of 2024. Yes, July of 2024. To be exactly 25th of July 2024. A note went to Cabinet, their Cabinet, on the final report on multi-dimensional child poverty in Trinidad and Tobago. We are in 2025, Mr. Speaker. If they care about the children of this country, why were they hiding that report on child poverty in our country? And then they want to tell us here today, laptop for who rich and who poor and why no means this. When they have chosen since 2024 to hide the report on child poverty in this nation. Mr. Speaker, 7 out of 10 children face deprivation in Trinidad and Tobago. 7 out of 10. And Mr. Speaker, this is why today I will fully support laptops for all in our country. Mr. Speaker, this UNICEF report also speaks to what they call a child grant. And you heard in our manifesto, baby grant. Mr. Speaker, we have been seeing the issues in our country, and we have been dealing with it outside of government and now in government. And slowly but surely, Mr. Speaker, we will deal with all of the issues. Mr. Speaker, I heard Diego Martin West speak about pensions were protected. Mr. Speaker, pensions were protected. Let me deal with pension a little bit. I want to deal with pension a little bit, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when I entered the Ministry of the People, Social Development and Family Services, you know what I was faced with? Let me tell you what I was faced with. I was faced with a backlog. This government was faced with a backlog of persons awaiting their senior citizens pension, their disability grant, their public assistance grant, 2 years plus, Mr. Speaker. And they are telling me today, pensions were protected under them. Mr. Speaker, I cannot begin to describe how these people have treated the poor and vulnerable in this country, those opposite. Mr. Speaker, in a few weeks in office, there was a big delay, a huge delay, with requests going to National Insurance, NIB, and the Immigration Department, because you know you have to confirm matters and so on prior to the approval of persons' pension and so on, deliberation on pensions. And Mr. Speaker, today I can tell you.
1 minute unless you want your 15 minutes.
Sure, Mr. Speaker, I'll take my 15 minutes. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, coordinated response from both three ministries, Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Homeland Security, Ministry of the People, Social Development and Family Services. We had a coordinated response, not like them when they speak about all of government approach and nothing happening. 3 ministries met, we dealt with the matter, we had a coordinated response, and we reduced the number of outstanding applications when it comes to the NIB from 6,400 to just 175. Mr. Speaker, that is political will. That is performance in 1 weekend. 1 weekend, Mr. Speaker. 2 years plus people are awaiting their grants, and they couldn't deal with that. Mr. Speaker, I want to report to the population. Right now, we are working with immigration, and we have received some responses, and we will continue to work on those. We had a backlog of 1,500 plus when it related to, as it relates, to the immigration department. Mr. Speaker, as we are dealing with those responses which we would have gotten from NIB I want to assure the population that we have started processing their grants. So, Mr. Speaker, we will continue to work in the interests of our senior citizens. We will continue to work in the interests of our disabled community. We will continue to work in the interests of our public assistance recipients. Mr. Speaker, in addition to that, 7 weeks, Mr. Speaker, when it had a disaster, you couldn't get a response from the then government, who is now the opposition. Mr. Speaker, I want to share with you today, when I heard the former Minister of Finance as a member for Oropuch West speak to geographical discrimination, you know, people wondered, People wondered. Mr. Speaker, I want to assure the population that I have asked the Ministry of the People, do not wait any longer to pay persons or to give persons their grants. When it comes to the NSDP grant, housing repair, disaster relief, etc. Mr. Speaker, here's why. Here's what I encountered. Mr. Speaker, my good friend from Carney East, my neighbor, wrote to me last week based on the flooding that he would have faced in his constituency. And I want to commend the member for St. Augustine and Couva North for their response in the recent flooding. Mr. Speaker, the member for Carney East wrote to me and asked me, you know, he wants to get an update because this is not the first time these people are being flooded. And they are awaiting relief since 2024, 2022. Mr. Speaker, I sent it immediately to the department for a response. I want to share with you some of the responses. Listen carefully, Mr. Speaker. Client was affected by flooding on July 31st, 2024. Client was affected on May 18th, 2025. Based on assessment, client is again eligible for household items. Based on the event in 2025, the client will be eligible for relief. Mr. Speaker, another one. Client was affected by flooding in July 31st, 2024. This is currently being distributed. Mr. Speaker, since then, now because I'm writing and asking for updates, persons affected since 2024 and before are now being given their grants, which they were approved for. Mr. Speaker, let me go again. Another person. Client was recommended for disaster relief for household items, grant for washing machine, living room set, etc. School supplies grant for 2 children and clothing grant for 8 persons for the event on May 18, 2025, filed to be submitted to PS for approval on June 9, 2025. Mr. Speaker, we have been responding to matters arising out of the flooding. And as you can see, a proactive government. We are already responding to our disaster relief, persons affected by disasters within our various constituencies. Mr. Speaker, there are several others. I want to share this one with you. Client was affected by flooding on July 31st, 2024. Client was affected again on May 18th. Pending distribution here now, Mr. Speaker, pending distribution. So, Mr. Speaker, persons affected before, client affected another client, July 31st, 2024. This is now going to the PS for approval, June 9, 2025. Another one, client was affected by flooding on August 31st, 2024, filed to be submitted to the PS for approval on June 9, 2025. Mr. Speaker, when we spoke about geographical discrimination, we were speaking the truth, Mr. Speaker. There are persons awaiting their disaster relief grants from as far back as 2023. And now you have more disasters taking place. But I assure the population that we will work on these matters as soon as they arise. I want to share with you, Mr. Speaker, all of the disasters being reported in the media. I can't share all of it with you right now. I have it here with me though. All of the disasters being reported on the media, reported by MPs, whether which side. The Ministry of the People, Social Development and Family Services, we have responded to all, Mr. Speaker, and I'm proud of that today. We have reported to all matters affecting our nation that was reported to us when it comes to child abuse. We have reported to issues when it comes to senior citizens' homes as well as children homes in this country. And we are not making joke when it comes to reporting and dealing with those reports when it comes to us, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I am here to say that I am in support of this media review because I want to support my constituency as well when it comes to laptops, when it comes to repairs for schools, when it comes to flooding, etc., Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to commend San Fernando West. I craved a visit when it comes to the Ministry of Education and dealing with issues within my schools in Chaguanas East. One issue, our Minister of Education found himself at the school and resolved it within days. And Mr. Speaker, our Minister of Education ensured that the children were engaged in online classes whilst the school was closed for the repairs. That is what you call a government working for you. Mr. Speaker, I want to touch quickly on the National Family Services. I see so much, we disbanded, all kind of thing. Mr. Speaker, they were employing people on the day of election. 28th of April, Family Services social workers. 28th of April, and they want to come here to tell us about we disbanding units when they were giving people 3-month contracts. Some of them, 12 of them, ended on, during the period of May. So, Mr. Speaker, I didn't disband any unit. They gave the people 3-month contracts.
Election gimmick.
Gimmicks by them, playing with the people's head, and then they want to come and blame us for disbanding unit. You fool the people. So don't blame us. Mr. Speaker, I don't have much time again, but in closing, I want to share with you, Mr. Speaker, the PNM has lost its way. We have not lost our way. We do not want to be like them, so we are taking proactive measures. Mr. Speaker, we are using the Parliament's time today to approve funding for real people, Mr. Speaker, with real needs in this country. Mr. Speaker, I stand here today committed with my colleagues in restoring dignity in this country and hope. I stand here today with my colleagues to rebuild our institutions in this country. Mr. Speaker, I stand here today to thank my constituents of Chaguanas East for their overwhelming support towards me in this 2025 election. Mr. Speaker, I have been in this ministry for 7 weeks, and they want to tell us about how we are governing in 7 weeks. Mr. Speaker, I've been to several buildings, beautiful plaques, no operations, ghost buildings, no operations, and I repeat, Mr. Speaker, the NTRC, they opened as the National Therapeutic Center for our disabled community. Big opening ceremony, big plaque, Mr. Speaker. When I went in there, you know what's happening there? They still have ceiling works to do. They have elevator works to be done. They have tiling works to be done. And that is completion and ready for the disabled people of this country. Mr. Speaker, they have fooled the population, and that is why they voted against them. Mr. Speaker, I went to the Couva Social Services Center, completed. When I walked in there is pigeon feces right through, leaks. I have to walk through flood waters, big opening ceremony, plaque, no operations. Mr. Speaker, big opening ceremony for transitional homes in this country. No operations whilst we have persons on the streets, persons living in RHAs. But Mr. Speaker, we will fix it. We will get it right. Mr. Speaker, I stand committed to the people of Gonzales. And I say to you, Mr. Speaker, it feels good to sit here in the seat of Gonzales. I sat right here, Mr. Speaker, as I close, and a former member for La Hoqueta Talparo said to me, a young man called, he didn't even know the man's name. He said, Rishi Sukai, not Richie Sukai, will wipe her out of Gonzales. I will not be here after the election in 2025. Mr. Speaker, they brought him. They thought he could beat me. They thought he could wipe me out. But when I say wipe him out, well, they vexed with me for that during the campaign trail. But Mr. Speaker, hard work brings great rewards. I stood my ground. I served my people. And today I'm here again. Mr. Speaker, today some of them who thought they would wipe me out and remove me from this chamber, they are no longer here. Mr. Speaker, some of them now aspiring to be a mayor when I pass that stage. Mr. Speaker, some of them lived in Gonzales and they struggle for a crowd. But Mr. Speaker, I thank those people. All of them rallied behind me. They supported me and they gave me victory. Mr. Speaker, I didn't win with 1,100 votes. I won with 4,800 votes this time. So, Mr. Speaker, I took care of the people. They laughed at me for sharing fish, I remember that. Well, weekend go and I shared fish again. Mr. Speaker, I will continue to take care of the needs of the people. I share with you it's a difficult task. It's a great responsibility. But I will give my might, my energy, and my power into this to serve the people of Gonzales, to serve the people of Trinidad and Tobago under my Prime Minister and with all of my colleagues. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Tobago East.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And may I take this opportunity to congratulate you on your appointment as the presiding officer of this House. I also wish to congratulate the Honorable Prime Minister for once again returning to this House and to Trinidad and Tobago as Prime Minister for a second time. To all my colleagues, I wish to congratulate all of you, because winning is sweet, and I'm enjoying the bliss and I'm savoring the moment. Mr. Speaker, I wish to give some advice. I see the members on the other side coming to this house and playing an old game of reverse psychology. They don't have a plan. They are constantly asking for the plan to see if they could copy the plan. But I'm noticing that they have real problems with following the script. So what I want to say to them, don't fight up with the script. Look at us work and take example. To my good friend from Digo Martin West, I want to let him know there's a thin line between being articulate and being loquacious. I certainly hope that he doesn't graduate to buffing, aggression, and abuse, because that constituency seems like it understands that well. I wish to say, in giving advice, you must understand that no advice is good, especially advice that is unsolicited. And if wisdom way you truly seek, 5 little things be sure to keep: of whom you speak, to whom you speak, and when and where and how. Mr. Speaker, as a retired officer of the Trinidad and Tobago Fire Service, I wish to go there first. Tobago is the only island that I have visited that does not have a fire service headquarters. When His Excellency Arthur Raymond Napoleon Robinson granted a reprieve to the PNM with the 1818 and gave them government, there was a minister by the name of Martin Joseph, and there was a big charade in Tobago where they offered the fire service in Tobago 14.7 acres of land to construct a headquarters. But you do not fool Tobagonians. Do not promise us anything. And if you promise us anything, make sure you give us. I would leave the rest for those who are wise enough to read. A few years later, we were given a parcel of land in Corland. But you know how the politicians can be. When the approval was given for the construction of that fire service headquarters, we had 2 members sitting on the opposite side, one by the name of Mr. Damas and one by the name of the other one was from Blackrock, Stanford Calendar. And they were on the same side. And one wanted the station in Blackrock, and one wanted it in Plymouth, and they went out of government, and the station was never built. Fast tracking. Another parcel of land was given for the construction of the very station. $10 million was allocated. But you know, when fellas or when people do not plan, a lot of things happen, and because of the surprises that come up, they make ad hoc decisions. It is well known that in Roxborough, Delaford, Belgarden, Goodwood, and Speyside Lands for me, the then PDP gave the PNM a beating there. So the strategy was to take the $10 million and rush to build the Roxborough Hospital, rush to build police station, rush to build fire station. But let me give you some history. The fire station, nothing is functioning there now. Poor workmanship. Leaks. If you pass the station, you would see the lights flickering, you would think that is a Christmas party going on inside. Standby generator, non-functional. Pumps for the domestic supply in the station, non-functional. The toilets, you have to pour a bucket of water in the toilet to take away the stench before you can use it. That is what is happening presently at Roxborough Fire Station. The hospital, Mr. Speaker, I listen to the news daily, and I've heard about how many beds, hospital with how many beds in Chaguanas. I heard in Sandy Grande, Arima. The hospital, I being the authorized signatory at the time, it hurt my heart to have to sign an approval to open a 23-bed hospital. Mr. Speaker, one street in Roxborough will overwhelm the hospital. And if you are acquainted with the topography and the geography of Tobago East especially, you will realize that it takes more than a Herculean task to take patients from East Tobago or North Tobago to the Signal Hill Hospital. If I may revisit, Mr. Speaker, the fire station in Scarborough, it's public knowledge that there was a fire there sometime in 2018, sometime in April of 2018. Mr. Speaker, out of the hearts of good fire officers, led by my good self, we decided that we would reconstruct that station. The monies given to reconstruct the station was $629,000. Mr. Speaker, by the time we were finished with the floor, the money was exhausted. But I live good in Tobago. And corporate Tobago, as well as members of the THA, combined with us, and we reconstructed the station. Mr. Speaker, I demitted office on the 18th of August 2022, leaving the connections for the air conditions to be done, the installation of a suppression system, and a kit room to be built. Mr. Speaker, that condition still exists today. It was so much of a disingenuous approach to taking care of the business of Tobago that a project section was sent from the ministry to analyze the work that was done. Mr. Speaker, we are speaking here about changing almost an entire floor that was previously of timber. We are speaking about changing an entire roof. We are speaking about changing all doors and windows, toilet, washrooms. And Mr. Speaker, I was happy for the visit. So when the assessment team came, the report was $9 million plus of work was done. And we asked for $300,000 to complete that station. And to date, that money was not given. Mr. Speaker, it is carnage, in my view. The entire economic areas of Scarborough and environs is without cover. Just recently, a few weeks ago, the Scarborough Library was on fire. And the response to the Scarborough Library was from Roxborough Fire Station. And we had caring people, we had representatives in this parliament, and they are boasting about building a fire station. And Mr. Speaker, if there was anything about care in the minds or in the consciences of these people, Tobago would have been better off. But here was the narrative. They are busy trying to make all decisions from Tobago. And you saw it in the parliament today. Everybody was busy saying what hotel we should take and what other things we should do. And Mr. Speaker, nothing is wrong with our advice, but allow it to be solicited. Because we have proven over time that we do know what we want as Tobagonians. And you see, they continue to commit the ultimate sin by trying to say to us what we should have. Well, they paid the ultimate price. My friend for San Fernando East seemed to be an expert at budgeting. But I hope the example he is drawing from is not based on the policy that he designed for himself. Mr. Speaker, it is the former member of Tobago West who stood in this honorable house and shouted, "Nobody lived there." That is all right, Mr. Speaker. So we designed for my colleague, Joel Marcus Sampson, to send her on leave so she would become intimately attached with the geography and the topography of Tobago. I am hearing all the commentary about the bills that we are seeking to pay on a budget that was designed by those on the other side. And they are saying different things to make you believe that they are the ones who are experts at budgeting. But they are the ones who sat and presided over the PM salaries. And the taxpayers in this country, every month, has an obligation that was forced upon them to be paying 3 prime minister's salaries every month. And they are asking where the money coming from. If you designed that plan and you had a plan to finance it, you are not God's gift to financial brightness. And I know that the people on this side will exercise their expertise and ensure that the commitments that you made and you left, we will govern and ensure that the people of Trinidad and Tobago receive their just due. If you listen carefully to the document that was presented, most of the monies are going to satisfy the demands. that was created by the Salary Review Commission recommendation. And Mr. Speaker, they were in a perfect position to decide that they would not take it. They were in that perfect position, but they decided that they will take it. It has caused additional burden that this government has to respond to. And you are here today appearing to be angels when you are the ones that created the catastrophe, and you are the ones that brought this travesty to Trinidad and Tobago. But I am not worried. You see, you are in the perfect place now to learn what good governance is about. But I have a regret on your behalf. You will not see governance again in the near future. And if you believe that my word would fall on stony ground, the same fate you had on the two candidates in Tobago, that you refused to look for sensible candidates, is the same fate you are likely to suffer if you continue along that trend. Allow Tobagonians to decide what is good for them, and you may find a place of comfort with us. But as long as you go along the lines that you are going, and you believe that you are the authority around here to determine the destiny of Tobagonians. And my good friend from Malabar Musika, he said he's well researched. If you go back to 1977, you will not side with your colleagues, because the then Arthur Napoleon Raymond Robinson said in this parliament that Tobagonians are the only people of the Caribbean that does not have a say in their destiny. Mr. Speaker, the passion I feel for Tobago and the passion I feel for Tobago East, it would be remiss of me if I do not thank all the people of Tobago East for electing me to office. You see, the people that are proud and are ready to say that they are wide at researching, if they were researching well, they would have realized that David Joseph Thomas campaigned all his life in Tobago East. And all the winners before me, only one before, because I didn't compete. So there is a good chance that they would follow the script, and they will now understand that returning to the Tobago space is a thought in the wilderness. And Mr. Speaker, I want to close by saying to my good friend from San Fernando, from the Gomartin West, I know he has some Tobago roots, and he would be very familiar with drinking hot water for other people's fever. Very, very familiar. And I advise him to pay close attention to that note. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Kindly allow me to extend my deepest congratulations to you on your maiden contribution to this House. Member for Tabakit.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for recognizing me this evening. I was watching my friend from Diego Martin Central. I thought that he had the wherewithal to take to his legs and enter the debate, but as I saw him comfort himself back in his chair, I decided to enter the debate. Mr. Speaker, let me begin from the outset by joining my colleagues who said it here this afternoon, this morning, and last week, and rightfully so pleased, Mr. Speaker, by expressing our heartfelt gratitude and my heartfelt gratitude to the Honourable Prime Minister for the expression of confidence and entrusting me to the people of Tabakit. Please, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and it is important to place that on the public record here this evening, and as we've been doing it throughout this debate, because much has been said by many persons on the other side about how we conducted our affairs in the run-up to the general election 2025, Mr. Speaker. As a matter of fact, many persons on the other side have been seen and spoken on the record publicly and elsewhere, always asking questions. What was happening with respect to the UNC? Why the UNC is not ready? What is going on with respect to the screening process? What is happening with the UNC? And we told them, don't worry, the same way we're telling them on a number of issues related to the UNC. Cockroach had to stay out of foul business and foul party. And we took our time. The Honourable Prime Minister took her time and formed the proper ingredients to success, which is why on April 28th, the UNC formed the next government of Trinidad and Tobago, with the stars that you see aligning all of these seats here in the government of Trinidad and Tobago. I want to also graciously thank, Mr. Speaker, because it would be remiss of me, the people of Tabakit, who through their unwavering support have placed me in this august chamber, be it through, unfortunately, the bad roads in Lightbourne and Hausa Trace and Upper and Lower Puna, or based upon the lack of water throughout Brothers Road and Esperanza, which I must thank the Honourable Member for Couva South, MP Barry Padarath, who dealt with most of those situations assiduously. As soon as I raised those issues with respect of lack of water within those particular spaces within the constituency, the Minister of Public Utilities was quick to the draw to address those issues. And that is performance UNC style, Mr. Speaker. And whether it be through the scenic views of Tortuga and Grand Couva, Mr. Speaker, and the rich virtue of the people in Tabakit, I'm eternally grateful for their trust and confidence in me as their new Member of Parliament, and I definitely would not let them down. As I am tethered and connected to our slogan that we ran during the campaign, Tabakit batting with sobers. Sobers will continue to bat for Tabakit. The proper and the real Gary Sobers is now at the wicket, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the election results for 2025 were truly telling. And if I'm to contextualize those results as it pertains to the supplementation bill, it demonstrated what people were really angry with. The supplementation that we're dealing here with today, coming out from a PNM budget in 2024, September 2024, Mr. Speaker, demonstrates what the people were angry with, why they voted in a particular way on April 28th, why throughout the length and breadth of Trinidad and Tobago they adopted a particular course, that the people of this country gave a resounding yes to the UNC, a resounding yes to change, a resounding yes to humility, a resounding yes to equity, and by an amalgamation, a resounding no to the PNM. And it was demonstrated, as I said before, throughout the length and breadth of this country. It began with places that we would normally call marginal within Trinidad and Tobago, and it started in the east-west corridor with my brother, the MP for Arangua St. Joseph, who won his seat by over 3,000 votes, Mr. Speaker. It continued in Barataria, Sanwa, where they fielded a candidate against the indomitable MP Saddam Hussein, who won that seat by over 4,000 votes, Mr. Speaker. It continued down in Chaguanas East with the home girl MP Vandana Mohit, who won by over 4,000 votes, Mr. Speaker, and went on to Claxton Bay, where MP Narayan Singh won by over 5,000 votes, Mr. Speaker. And even in La Hoqueta to my right, where he won by over 2,000 votes, and in Maruga to my left, where we heard from several speakers last week who spoke about millions of dollars being spent in Maruga Tableland. Thousands of warm bodies being sent down to Maruga Tableland to battle Michelle Benjamin. And she came out victorious on the night of April the 28th with over 3,000 votes, Mr. Speaker. And the same in Tunapuna, and the same in Toko Sangre Grande, and the same, and I could say it proudly, very proudly, and I'm sure members opposite, specific members opposite, would also join me in that chorus of praise that we took the wicket for San Fernando West, Mr. Speaker. But this election also demonstrated to the people of this country that a lot of the seats opposite us that they believe to be safe, Mr. Speaker, in reality, they weren't that quite safe. Because when we look down at our friend, the good MP from Malabar, Morsika, talking on the last time that I think he spoke, not today, on Wednesday, I believe it was, speaking about the confusion of the Dominics, the tale of two Dominics, he was right to speak about that. Because by the grace of 500 votes, he is the Dominic that is here. But give it a next 5 years, he will not be the Dominic sitting in that seat. And the same thing, unfortunately or fortunately, however you look at it, Mr. Speaker, could be said about the chief whip on the side of the opposition now, Aruka Lupino, who barely skated into his seat by winning that in less than 300 votes. Yeah, well, don't worry, Chaitan go put it on you next time when you go, no about licks then. And then when we move back down to San Fernando, please, Mr. Speaker, and we consider our good friend in San Fernando East, where I like to say that unfortunately sometimes you have the tree standing up on top of San Fernando Hill.
Mr. Speaker, on a point of order, 48-1.
Yes. It's the member's first speech, so I'll give him a little bit of a run-up again, but skip along. Skip along.
Just as I was contextualizing, like every member contextualized for the last 2 days, I will continue saying what I was saying. No, my friend. Unlike you, I have some experience here. I was not reading. As I was saying, the member for San Fernando East, where the tree stands on San Fernando Hill, and unfortunately, the apple has rolled down into the wharf. He barely kept his seat by less than about 600 or 700 votes, Mr. Speaker. And yes, consider it a win for today. It was
Mr. Speaker, point of order, 48-1.
Yes, member, I think you've made your point. Continue. Move on with that.
Mr. Speaker. So as I was saying, Mr. Speaker, as it pertains to what took place during that period, the country hit a proper reset, a refresh of sorts, please, Mr. Speaker. And I come to this August chamber understanding, and I want the people of Trinidad and Tobago to also understand, because it has been said, but to contextualize that properly and to concretize it, please, Mr. Speaker, what we are being asked to do today, which members, if they were quick to jump up for their standing orders from before, they would appreciate essentially that this entire debate or discussion is to deal with supplementation. But I heard members on the other side speak about all sorts of matters that had nothing to do with supplementation. Didn't mention an iota of supplementation linked to any ministry. So for them to have the gall and temerity to stand on any point of standing order outside of those things that they've already spoken about, Mr. Speaker, is quite hypocritical. quite hypocritical. We are here, Mr. Speaker, to treat with a budget that is being laid, a budget that is being presented and passed by this administration, who had no responsibility, Mr. Speaker, for the expenses associated with the very same budget. We are here, Mr. Speaker, as a government to deal with budgetary expenses inherited from a previous PNM administration. We are here, Mr. Speaker, to deal with a budget tethered to expenses that require supplementation due to loans. A budget tethered to short-term contracts for electioneering, Mr. Speaker. Many speakers before me spoke about all of those short-term contracts that they found in their ministries. We are here to deal with supplementation tethered to the SRC report and the acceptance of those increases. And that is exactly why they were voted out of office. You can't be telling all the public servants that 4% good for them, but for 900 people in this country, over 40-something% is good for them. I am here today, Mr. Speaker, and my hands are clean. We've written and we'd asked for some supplementation as well because we have issues to deal with. We weren't afforded the supplementation. But I'm still here and able, properly well placed to speak on these issues, Mr. Speaker. This budget and its supplementation, I have properly coined it, is a UNC administration and a UNC government, unfortunately, dealing with bills for the boys. That is what it is. Bills for the boys. And as I take my time, Mr. Speaker, as I am allotted, to deal with some of the issues coming from members of the other side. Firstly, with respect to San Fernando East, who spoke ad nauseum about property tax benefits and local government reforms. And maybe if we had focused upon that, we wouldn't be in the situation we are in today, and that we shouldn't be speaking about crashed economy. They spoke about local government reforms and property tax situations since 2019, Mr. Speaker. We're in 2025. That was their local government campaign for 2019. 2019 come and go on, 2020 come and go on. They could blame that on not implementing it due to COVID, fine, no problem. Some of us may accept that. But then you had another local government election and you campaigned on the same thing again in 2023. And we're in 2025, and you never implemented anything with respect to local government reform. All of those taxes that you collected with property tax, fear-mongering the population in order to pay this property tax, that we needed the revenue and that you was going to utilize the revenue in local places, in local authorities to deal with issues locally and divorce it from central government. That never took place. What they do with the money? That's the question that we're asking them. They want to ask us how we find the money. We're telling them we're going to find about the money that they took and redistribute it accordingly, equitably, Mr. Speaker. Because I had a serious problem with that. We all did. I live in San Fernando, Mr. Speaker. And I know about how they went about dealing with this property tax, the valuation exercise. Persons spoke about that on a number of occasions publicly, Mr. Speaker, that people were just randomly driving around the place and saying, hey, we'll ascribe our value to this house here and ascribe our next value to that house there. And when persons were going down to Palms Club to pay, you have your neighbor standing up next to you and he have a different property tax value from you and you want to know why. And the people behind the desk can't tell you the answer to that. And then when they come in to tell the population it is for revenue generation, for the same budgetary situation that we found ourselves in, their response is, well, that's the way we were dealing with it, but we was also using the satellites in the sky. We was checking the Google in the sky and the map in the sky, and that would tell me how big the house was and how we can calculate the property tax on that. Mr. Speaker, there are persons who live in this country in places like Federation Park. I cast no aspersion. I would like to live in Federation Park, Mr. Speaker. One day, maybe, if I ever decide to leave San Fernando. Right? but there are persons who live there with walls higher than the walls that guard the prison. So how you see inside their house to calculate property tax and valuations? But you'll come down San Fernando and do a valuation on the kennel in the person house because you'll want to tell the population that it is to inform the deficit in the budget and to bring in revenue. Yes, you had to do that and properly explain it to the population, and you never did. So don't stand up in this chamber now with a different administration and tell us that is how you would have intended to fix the shortfalls that you created when you had the opportunity and you did nothing about it. The member for Diego Martin Northeast and also the member for Port of Spain, St. Anne's West, please, Mr. Speaker. They also spoke about deficits with respect to what we were dealing with here tonight when they spoke sometime last week. And one of them, I believe it was the member for St. Anne's East, or maybe in amalgamation, both of them spoke about the issue with gas from Guyana. I think it is the member for Port of Spain, St. Anne's West. And I heard the member for Urupuch East speak about it as well this morning, and he rubbished some of the things that were said, Mr. Speaker. But the most important point I want to raise in buttressing what the Minister of Energy spoke about this morning, Mr. Speaker, is that sometimes when you listen to the other side, you wonder whether or not it's a twilight zone that you are entering. That these people would have spoken on one side of their lips when it would have benefited them, and now that they're in opposition, they're saying something totally different. The members spoke as if they never explored the possibility of getting gas or an arrangement of getting gas with Guyana. That's how it came to me. That's how it came to me. Well, if they know it didn't happen, why did they go there in 2022 and ask and beg the Guyanese people to get into an arrangement with them? In Guyana Times, May 23, 2022, Guyana Trinidad discussed availability of petrotrin to refine Guyana's oil. PM Rowley, the Guyana Times, May 22, 2022. With Guyana receiving growing interest for small refineries here, Trinidad and Tobago has touted the availability of petrotrin, its state-owned refinery that is currently under negotiations for sale or lease to refine Guyana's oil. This was revealed by former Prime Minister Dr. Keith Rowley during a press conference in Port of Spain shortly after returning from a week-long engagement in Guyana for the Agri-Investment Forum and Expo that was held from May 19th to 21st. Prior to his return to Trinidad, PM Rowley had a joint press conference with President Dr. Irfan Ali in Georgetown, where he was asked about the extent of cooperation between the two countries in the area of energy and the possibility of using petrotrin refinery. In response, the Trinidad head of state would only confirm that discussions were indeed held on this, but opted to keep those talks behind closed doors for the time being, given that the deal is not yet sealed for the new operator of the refinery. And I heard in crosstalk my good friend from Port of Spain, North St. Anne's West, saying, well, that's not how we just negotiate. We don't go and beg anybody. And that's why it didn't get through. Because you're not humble. Because 6 months after that, Mr. Speaker, the Guyanese announced that they're going to sign an MOU with the Dominican Republic to build a refinery. The Dominican Republic know about Punta Cana and party and fete and thing. They don't know nothing about no oil and gas. But they prefer to sign a deal with Guyana than sign a deal with Trinidad and Tobago under the PNM administration. But they are master negotiations. And they go out there doing master work negotiating on behalf of Trinidad and Tobago. And I expect those on the other side, lower down the bench, who have absolutely no experience, political experience or otherwise, to be in gas at what is being reported here on the floor of the House, Mr. Speaker. Because for the majority of the debate, they were in Wonderland. They themselves could believe the mass amounts of corruption being reported to this House that took place under the last administration. And I think they are wondering whether or not, based upon the PNM slogan, whether they made the right choice. And as it pertains to Guyana, Mr. Speaker, just as the Honourable Minister of Energy indicated, the position from Guyana is simply this. They have arrangements in place, but if Trinidad and Tobago wants to be a part of the discussion, they are free to do so, and Guyana is willing to entertain that discussion. That is the position, Mr. Speaker. So for anybody to say anything opposite to that, they're simply telling an untruth. And they are constantly spinning those untruths for whatever reason. I don't know if they want to damage our relationship with Guyana. We're not about that business here. We continue to have a good relationship with Guyana. And you will see that relationship manifest and come to fruition under this administration. And the member for Diego Martin Northeast, and I believe also Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, also spoke about relations with Venezuela. That somehow our relations with Venezuela were soured. I want to report to this Parliament, and I say it without fear of contradiction. I am the substantive member and the minister with responsibility for foreign and CARICOM affairs. And I need no help, Mr. Speaker, from anybody, any former of anything on that side when it comes to that. We have a very good relationship with Venezuela, Mr. Speaker. A very good relationship with Venezuela. A transparent and open relationship with Venezuela, Mr. Speaker. No hiding. No hiding. And I'm glad that the Minister of Energy spoke about hiding. Because, unfortunately, for some time now, members opposite have always played ignorant to the fact that there was a sanctioned plane that came here in 2020. And that the narrative that was peddled was essentially that this plane just come, they don't know who on the plane, they come to the diplomatic center, and they had a conversation, and they were shocked. Shocked that these people were sanctioned. Mr. Speaker, as I said, I am the Minister of Foreign Affairs. And I treat, sometimes almost on a daily basis, Mr. Speaker, with something called an overflight request, or a landing request, Mr. Speaker, on a daily basis. These documents come to my desk, and they articulate in great detail what is the type of plane that is landing, where the plane is coming from, who are the persons on board the plane, what are their nationalities, Mr. Speaker, what is the purpose of their visit, Mr. Speaker. It comes to my desk. And as a matter of course, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, which this particular position that I am articulating to this Honourable House existed before
Mr.
my
Speaker,
time.
Point of order, 48-1.
No, overruled, for obvious reasons.
The truth hurts. The truth hurts. So the documents will come to me, Mr. Speaker, and because essentially this is something that existed before my time, the position would be that the Minister of Foreign Affairs would forward those documents to Special Branch and the Ministry of National Security for no objection for the landing. And there's a unit within the Ministry of Foreign Affairs that would also liaise with the State Department and Treasury Department in the US to determine whether or not the plane, the people, the items they bring in, whether they are sanctioned by the US. All of that information would have come back to the ministry. So when any one of them stands up and says, we don't know, it could be true that the rest of them might be clueless and they didn't know. But I'm certain that the Prime Minister knew, the former Prime Minister knew. And I'm certain that the Minister of Foreign Affairs then, he knew. And I'm certain that the Minister of National Security, he knew who was on that plane. And that plane was sanctioned, and that person was sanctioned, and the people accompanying her were sanctioned. So let the record reflect pellucid, or in the words of Senator Al-Rawi, pellucidly clear, which means clear, which annoys me to no end. Let the record reflect pellucidly. Pellucidly. Oh God. Port of Spain South, I would generally, and I say this with no brief, I would generally take your direction for the Spin South. Yes, that's my senior. I would generally take his direction, right? But not here, right? Not here. I have many seniors in this chamber, you know. Many seniors in this chamber. And on normal occasion, I would take direction from them. But not here. That I want to make it be lucid, Mr. Speaker. Right? That essentially, the record should be set clear from today. When they say they did not know that Delcy Rodriguez was sanctioned, and that the plane she came on was sanctioned, and that the other members of PDVSA were sanctioned, that is a bold-faced untruth, Mr. Speaker. A bold-faced untruth. Further, Mr. Speaker, in particular the member for Diego Martin Northeast, the former Minister of Finance, thankfully I could say former Minister of Finance and not former. He spoke, no, he didn't.
He is the former.
Well, yeah, now he is. He spoke, I don't think it was him though. I think it was the member for Port of Spain, North St. Anne's West, who asked the question. He asked the question on the floor at the Standing Finance Committee about this $2 million and whether it was properly allocated for payment under the Auditor General's section, or whether it should have been under the AG's office. Fine, he asked the question. But what it raised, Mr. Speaker, and this is the disconnect essentially that always occurs with that administration and us here in the government, is that as much as he may have been connected to a particular line of questioning that may have led to a particular outcome, what the people of Trinidad and Tobago are more concerned with is why taxpayers in this country have been called upon to fork out of their pockets $2 million. That is what the people are concerned with. People in this country at this juncture in their lives, they could care less what goes on inside here sometimes, you know. But the fact that they have to fork out $2 million for a judgment that they had absolutely nothing to deal with or to do with is what upset them to no end. And when you read the Privy Council's statements on that particular matter that deal with the member for Diego Martin Northeast, Mr. Speaker, that is what upset people within this country. That the law lords had to ask, when you go through the report in the Trinidad Guardian, you talk about the 5 law lords of the Privy Council dismissing the appeal brought by the Finance Minister, Coleman Burt. Dismissing appeals. You'd know plenty about that by now. And that the Cabinet, after hearing submissions from attorneys for the state and the United Kingdom, they spent almost 2 hours quizzing Senior Counsel Douglas Mendes over the merits of the appeal before they delivered an oral ruling after taking a short break. They did not solicit submissions from Ramdas's lawyer, led by Senior Counsel. I consider the Venerable Anna and Ram Logan before giving their oral decision. I consider venerable. Right? And in most instances, learned Speaker, you would understand that when you go upstairs to the Privy Council and they spend 2 hours quizzing you, but they have nothing to ask the other side, something wrong with your case. Something is wrong with your case. And the law lords especially, in the end when they were talking, Lady Ingrid Simler, who questioned Senior Counsel Mendes, she questioned him whether there was an even-handed approach in the probe and whether Minister Imbert's conduct would also be under consideration. That is why we had to pay this $2 million. Just because you didn't deal with the matter in a fair way. Parity is something that escapes them, Mr. Speaker.
Do you want your 15 minutes?
Yes, please. I would avail myself, please, Mr. Speaker. Parity is something that escapes them. Equity escapes them. And that's why they find themselves in these horrendous positions. But they're happy. Because none of them paying that $2 million. Well, maybe they may pay it out of their tax, but they get more money now. But the majority of people in this country who feel it are the ones who sit outside of this parliament. The ones who sit outside of this parliament, don't worry, you'll be joining them outside the parliament soon enough, San Fernando East. And Mr. Speaker, one of the issues also that I took great umbrage with, Mr. Speaker, is all of this talk about education. And that you had coming from St. Anne's East questions about laptops. And you had questions coming from, this would be what, Diego Martin West. Yeah, I could read, but I can't see hiding all the time. Diego Martin West, talking about laptops and asking about means tests for laptops and laptops and laptops and laptops. And he's so fixated on laptops. And we don't understand why they like to punish children like this. All this talk about laptops, Mr. Speaker, and let me be very clear about this situation with laptops. If those laptops were in place back in 2020 during COVID, we would not have lost 2,800 children who were lost because they could not be connected during COVID. I wonder if the member for St. Anne's East, as Minister of Education, she could give a report to this parliament and to the rest of the country where those 28 children have gone. If they found themselves in a life of crime, and how can they be brought back into society to lead a meaningful life and contribute in a meaningful way? Mr. Speaker, when COVID happened, I was in the other place. And I remember they telling the country and us, because we all didn't know what was going on, what they were going to do. Their master plan to deal with COVID. And the master plan started off right back by social development. By telling people, go social development, you will get sorted out. And when they went social development, the gate locked. The security guard meet you outside and he give you a slip of paper. Here the disconnect here, Mr. Speaker. The disconnect between the have and the have-nots. He giving you a piece of paper with an email address. He tell you log on to that website there and download the form. Download the form, print the form, fill out the form, scan the form, and then email it back to that thing, and we'll start processing your money. The disconnect between the most vulnerable people in society who don't have no laptop, they have no internet, they have no printer, they have no scanner then. And that is what they told people then. And now you're fixated on why we want to give laptops to children in this country. Because if they had those laptops then, one laptop in the home to help the parents as well too, to access those grants, things would have been much different, Mr. Speaker. We would not have lost 2,800 children to COVID in that manner, Mr. Speaker. So when you're asking a plethora of questions in the Standing Finance Committee, all of them here dealing with laptop and $37 million increase and contract employment and university services and who handling procurement and list of school repairs and receipt and this and that and the other. Not a single question properly to deal with this issue of laptops. And not a single question then to deal with school violence. But you come here the other day when you had an opportunity to speak and you say that you asked about school violence. I went through the answer on the record. The answer wasn't prepared then, so I had to rewind the thing on the YouTube to listen to it. Not a single question on school violence. School violence plaguing this country in so many different ways, apart from physical acts of violence on children within this country. And you come to the parliament not even with a plan or a solution to offer to San Fernando West. Not that he needs any assistance from them. But you say you ask questions about it. And in reality, that was not the case. You say you had plans and policies to deal with it. You were working on it when you were in government. But none of them have been implemented. And if they have, they've not come to fruition. Because look at the state of school violence in this country today. But that is PNM, governance PNM style. That is getting it done. Red and ready. They're all in it. The 28 showed them what the country thought about that. And if their attitudes remain the same, Mr. Speaker, they will get a curtail again next 5 years. I heard, Mr. Speaker, the member for Malabar Mosika, he mentioned a very important economist name in this house, and he said that he looked at something that the gentleman wrote. I believe it was Dr. Valmiki Arjuna, and just like the member for Mosika, Malabar Mosika, he could Google in a little 20 seconds. I Googled as well too. And I found the actual contribution that Dr. Arjun wrote about the budget presentation. The extremely fantastic budget presentation presented by our Minister of Finance, the Member of Parliament for Faizabad. And I want to read into the record in the Hansard what Dr. Arjun had to say, lest anybody is led astray. It appears that numerous arrears ranging from payments to service providers and contractors for pre-election infrastructure works, suppliers' bills, wage negotiation settlements, and debt obligations, among a host of others, were left behind by the previous administration. This points to clear under-budgeting for the current fiscal year. That is what he said. The Minister of Finance has taken a prudent step, this Minister of Finance, to address as many of these liabilities as possible now, to prevent them from rolling over into fiscal 2026. This preserves budgetary space for critical development initiatives in the next year, rather than diverting future revenues to settle past due arrears. This also signals to investors. So they talk about, we talk about the economy crash and we go run investors. Always say that. When we expose all about Jindal, look, we run Jindal from here. Always the ones, all the madness in the world when you all were in government, running everybody from Trinidad and Tobago. And when we speak the truth, we run in this investor. Well, if we are running people of that caliber, Mr. Speaker, I don't want them in this country. We have enough to deal with on the other side. This also signals to investors and rating agencies a commitment to fiscal discipline and stronger public financial management despite tight resources. That's what Dr. Arjun had to say about the MP, the Minister of Finance. The Minister is now tackling a delicate balancing act, managing large inherited arrears and liquidity pressures while also suppressing a swollen fiscal deficit due to subpar oil and gas production and pre-election spending. The new projected deficit of 9.67 billion, while comparable to last year's deficit, together with the overdraft in our consolidated fund of 46 billion forex reserves at US 5.2 billion, underscores our tight financial position and the urgent need for decisive revenue measures, plugging the holes in tax collection by modernizing the BIR, and spending reprioritization to prevent further erosion of fiscal buffers. He went on to say that the Minister of Finance did indeed mention some of the strategies to enhance diversification and the export trust. For instance, a foreign currency tax exemption for businesses, if implemented in the coming fiscal year. This can serve as a tax incentive for those who earn foreign exchange through export income on the condition that these earnings are all brought back into the local system and not held in accounts abroad, which can encourage a greater push by companies to increase export performance and at the same time lower capital flight. And he basically closed off by saying, as a result of agro-processors can compete more effectively abroad, increasing both export volumes and foreign exchange earnings. Moreover, manufacturers of cosmetics, specialty packaging, and construction materials will gain the support they need to penetrate extra-regional markets, further diversifying our export base. It's a good 3-page long document. My friend from Mosika, Malabar, once interested, I could send it to you. And anybody on the other side. So when they want to stand there and pontificate and say and spew all sorts of vitriol as to what this government didn't do, or what we're saying is wrong, and what we're not about to do, and what we can't do, and what we're not prepared to do, we are here to tell you that we are not you, we are not like you. we are much different. We will succeed where you have failed, and we will carry this country back to the heydays of proper economic development. We've spoken about our measures with respect to crime and criminality within this country. We've spoken about the education sector. We've spoken about the energy sector. And you will see Trinidad and Tobago flourish properly as it always has been, tried, tested, and proven to be true under a UNC administration led by the most venerable Prime Minister within the Caribbean region and the Western Hemisphere, Mrs. Kamala Persad-Bissessar. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for point 14.
Mr. Speaker, I rise at 9:25 in the night on this day, June 23rd, to make my maiden contribution in this August House, Mr. Speaker. I want to first say to you, Mr. Speaker, again, congratulations on your ascension to be the presiding officer over this August House. And I congratulate you, sir, in advance as you continue to lead and to show direction into this August House. Mr. Speaker, I also would like to say on my own behalf, congratulations, and I can't continue to heap those congratulations upon the member for Siparia and Prime Minister, yes, this for the second time, being the only woman in this country, and I dare say possibly, I could be wrong, in the Caribbean, to have held the post of Prime Minister twice, the Honorable Kamala Persad-Bissessar, SC. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the citizens, the burgesses, every single person throughout the length and breadth of the constituency of Point Fortin for reposing the confidence and for giving the United National Congress Coalition of Interests that chance to have proper representation in this Parliament by electing me as their Member of Parliament on April 28, 2025. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, I would like to congratulate every single member on this side for the success, more so for the mandate given by the people of Trinidad and Tobago by electing this government into office on the 28th of April, 2025. And Mr. Speaker, my contribution will be straight to the point. I'm taking a page from my minister, the Honorable Dr. Roodal Moonilal. Yes? Of our Puchis, who would have done a particular thing earlier on. But I am going to go straight to the point, Mr. Speaker. And the issue is, why do we have to deal with a midterm review that where the Honorable Minister of Finance has to now come to this August Parliament to request $3.143,983.761 billion. This is, and I'll go straight to what is clear might be one of the most glaring reasons. Mr. Speaker, in keeping with some of the things that some of the run-ups and the ups and the different downs and so on today, I would like to walk back. In 1996, Mr. Speaker, crude oil importation was 13,838,460 barrels, at a TT value of 827,248,468.80. The revenue for that would have been I'm talking about the refinery here now, that's in case that's to be clear for the records. The revenue for that, Mr. Speaker, would have been $4,412,243 TT dollars, or US equivalent at the time, $732,608 US. And the contribution to taxes at that time would have been $520,627,343.11 TT dollars. Fast forward, Mr. Speaker. In 2014, crude oil importation was 22,410,809 at a cost of TT 15,822,153,802.05. Revenue 27,274,110 TT dollars, or US $4,289,529. Tax contribution to the economy, or to the government, would have been $7,116,350,295.54. And one more, that's for the sake of comparison. You see, Mr. Speaker, this member for Parliament of Point Forte, there is two things I know very well: labor legislation and the whole thing about labor. And the second thing I know fairly well is oil and gas. And there are few members on the other side could contest, Mr. Speaker. Very few. That's why I start with figures, because they always talk about the figures and where they so. I'm starting with figures, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in 2018, crude oil importation, 31,128,753 at a cost of $14,483,085,071.19. Revenue, $23,406,065 TT, or US $3,466,410. Tax contribution, $519,566,811.87. And just in case for the records at this House, the source of this information is a Freedom of Information request dated the 9th of July, 2024, and as also a response dated July 15th, 2024. This request was made by a private citizen, to which I would not name. And just for the record, Mr. Speaker, Board of Inland Revenue contributions by the Pointe-à-Pierre refinery, not Petrotrin as a whole, the refinery would have been, and I'm talking about for a period, at over a 10-year period, $57,470,000,000 630,868.62. Mr. Speaker, if we are to suppose why we are in this state, it is because of the greatest economic sin committed by a government, by the shutting down of Petrotrin's refinery and sending home all these workers. Mr. Speaker, I stand here this evening in defense of all of the oil workers of Trinidad and Tobago. All. I stand here, Mr. Speaker, again, talking for the records, that according to Reuters, the definition of refinery margins, just for the record, because you see, it is important for the public to understand. You see, the trade union movement said to Trinidad and Tobago that the story of Petrotrin will never end until there is justice, both economic justice, social justice, and indeed justice at the courts to be prosecuted against those who made that cardinal sin, costing this country serious revenue that has cost us now to be in this state where we are now. But let us walk back a little bit again. You remember Malcolm Jones, Mr. Speaker?
Yes.
Malcolm Jones in 2008 shut down 10 platforms, producing platforms in the main field of what was known as Trinma operations, Southwest Soldado. Yes? Those 8 platforms, Mr. Speaker, cumulatively, we would have lost production. At that time, Trinma was doing between 32 to 36,000 barrels per day. And the shutdown of those 8 platforms, Trinma's production went down to 21, and in some cases, as low as 19,000 barrels per day. At that time, the oil price, Mr. Speaker, would have been somewhere between $60 to $76, as much as fetching a price up to $120 US per barrel during that period of around 2007 to about 2010. Again, anybody, the person who does Google quick, could Google and see the price. That's to verify and to examine the veracity of my claim. Yes? You see, Mr. Speaker, I lived it. Mr. Speaker. I went through it so that we couldn't understand why a chairman, an executive chairman at the time, with all this power, all this authority, would have taken a decision to shut down 10 producing platforms, oil producing platforms where oil price was at an all-time high, Mr. Speaker. We couldn't understand. And when pressed for reasons, he said to us, the labor movement, I was present when that statement was made, and God rest his soul, he might be able to say, well, I'm telling untruth. But he said, he don't need to produce oil to spend money to fix all those locations. He could buy oil. He could buy oil. You see, Mr. Speaker, Trinidad and Tobago don't like to pay attention to history. And when Malcolm Jones said he could buy oil, because at that time the refinery margins were good, we were making money, Mr. Speaker. So we entered into WGTL and ULSD and all these projects that has cost the taxpayer, that has cost us now to make some sort of decisions that has now led us into where we are right now, which is this hole that we have to dig ourselves out, that we did not need to be in the first place, Mr. Speaker. Malcolm Jones at that time was more powerful than the Prime Minister himself. Yes? And Mr. Speaker, the decisions that he made has haunted us up to this day. Correct. And when actions were being taken to deal with that, when that particular administration came in, it disappeared. Poof! It disappeared. No action was taken against Mr. Jones. Mr. Speaker, they say the sins are the father. Are you prepared for when the sins are the children, or the sins are the parents, start to fall on the children? Mr. Speaker, I'm saying to you, it is because we have not comprehensively dealt with that situation, that elephant in the room, that national elephant, which is Petrotrin. We have not dealt with it, Mr. Speaker. We have not dealt with the errant, the arrogant, the arrogance, Mr. Speaker, by the then Minister of Finance, the member for Diego Martin Northeast, and the then Prime Minister, the member for Diego Martin West, and the then, at the time, I can't remember what he was. I think he was Minister. Everything. Well, I can't remember. I mean, I have respect until you disrespect, Mr. Speaker. But I'm simply saying, those gentlemen, those august and esteemed gentlemen, they did not listen. They didn't listen. And no matter what you tell them now, they would still stand up and try to justify the decisions they made, the decisions that cost the lives of some 900 Petrotrin workers who don't have a medical plan today, who have passed away. Yes? A decision that has cost, Mr. Speaker, the jobs of 5,432 workers in the main, but the knockoff or cumulative effect of close to 45,000 persons. And now in 2025, after COVID, that effect has just multiplied tenfold, Mr. Speaker. And that South Trinidad now is in a state of depression because of the decisions taken by the PNM government. The PNM government at the time in 2018. You see, Mr. Speaker, I'm no longer emotional about it. I am clinical and clear because I lived it, Mr. Speaker. And I'm sure while I'm speaking here, hundreds of Petrotrin workers, retirees, their families, hundreds of contract workers, offshore, workers who work on rigs and so on, are looking on, waiting, hoping that after this speech, some announcement will be made so that that refinery could restart immediately. But you know what? This government will do it, and we'll make sure that we get that refinery restarted in quick time. Something that those persons on that side refuse to do, Mr. Speaker. And they refuse to do it for two reasons, in my humble opinion. This is my opinion. One, in the first instance, Mr. Speaker, the story was concocted when they did not reveal that I'm talking about very early in 2020, 2021, they did not reveal to the public that the refinery had a lien. They didn't do that. They failed to do that. And it is only after, Mr. Speaker, when all of the bacchanal, then they say, it have a lien, so we can't sell, we have to lease. And secondly, Mr. Speaker, and again, this is my opinion, and I want to make sure I'm speaking parliamentary language. It was an attack, well calculated, well orchestrated attack on the labor movement, mainly the Oilfields Workers Trade Union, Mr. Speaker. Note I said, Mr. Speaker, that's my opinion. Yes? Yes. So, Mr. Speaker, let me go forward now so that I'm placing here for the record the reason why the Honorable Minister of Finance, Member of Parliament for Faizabad, has to come here and ask for additional funds. It is because the PNM administration deconstructed our major revenue earner, the Point-A-Pierre refinery. They deconstructed it. And just for the record, Mr. Speaker, refinery margins are defined according to a router here. Again, Google man, you can Google it. The difference is the value between products produced by a refinery and the value of crude oil used to produce them. Basic definition. We could get more technical, but basic. Mr. Speaker, oil price during the time, and let me get back, because again, I know I have Google man in the corner there, so I want to make sure that my, that meant for Google man. Oil price, Mr. Speaker, during the period 2020 to around 2022 would have fallen to $0 USD. This is WTI, and for the records again for Google man, West Texas Instruments, WTI, that's what we deal with in Trinidad and Tobago. It had fell as low as 0 and went up to about $16.58 per barrel. Now, June 2025 now, WTI is around 68.468, but I think it's a little higher now. But Mr. Speaker, the point I'm making, for exploration, those prices are low. But for refining, Mr. Speaker, $16, $20, and so on, those are good prices for refinery margins or for refining, because from the inception of our oil refinery to now, we have always had to purchase oil. I would have quoted that based on the Freedom of Information Authority requests. But Mr. Speaker, we failed. We as a nation, under the PNM administration at that time, failed to capitalize on that. Aruba, which don't produce oil and gas, but they have been in refining for quite a long time. They had shut down their refinery for quite some time. You know what, Mr. Speaker? During that period of COVID, they restarted their refinery, Mr. Speaker. And Google Man could check that out too as well, right? They restarted their refinery, Mr. Speaker. And Aruba is doing pretty well right now. Had we taken the opportunity and not operate in some sort of clandestine operation, Mr. Speaker, we would have benefited from all that revenue, even though things were bad where COVID-19 was concerned. We would have not had to borrow any money or receive any grants from anybody, because our refinery would have been running, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to say again, just a little more, Mr. Speaker. The revenue that was, as they say, a wasted opportunity, we did not grab the opportunity, is now what is haunting Trinidad and Tobago right now. Mr. Speaker, in a little while, you are going to hear the persons on the other side talk about things like who is going to operate the refinery, what is the process, what is this, what is that, when they, without any consultation with the public or anyone, they had NDAs, non-disclosure agreements. Under oath, Wilfred Espinay, the chairman of Petrotrin at the time, the all man, he said under oath in the court proceedings, industrial court proceedings, and I'm saying this now because I was present, Mr. Speaker, of Industrial Relations Offense, IRO 35 of 2018, when questioned by the union's lawyers as to who made the decision to shut down the refinery and send all the workers home. The question was asked, did the board make the decision? And he said no. The question was asked, did you make the decision, sir? He said no. And when the question was asked a third time, who made the decision to shut down the Petrotrin refinery and send everybody home? He said, the cabinet of Trinidad and Tobago, led by Keith Christopher Rowley at the time, made the decision. The cabinet. Now, it's interesting that my honorable minister said just now he want the cabinet minute, because another freedom of information was done somewhere in May 2023 by, again, a private citizen, requesting the minutes, the cabinet minute, and also the board minutes. And Mr. Speaker, when responded to, the Petrotrin lawyer, who was the person to respond, said, there is no board minute. The board minute does not exist. And in terms of the cabinet minute, she said that she had no authority to issue, and that has to be done in another way. Mr. Speaker, I'm simply saying, and I'm saying here for the record of this House, you know, Commission of Inquiry, the public is kind of fed up of it because they feel Commission of Inquiry, you don't yield the necessary results. And I'm guided by all the legal minds inside here, including your good self, Mr. Speaker. I'm guided. But that there needs to be an in-depth inquiry, whatever you want to call it, because, Mr. Speaker, while the Minister of Finance has to come here and justify asking for additional funding to deal with the morass that we have been met with that was caused by the PNM government, it would have been much different had that detrimental decision that was made by the PNM not been done in 2018. McKenzie report, and by the way, when Mr. Esmilier was asked about the McKenzie report, he said, again under oath, and everything I'm saying here, Mr. Speaker, for the records, can be heard in the industrial court. You can request the court the verbatim of IRO 35 2018, again to examine the veracity of my claim, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when he said that the McKenzie, there was no report, McKenzie would have been advising. Because people talk about the McKenzie report and so on and so on. That's what Espinay said. I don't know. But the Lashley report, which was commissioned by the then PNM government, and the Solomon and Associates report, none of the reports, Mr. Speaker, gave a direction to shut down the refinery and send everybody home, costing the country billions of dollars in unearned revenue, in unearned foreign exchange, and more so in the mass unemployment, loss of jobs, denial of the BIR, because everything is connected, Mr. Speaker. Everything is connected. Everything is connected. So, now that I've placed that, where I've placed that, Mr. Speaker, let me now, because I come into a close, and I'm just going to take my... May I have my 15 minutes, please, Mr. Speaker? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Thank you. You see, Mr. Speaker, it is not, again, as I say to you, as I know many of my constituents are looking on, because it's a long time that I've had a representative stand up and defend them, Mr. Speaker, in the Parliament. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask this August House, had there been revenue from the refinery? Then the essential workers in COVID might have gotten their compensation. They say treat we essential, the TNTech workers, the healthcare workers, the doctors, the nurses, the landfill workers, all these workers that worked, and some of them even died, working through COVID to keep us safe. Yes? But when it's time to give them some sort of recognition and compensation, only crickets, Mr. Speaker. Nothing but thank you. In some cases, they even tell them thanks, Mr. Speaker. They even tell, yes, right? They even tell them thanks. And all of this money, from what I understand, Mr. Speaker, again, I didn't Google that, so I won't quote no figures, Mr. Speaker, because I didn't Google that, right? But I understand that a lot of funding was had for COVID-19, and some of those funding might have been to compensate these workers, these essential workers. So when I hear people talking about, only don't take them on, don't study them, they ain't gain only no 10%. Well, Mr. Speaker, the PNM didn't even give some of these workers the 4%. So they can't even talk nothing about 10%, Mr. Speaker. They have no authority to do so. No authority to do so. Mr. Speaker, in addition to that, Mr. Speaker, in addition to that, as I told you, Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to take a long, length of time. Mr. Speaker, I'm asking the question here tonight, but yes, it's still nighttime. Mr. Speaker, that on what authority does the now opposition has to ask us, this government here, as it relates to the request made? Now, I know they have a role to play, yes, they have to oppose for opposing sake, but let's be real, Mr. Speaker. Let's be real. Let's be real, Mr. Speaker. They had an opportunity to close the gap. They had an opportunity to keep Trinidad and Tobago afloat. They had an opportunity not to make that economic, potentially criminal decision by closing down that refinery and costing all these workers, and more so, injuring the economy, Mr. Speaker. But they decide to do otherwise based on whatever doctrine. And I would reiterate, Mr. Speaker, no matter what we say, and that is why, Mr. Speaker, they would have lost the elections, because they did not listen, Mr. Speaker. They didn't listen. They didn't listen to experts. Not necessarily. I am not an expert. At the time, I'm just a worker, maybe somebody who knows a little bit. But experts that carry in doctor this and doctor that, I'm not going to call their names. They advised them and they didn't listen. But they listened, Mr. Speaker, to a bareback man who had all this set of crazy things to say about the Honorable Prime Minister. They listened to him, Mr. Speaker. And he benefited from the decision, some $700 million, Mr. Speaker. Yes? Mr. Speaker, I would like to see the completion of the Point Forte Highway. The Point Forte Highway has been on the Hansards in this August House since 1967, Mr. Speaker. And it was only under a UNC-led government that the highway came to fruition. And it is now 10 years since then, Mr. Speaker. And it is now 10 years, Mr. Speaker. And the highway to Point Forte can't finish yet. So I would like to see it finish. So indeed, I support whatever request was made by the Honorable Minister of Works and Infrastructure. I support that because I want to see my highway I want my roads and them fixed. The people are Point Forte, the roads are some of the worst. We want the roads fixed, Mr. Speaker. We have a situation where we have a brand new hospital, but we short staff, Mr. Speaker. We want that additional staff down in the hospital in Point Forte, Mr. Speaker. That's what we want, Mr. Speaker. We want to see Petrotrin. Yes? If they want to call it heritage, whatever version they want to give it, it needs to make better sense to the people at Point Forte. Right? And I do say, Labre, it cannot be, Mr. Speaker, that a particular contractor has received over $500 million in labor supply contracts, yet still the workers that work in heritage, their rates are paid are much less than when are much less. The rates are less, but the contract are the same, meaning the rates that are given in the contract, Mr. Speaker, is the same rates that you would have used to justify sending home because remember, they used to say that a cleaner getting $60,000, right? Mr. Speaker, that is untrue then and it's still untrue now. But the rates are paid, or the rates that are being given for the contract by the so-called contractor equates to those rates of $60,000. Yet still the workers, they are not being given those rates. They are being given 1/3, in some case 1/5 of those rates, Mr. Speaker. So that we want to see the oil field in Trinma, what used to be Trinma and Santa Flora and so on, come back to some sort of where the workers are able to earn a decent wage and to have a decent living, Mr. Speaker. That's what we want to see. And Mr. Speaker, finally, we want to see all of the city corporation, borough corporation, regional corporation workers get a just due. We want to make sure everything is back in a gear. We want to see police get a just due, firemen get a just. We want to see that. But to do that, Mr. Speaker, it starts with this appropriation here, so that we could not continue with the nonsense that was going on before, and that we could deal with people who have not been paid, persons who have outstanding monies owed to them by the last government. We need to do that and settle those things, and that while we do that, as we reach to the next stage of the first budget of this government, then we will sort out the rest. But for now, Mr. Speaker, we want to see that. And in closing, Mr. Speaker, I know, Mr. Speaker, some of the people on the next side might be expecting me to and make a set of noise. No. And I'm not going to, and Mr. Speaker, no, it's not because that we can't do that, it's that because, you see, the Google men and all the educated finance men and all these people on that side, I want them to listen to me carefully and to examine the veracity of my claim and to make sure that what I'm saying, I'm not just saying it out of some air, some kind of magic. I've laid down the facts as is, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, before I go, the Honorable Minister of Energy, member for Opuchis, would have stood up here earlier on and would have said to this Parliament that there are a lot of good things to come. Just recently, yesterday, one of the good things came, Mr. Speaker, and a very, very strategic meeting was held just right in this house with a very prominent international provider, right? That is ProMan. Yes, ProMan. Yes. The CEO himself met with the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, we are clear on what we have to do. We know what we have to do. We are going to do what they did not want to do. We are going to unhinge all of the locks and the seals that they kept back for whatever reason Mr. Speaker, and we are going to place Trinidad and Tobago again as the center of oil and gas development and oil and gas prosperity. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Members, let me congratulate the member for Point 14 on his maiden contribution to the House. Members, we've been going at it for 5 hours now. I propose to take a 30-minute break, and we resume at 10:35. So the sitting of the House is suspended until 10:35. Member for Aruca Lopino.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for recognizing me and giving me the opportunity to contribute in this debate. We have been at this for quite some time. And I don't propose, Mr. Speaker, to breach the standing orders on relevance, but to constrain my contribution to an aspect of the supplementation that, of course, will be of interest to the people of Trinidad and Tobago and my constituents of Aruca Lopino. Mr. Speaker, let me start by thanking the constituency of Aruca Lopino for electing me for a second term to represent their interests in the Parliament of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. I note, Mr. Speaker, that some of my colleagues opposite, they try to make fun about the margin of your victory and what have you. But, Mr. Speaker, a win is a win, and licks is licks. Defeat is defeat. So they got licks, Mr. Speaker, in 2020. They got licks in 2025. And I want to put them on notice. It will be more fire in 2030. More fire in 2030. And Mr. Speaker, I want to give them, well, it have some, Mr. Speaker, they have to run from a seat to another. It have some of them, Mr. Speaker, they couldn't even represent, they can't even go back to the seat that they represented. They have to run down. But, you know, it's good to have them here. They are distinguished colleagues. And it doesn't matter if you're playing musical chairs with parliamentary seats, you know, they are good members.
Was making his contribution on relevance, and you promised to me that you wouldn't go to breach the standing orders on relevance.
Because they're enjoying this.
So, Mr. Speaker, you know, at 10:37, you know, we have to try and be alive to the issues in this house, and sometimes, you know. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure you find I look younger than Michael Holding. Mr. Speaker, let me start by also recognizing the stirring contribution of my colleagues from Diego Martin West, the Honorable Hans Vignes, my colleague from Laventille West, the Honorable Kareem Marcelle, and as well as my colleague from Malabar Mausika, the Honorable Dominic Romain. And because it's their maiden contribution, and I must say, when young people come forward and offer themselves to public service, and you sit and you admire the passion at which they carry about themselves, the professionalism, Mr. Speaker, I must say that Trinidad and Tobago is in good hands. Good hands. No pun intended to my colleague from Diego Martin West. And I look forward to the contribution of my colleague from Laventille East Mova, the Honorable Christian Birchwood. Mr. Speaker, during the course of this debate over the last 2 days, there are some troubling moments for me as a member of Parliament. I don't wish to dwell too much on it, but just more or less to make a marker and highlight some of the concerns that I personally would have taken note from members of my colleagues opposite. Mr. Speaker, I listened to the contribution of the Honorable Attorney General. And during his contribution, I must say that an Attorney General as titular head of the bar has to be very cautious in the way that they carry about and execute their duties and their public utterances, especially in the Parliament, because citizens are listening to them. And during his contribution, Mr. Speaker, when the Honorable Attorney General could point in my direction as Member of Parliament for Aruka Lopino and point in the direction of the Leader of the Opposition, Member of Parliament for Arima, and point in the direction of the Honorable Member for Diego Martin Northeast, and my colleague from Port of Spain North St. Anne's West, and say that you are my enemies, pointing in our direction and saying that you are our enemies, my enemies. And the way in which it was done, in the context of his contribution, Mr. Speaker, I must say that it troubled me deeply, because at the end of the day, we are colleagues opposite. And I do not see any one of my colleagues sitting on the other side as my enemy. We might be colleagues and we might be opponents politically. But when an Attorney General can point to members opposite and speak in this way, it troubles me deeply. And I want to put my colleagues in this House, especially those on this side, and the listening audience, pay attention. Pay attention. Because, Mr. Speaker, all of us, before sitting in this Parliament, and those who sit in the Cabinet, Mr. Speaker, we took an oath of office to discharge our duties without malice or ill will, fear or favor. Malice or ill will, fear or favor. And we must be very aware that our sworn duty is to the Constitution and the law of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And what I saw from the Honorable Attorney General was nothing but malice and ill will. Mr. Speaker, I move on. And this is what he said. Not only us as his, and this is his contribution in this House. And this is what I'm referring to, unfortunately. Because it has absolutely nothing to do, Mr. Speaker, with the supplementation. But he stood and he was allowed to point to members opposite, and he said, who are his enemies? And he proceeded to say, I am coming for you, I am coming for you, I am coming for you.
And he did say as well, he will go to war. He did also say...
Mr. Speaker, that's the end on this point, because I don't want to breach the standing order, but I want to put a marker here tonight. This is someone who has the distinguished career of a vote of no confidence by the Law Association for interfering in the operations of the Director of Public Prosecutions. And therefore, when he stands in this parliament, a stranger to this parliament, not an elected member, pointing to members opposite and said, I'm coming for you, I'm coming for you. I want to tell the Honorable Attorney General that the Lord is my shepherd, and there is nothing I shall do. And no amount of threats in this house, none whatsoever, Mr. Speaker, will put fear in the way that I conduct my duties on behalf of my constituents and on behalf of the good people of Trinidad and Tobago. I will fear none of it. And if he comes here because he has some rage or some vendetta, here is not the place, because the PNM will stand against him, and we will go from corner to corner, and we will stand against tyranny in this country. We will have none of it, Mr. Speaker. Absolutely none of it. It is not the way that an Attorney General ought to conduct himself. Absolutely not the way. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I heard from my colleagues opposite during their contribution, and I took note of it. I need no help. I think that came from my colleague from Tabakit. I am the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Thank you very much. CARICOM and Foreign Affairs. Quote. And then another one shouted, you are not God's gift. And I quoted, to financial brightness. Another one shouted, well, the Attorney General in this debate, I am in war with you and I'm coming for you. We don't need, and then another one shouted, another colleague shouted here, we don't need your advice. Mr. Speaker, we have a constitutional role to play, whether or not they like it or they do not like it. And that is going to be discharged without fear or favor, malice or ill will. And if they don't want to take our advice, then that is their business. That is their right, Mr. Speaker. But the opposition will come here in the parliament of this country and do what it must do in the discharge of its duties to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. We don't care. We don't need you and this and carrying on in this very aggressive way and what have you. Mr. Speaker, we understand it. The election is over. Time to get down to business. And therefore, I want to tell my colleagues opposite who would have made those statements in their contribution that you will soon learn that when you are managing a complex society like Trinidad and Tobago, malice, vengeance, and retribution will get you nowhere. And one day, you shall fall on your sword. One day. Breaks? Breaks? Let me tell you this. Mr. Speaker, let me tell my colleagues opposite, I sleep comfortably at nights. I sleep comfortably at nights. And Mr. Speaker, I want to tell you this. I enjoy public service. And I believe all of us, if we take the time to do what we must do, to take this opportunity to impact lives positively, we may not satisfy everyone.
Mr. Speaker,
it is not possible to satisfy everyone.
I hate to interject, but I rise on Standing Order 48-1, please, Mr. Speaker.
You're suffering from the same complaint you made against the member for Tabakit. So skip along a little bit, shall we?
Thank you, Mr.
Same
Speaker.
complaints. Let's skip along.
Mr. Speaker, on that point, I just ended. On the point, Mr. Speaker, I'll skip along.
Yes.
I'll skip along, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, the work that we do here, we must take every opportunity to impact lives positively. I have done it in the last parliament, and I will do it in this parliament. Whether it is in government or whether it is in opposition, we will discharge, and I will discharge my duty. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Public Utilities would have been allocated a total sum, from my estimation, I am subject to correction, I think of $489.4 million. Quite a sizable amount of money, $500 million. Quite a lot of money. And in that total supplementation, Mr. Speaker, $9.4 million is for the Trinidad and Tobago Postal Corporation, and a total of $480 million for the Water and Sewerage Authority. And you look at it, it's clear. We have done it over the last 4 years, nothing to argue. That entire $480 million, my colleagues opposite realize, is to pay salaries, wages, COLA, cost of living, all these things. $480 million. Mr. Speaker, it is very interesting that $480 million in a supplementation under this headline item. The obvious question one might ask themselves is, how is that going to, if a government is supplementing an allocation by $480 million, how is that going to improve the supply and the service to the citizens and raise our standard of living? Because by all means, Mr. Speaker, it's $480 million. But Mr. Speaker, it's $480 million that is going to go for the payment of wages and salaries. I am hoping that the Minister of Public Utilities, my colleague from Couva South, in his response will perhaps tell us, with the additional $480 million, how much that is going to increase the subsidy for the Water and Sewerage Authority. But from my rough calculation and recollection, I think it will be somewhere in the region of $1.2 or $1.3 billion for the Water and Sewerage Authority. I'm subject to correction on that. But Mr. Speaker, what I want to draw the country's attention to on this particular issue of water and the subvention made to the Water and Sewerage Authority over the years, that the $480 million would be added to of similar subvention or allocation in the 2024 to 2025 fiscal year, which will bring WASA's wage bill to approximately $1.2 billion. And it has been like that for some time. $1.2 billion going for the payment of wages and salaries. Mr. Speaker, that is just wages and salaries. In WASA's operation, it costs us, the taxpayers, Mr. Speaker, approximately $600 or $700 million for the purchase of desal water. So you have $1.2 billion in wages and salaries, and then you have $600 or $700 million in the purchase of desal water, which you pay for significant sums, and it is sold at a subsidized rate to a great loss to the taxpayers of this country, Mr. Speaker. So that is the purchase of desal water, approximately 40 million gallons of water on a daily basis, $1.2 billion in wages and salaries, Mr. Speaker. And then you have its power supply, cost to TNTech, maybe $200 million a year, because all of these plants are operating on a 24/7 basis, Mr. Speaker, booster stations and what have you. You understand? Water treatment plants, they have to function on a 24/7 basis. So you're talking about $200 million to TNTech. And materials and supplies, Mr. Speaker. Another item that cost us, the taxpayers, over $100 million or more. I'm talking about water treatment, chlorine, and all of these things to treat groundwater, to treat surface water, and what have you. Mr. Speaker, you are looking at a total operation to supply water to Trinidad and Tobago somewhere in the region of over $2 billion or $2.3 billion. Mr. Speaker, the revenues from the authority is somewhere in the region of $600 or $700 million. So the revenues from WASA is not even sufficient to pay or to meet its wage bill of $1.2 billion. And that has been a situation with us as a country for a very long time, colleagues. A very long time. And every time you go to an international bank to discuss and to negotiate a loan, to undertake critical infrastructure upgrade and capital projects for the authority, they tell you, we are willing to give you the money, but you see this operation that you are running there, you need to fix it. You need to fix it because it is unsustainable. The time is going to come where you cannot pay for it. And then if that is the case, you will not be able to pay and to repay our loans. It has been like that, Mr. Speaker, for well over 20 years. Straddling all governments, UNC, PNM, NAR, all of everybody. But unfortunately, the issue of water in this country has been politicized for far too long. And I can tell you, as Minister of Public Utilities, I would always tell the public servants in the ministry, as well as the senior technocrats of the authority, that where water is concerned, there ought not to be politics, because regardless of wherever you are in this country, regardless of whatever your race, you are entitled to an efficient supply of water. Mr. Speaker, it has not been an easy undertaking. But I served in that capacity for 5 years, and I gave my best. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, I am proud of the many communities who got water from the very first time in PNM and in UNC constituencies and in Tobago. All over, they can say what they want. They can say what they want, Mr. Speaker. They can go on social media and say what they want. That with the resources that are available to me, that we were able to make a positive impact to the lives of many communities. One of those communities was in that touched me because, Mr. Speaker, I tell you this, you go around the country and there are some stories, Mr. Speaker, that would remain with you for a very long time. And one was in the constituency of Tabakit. What? And in that constituency, Mr. Speaker, please protect me from them. Mr. Speaker, the cross-talk, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, a small community, about 300 or 400 people, and I recall when we constructed that booster station and put a major transmission line, Mr. Speaker, I saw tears flowing from the eyes of many of the people who live there. It's not a UNC, it's not a PNM constituency. I never expect PNM to win the seat. And then there's another place they call Cotton Hill in that same constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm just raising that to show you, Mr. Speaker, and Mr. Speaker, and the billions of dollars that we are supplementing WASA, the billions of dollars, the $480 million I'm referring to is a very serious point I'm raising here, Mr. Speaker. None of it is to build a booster station. None of it is to replace an aged transmission line. None of it is to construct a major water treatment plant or the drilling of a well to improve the supply of water. All of it, Mr. Speaker, is to pay wages and salaries. It's recurrent expenditure. And Mr. Speaker, in 2020, there was a UNC government in power. Not 2020, sorry, in 2012. Just the point I want to make. And this issue, Mr. Speaker, of that large subvention faced a previous government during the period 2010 and 2015. And the UNC government went to the IDB for a loan to increase wastewater expansion in Trinidad and Tobago, a very serious issue. And when they went to the IDB informed the then government that you need to undertake a major transformation of that authority to get access to resources. Because if you don't do it, that situation there is unsustainable, where billions of dollars are being spent inside of there, and the state of the country's water supply is going down, and it's a downward spiral. I see my colleague here from Caroni Central is looking at me with a smirk. Mr. Speaker, when the then government went to the IDB, Mr. Speaker, I'm reading from a 2012 document produced by the government of the day in 2012 to the IDB to get access to financial resources to expand wastewater supply in this country. And when the IDB laid down its condition, because it's not free money, you don't walk into the IDB and they tell you take $300 million or take $10 million US or something like that. They lay down strict conditionalities that you must follow in order to get access to these resources. And one of the conditions that they lay down for the government of the day is that you need to transform the Water and Sewage Authority. Because despite the billions of dollars being spent in subvention, people weren't just getting an improvement in their supply of water. And in 2012, they produced a document, Mr. Speaker, proposed strategic organization restructuring plan for the Water and Sewerage Authority. In the first paragraph, rationalization of staffing at the authority. And this is not my document, this is not a PNM document, it's the UNC document. And I'm not saying to throw any shade in it. I'm just putting it on the records of this House, Mr. Speaker, to show this country that if we have to get away from this perennial cycle of accusation over and over again, we will get nowhere. The Water and Sewage Authority, and I quote the document, with the objective of meeting the goals of the government of Trinidad and Tobago in the water and sanitation sector, is beginning a 5-year capital investment program to improve its efficiency and effectiveness. WASA plans to invest more than $1.5 billion to develop and rehabilitate assets. It will complement these investments with other reforms, such as the restructuring of the water utility and tariff increases. It's a UNC document. Restructuring of the authority and tariff increases. Not the PNM. To facilitate this initiative, the government of Trinidad and Tobago entered into an agreement with the Inter-American Development Bank in 2011 to undertake an upgrade of the wastewater infrastructure of the authority with an emphasis on strengthening and revitalizing the authority's technical, financial, and economic performance. In an effort to satisfy the condition for the release of funds, conditions, colleagues, for the release of funds, the authority was mandated, Mr. Speaker, to develop a strategic organizational restructuring plan so as to rationalize its staffing. And it continues. Proposed plan for the rationalization of staffing. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'll make use of my extra 50 minutes. I appreciate that. Talk about to continue the transformation of WASA into a customer-focused utility securing sector for all sectors, reduce costs in line with other water utilities and apply reasonable tariffs and charges, transform the work culture to one that is high performance, etc. And then, Mr. Speaker, it talked about the systemic analysis of the problem of overstaffing, and its solution is crucial to the financial viability of WASA. So in this 2012 UNC document, it is proposing to the authority, to the IDB, in order to get access to financial resources, and I quote, the systematic analysis of the problem of overstaffing and its solution is crucial to the financial viability of WASA. In fact, WASA's viability and financial sustainability are inextricably linked to the organization's manpower levels. Mr. Speaker, the outcome of this was that the UNC government was given a loan to the tune of millions of US dollars to undertake staff restructuring. Mr. Speaker, over 1,000 staff members participated in a voluntary visa program that was intended to reduce the staff to correct the same problem that we are faced with today. In this supplementation, where $480 million is being supplemented to the authority. The same problem that existed in 2012 that they undertook to deal with, that they are going to reduce staff by 2,500 employees. Because you cannot have a situation where $480 million is being sent to an authority and all of it is going to pay staff, and you cannot rehabilitate assets, you cannot drill wells, and you cannot improve the supply of water, especially to unserved and underserved communities. Mr. Speaker, the outcome of that, because of bad politics and irresponsible politics, $500 million was accessed from the IDB to engage in a visa program where over 1,200 employees of the authority participated in a visa program, and as they left the authority, they entered through a back door. Over $400 million that we are paying today, and we cannot deal with this problem. And when we return, Mr. Speaker, to the IDB, to the acts, when we return in 2020, I'm talking, to get access to IDB resources again, Mr. Speaker, the same thing the IDB said. What is happening in the authority? You have failed to do so. We have made access to you for over hundreds of millions of dollars to fix this place. And you come in again for resources to improve the supply of water. And they said, produce a transformation plan, and that is the condition under which you will get access to resources. Mr. Speaker, as difficult as it was, we put together a transformation plan for the authority. The IDB was very convinced of it, and they gave us access to resources, a total loan envelope of $315 million, but the IDB is very cautious and say, listen, the total envelope is $315 million, but you're going to only have access to $80 million first. Show us how you could utilize the resources, and when the projects are completed, come back and we'll have a discussion with you. And we will make an assessment as to whether or not you are transforming the authority. And if you are not, then you will get no access to the resources. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to say that before I left that ministry, despite the rigid conditions laid down by the IDB, we got access to the $80 million loan facility, undertaking refurbishment of plants, drilling of wells, replacing aged infrastructure, all over Trinidad and Tobago, the construction of new water treatment plant in Goldsboro in Tobago, one in Santa Cruz, to redistribute water to unserved and underserved communities, Mr. Speaker. And before I left, the IDB indicated that never in the history of loans to the authority that within 2 years, almost 90% of the resources have been expended because of good financial management. They said, however, Mr. Speaker, that in order to get access to the resources, continued access to further resources, you need to undertake the transformation of the authority. Mr. Speaker, how much time do I have again?
I think you have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Quite enough. And Mr. Speaker, when I observed the transformation plan being ripped apart and smiling faces around the Honorable Prime Minister, because in her world, she would have achieved something great for her partners. I want to say that we perhaps might be heading back to 2012 again. And not only that, Mr. Speaker, but I wish the government well in their continued engagement with multilateral financial institutions with respect to accessing their resources to improve the supply of water to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Because that same loan envelope is hinged upon a successful transformation plan that since 2012, the people of this country, governments in the past and government in the future, playing politics with water, engaging in all kinds of reckless negotiations with stakeholders who do not have the interests of the people of this country, but more selfish agendas to the detriment of so many communities all over. I wish them well, because at the end of the day, they will make not 1 cent available to you if you cannot show that you have a viable transformation plan to improve the supply of water to the authority and the people of this country. It is hinged on that. So when you rip it, you don't just rip a document. You rip work that was done not by politicians, but work that was done by technocrats within the authority, within the ministry, and stakeholders in the industry that has the potential to have an outcome that is going to transcend race, religion, geography, and politics. And anytime a government is serious about treating with this problem, I wish that the $480 million supplementation in this budget, a significant portion of it could have gone towards the improvement of the supply of water to the people of this country, the drilling of wells. And if you postpone doing it now one day, Mr. Speaker, some serious government with serious politicians that has the moral rectitude to do the work will have to take the hard and difficult decision outside of petty politics and do what must be done to ensure that this country has a reliable supply of water. Petty politics will not help it. It will delay the problem perhaps for now,
But one day, serious politicians and serious managers will have to make decisions. And sometimes it might be for our own and your own political detriment. But when you take that oath of office, Mr. Speaker, you have to make decisions, and you must have the moral rectitude to make decisions for the greater good of all the people of Trinidad and Tobago, sometimes to your own political detriment. Sometimes to your own political detriment. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, as a young minister going into that ministry.
Mr. Speaker, I do apologize. 48-1, 55-1B as well too, please, Mr. Speaker.
No, I'll allow the member to finish. He just has a few minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This is not an easy ministry. Many colleagues in the past played petty politics with it. But I want to tell the people of Trinidad and Tobago and colleagues on this side and those opposite that to fix this problem, you need to keep your focus and do what must be done for the good of all citizens of this country. All citizens of this country. And Mr. Speaker, on that note, I thank you very much for my contribution.
Member for Couva South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I listened carefully to the contribution from the member for Roodal. And one would have thought, having served in the position of Minister of Public Utilities before, that the member would have been able to identify areas in which successes were made. But instead, the member spent a lot of his contribution seeking to lecture the national community and the government about those who wish to play petty politics. But, Mr. Speaker, for 10 years, the people of Couva South, the people of Faizabad, the people of Urupuch East, the people of Urupuch West, and right next to me in the constituency of Siparia, the people felt the repercussions of petty politics because of the doings of members opposite. When they opened their taps and they had no water in their taps, in those areas, that was petty politics. When you had a minister, a former minister, who tells you what you need to do, but spent 5 years doing nothing, telling you that you need to fix the problem, but when they had the opportunity to fix the problem, they did not have the political will to serve communities and constituencies equally across the length and breadth of this country, then you know that they have no moral authority to stand and lecture us in terms of ripping up a transformation plan which was meant to secure high-paying jobs for the PNM boys and girls inside of WASA, as opposed to coming up with a comprehensive strategic plan. Because, Mr. Speaker, I always believe when you have employees that know they have security of tenure, then you know that you get the greatest amount of productivity out of those employees. For 5 years, they held the necks of the employees of WASA in a proverbial noose. And that is why today the employees of WASA stand on the side of the government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago under the leadership of the member for Siparia. And the member cherry-picked the areas of the transformation plan that the member wanted to speak about. But the member did not tell the full truth, that the reason why WASA employees had a serious disconnect and challenge with that transformation plan was that it did not seek to improve water production or water distribution. All it sought to do was secure jobs for PNM boys and girls, including general election candidates of the People's National Movement inside of WASA. And the member for Ruka-Lopino cannot tell me that is not true, because one of those is very closely associated with the member for Ruka-Lopino. And I will talk more about that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I go into that, I want to refer to an article in the Trinidad Express dated June 8, 2024. And Mr. Speaker, during that time, the debate on the Standing Finance Committee report of 2024 was taking place. But the Honorable Prime Minister at that time, the former member for Diego Martin West, stood right next to where I am right now, and he had this to say: "Leave her right there. Don't move her," he said, as he criticized the member for Siparia, who he said was fuming over everything the government did, hoping for a knockout punch. Today, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that the former member for Diego Martin West and the member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, they got the knockout punch. They got the knockout punch, Mr. Speaker. And if that is not poetic justice, I don't know what is. Mr. Speaker, I have stood in this parliament time and time again, like many of my colleagues, in defense of the member for Siparia, having endured attacks, particularly from the member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West. And this is what the member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West used to say: "This one coming for your wicket, that one coming for your wicket." Well, Trinidad and Tobago took your wicket on April 28th. Trinidad and Tobago took your wicket on April 28th. You will go down in history. You will go down in history as the shortest serving prime minister, unelected. And if that is not a political indictment from the people of Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Speaker, then I don't know what is. Because on the fateful day of April 28th, the people of Trinidad and Tobago took the wicket of the member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West. Mr. Speaker, I will not stop there. I will not stop there, because just yesterday, the member for Arima also took the wicket of the member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West. But Mr. Speaker, I want to tell the honourable member for Arima, who in the debate wanted to talk about who playing Prime Minister. I want to tell the honourable member, when the raging bull bypassed you for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, you had not one word to say in defense of your country and in defense of your party. Mr. Speaker, I want to tell the honourable member for Arima.
Mr. Speaker, on a point of order, 48-1.
I'm responding. The honourable member raised that in the debate.
I don't think I need to rule on that, do I? Continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member, for 10 years your silence has resulted in murder, and it has resulted in mayhem. You went along for the ride, honourable member for Arima. You did not have the courage or the capacity to lead then, and you certainly don't have it now. You don't have it now. Mr. Speaker, 2 bills went through this House. 1 motion, absent, unscripted, and not present when those important matters that dealt with issues that impact children in this country, the member could not be found. Mr. Speaker, for 45 minutes to speak in this debate, the honourable member for Arima could not last. Instead, the member resorted to a prepared text from her handler, more than likely the member for Diego Martin Northeast, who kept prompting her under the desk. Well, Mr. Speaker, I want to say to the honourable member, you can run, but you cannot hide. You have to stand up and face the music at some point, and the people of Trinidad and Tobago will be the arbiters. And on the occasion of the Standing Finance Committee report being debated in this House, you have certainly been found wanting. Wanting. I want to tell the member, stop the laziness. Stand up, be present, turn up. Leadership is not delivering speeches on the economy prepared by the member for Diego Martin Northeast. That is not leadership. Stop hiding blindly behind the member for Diego Martin Northeast. Mr. Speaker, today we are being forced to pay for the expenditure that they committed to. And that is putting this entire debate in a nutshell. We, the members of the government, are being forced to pay for the expenditure that they committed to, but want to ask us where the money is coming from. They committed by under-budgeting and under-resourcing the Water and Sewerage Authority by $480 million, by $9 million for the Postal Services Corporation. Mr. Speaker, I heard several colleagues opposite talk about, well, why is the government raising this under-resourcing and under-budgeting, and where's the evidence of that? Mr. Speaker, when I spoke as an opposition member in the Standing Finance Committee debate on June 8, 2024, I raised the issue of under-resourcing and under-budgeting WASA, a critical component to national development, because I always say the Ministry of Public Utilities is one of those ministries that impact people most. It impacts them in their home and it impacts them in their pockets. Water, communication, electricity. And I raised this very issue at that time because the member, they say mouth open and story jump out. The member started his contribution, the Honorable Member for Aruka Lopino, started by saying, well, we are not new to this. This is a usual run-of-the-mill situation. That is what the member told his House. But in previous incarnations, when we have said to them in the Standing Finance Committee, not in the debate, in the committee, when I asked last year, remember, you did not budget $60 million in NIS contribution. And again, today we are in a situation where we have to supplement because of their under-budgeting. There's a history and a pattern of this, Mr. Speaker. And the history and pattern of this is their contempt, scorn for WASA workers. That has always been their modus operandi. So their transformation plan had very little to do with water production and water distribution. What it had to do with was essentially cutting and sending WASA workers home so they can facilitate big ballooned salaries for a select few inside of WASA who they hand-selected to give these big cushy jobs to. And when you talk about persons who receive salaries of $60,000, $70,000, $80,000, $100,000, it was in this executive management group, which again they hand-selected, with P&M big boys and girls inside of that group, Mr. Speaker, that was the transformation plan that the member for Aruka Lopino spoke about. The member for Aruka Lopino could not tell us one well. The member for Aruka Lopino could not tell us one specific project. The member for Aruka Lopino certainly couldn't tell you how to find Siparia, how to find Urupuch East, how to find Kuva South, because projects were not done in these areas. So when the member for Faisabad tells you about geographical discrimination, we know what geographical discrimination is. So the utter hypocrisy for the member to talk about we did not discriminate, meaning them did not discriminate on race and religion and so on. The people of the areas that we identified earlier, and many of these constituencies on the government benches can attest to the fact that for 10 years, Mr. Speaker, people opened their taps in many of these constituencies and never saw water for one day. Mr. Speaker, it requires political will. When I went into the Ministry of Public Utilities, I had the same staff at WASA. The same complement of staff at WASA under the member for Aruka Lopino was the same complement of staff that I inherited as Minister of Public Utilities. And I can tell you today, Mr. Speaker, in just 7 short weeks, water production and distribution is up across the length and breadth of this country. Mr. Speaker, unbeknown to me, at the Standing Finance Committee, when the member raised in a previous debate as well, that they had increased water production and water delivery across the country, 24/7 supply to 65%. WASA, on their own, did their own checks and put out the truth to the country, which was last year water production and distribution 24/7 was at 17%. When Mrs. Prasad Bissessa left in 2015, water levels in terms of water distribution to 24/7 supply of Trinidad and Tobago was at 74%. They brought it down to 17%. And that was not said by me. I see the member across shaking his head. That was not said by me. Mr. Speaker, I encourage the honourable member, go to the Joint Select Committee on Land and Physical Infrastructure when WASA appeared before us in February of 2023. And your own employees at that time said at that Joint Select Committee that 17% of the country received our 24/7 supply of water. It wasn't the member for Sipari that said that. It was not the member for Curaçao that said that. It was the employees of WASA under your watch, Honourable Member Faruqa Lopino, under your watch. Mr. Speaker, the member gave us a song and dance about the IDB loans. I can tell you without fear of contradiction that through the kindness of the member for Faizabad and the minister in the ministry, Senator Swarat Singh, we have already engaged the IDB. It was one of our first acts. So when the cabinet decided that we will rescind the former government's transformation plan, it wasn't out of spite and malice. It was understanding that they focused heavily on the human resources in terms of eliminating. And they were hoping, because every year they came and you asked them, why did you under budget and under resource? And that is on the Hansard member for Faruqa Lopino. It is on the Hansard where you told me WASA workers were going home. Right here in this house, you were sitting right there. It was pandemonium in this country for days that WASA workers were going home. And you held that guillotine over their necks. They couldn't get loans. They couldn't buy a house. They couldn't buy a car. And you want to know why employees were so happy to see you all go? The first day I went in WASA, I thought a rock star was passing through. They were applauding every office I passed, but it wasn't because it was me, Mr. Speaker. It was what our government represented, which was seeking the interest of workers in this country. And that is why when the member for Lebre and the member for Point Fortin stands up and speak in this house, they are speaking for Labour, and Labour has been a large component, and we have given the assurance through the Honourable Prime Minister. And that is why the Honourable Prime Minister said one of our very first acts is to ensure job security for those that deserve it. And therefore I'm saying to you, Honourable Member Faruqa Lopino, I inherited the same staff at WASA and the same staff at the ministry. But what is happening is that you are getting a greater degree of productivity because they can sleep better at night, they can get a mortgage, they can get a loan. And they understand that changes will come to the organization. There must be an evolution of this sector, Mr. Speaker. We have never been opposed to change. Of course, changes will have to come, but it cannot come at the expense of sending people home when you are bringing in a select group, paying them ballooned and inflated salaries because they wear the same party color as you. We will not tolerate that. We will stand on the side of workers. And that is what is contained in your transformation plan. It is there in black and white. Let me tell you, your colleagues, in the transformation plan, it said that 1,500 employees of WASA was earmarked to go once the RIC accepted the report of WASA. And let us not separate WASA from the former administration, because that was a strategy they tried a lot, Mr. Speaker, where they gave the country the impression, well, WASA was separate from them and TNTEC and TSCT was separate from them. Well, they were really separate because the minister was always absent. He took a very hands-off approach to the entire industry, and that is why we saw so many challenges, Mr. Speaker. But the transformation, had it gone through, had it gone through, would have seen 1,500 workers at WASA going home in the first tranche had they won the general election. That is there in the black and white for all to see. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, when the PSA stands with us, it is because we stand with WASA workers, understanding that you will get greater productivity out of the workers if they have job security, if you do a review of their job specs in terms of what role and function they will now play in terms of managing the authority in terms of water production and water distribution. They brought in a failed CEO from Barbados, Mr. Speaker, who had very little track record in terms of change management, in terms of changing out the authority. Instead, they were looking to pass the buck on to somebody else for why the transformation plan would have failed, because there was no political will to get it done. The member spoke about the IDB loans, and I mentioned Faizabad and the member in the Senate, Minister Swart Singh. And we have already sat, so the fear-mongering coming from the member for Aruka Lopino, well, the IDB loans might be in jeopardy, and they would want to know, well, what are you doing about transformation? We already have the evolution plan in terms of how we are going to restructure the organization, but how we are going to save the jobs of WASA workers. It is not going to be at the expense of sending workers home. And that is the fundamental difference between this administration and that one. While the member for Aruka Lopino was busy hounding Lezama, we were ensuring, Mr. Speaker, that workers were able to keep their jobs inside of WASA. And I give you the commitment, Mr. Speaker, that while we protect
point
workers...
Of order, 48-6.
Exactly.
Well, perhaps the member could change the word slightly, but you have to get the context in which you just accused. Hold on. In the context of the environment in which this debate has been conducted, you just accused the Attorney General of malice and ill will. I will ask the member, however, to substitute the word hounding, please. And perhaps use a more anodyne word.
Instead, Mr. Speaker, I would say unsubstantiated allegations that the honourable member has made against one Mr. Lezama. But Mr. Speaker...
Mr. Speaker, 48-6.
But that is in the public domain.
This is acceptable. This is not hounding. It's not attributing any improper motive to you. It's merely stating his opinion about unsubstantiated allegations in a very neutral way.
Mr. Speaker, in dealing with the WASA transformation plan under my colleague, the member for Aruka Lopino, the WASA transformation plan, the plan alone, Mr. Speaker, the plan alone costed taxpayers $13.4 million. With the main recommendations, and here what were the main recommendations, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, 1,500 monthly paid jobs to be made redundant. They were going home, Mr. Speaker. 1,200 daily paid jobs be made redundant. They were going home, and this was just in the first instant, Mr. Speaker, taking you to about 2,500 employees of WASA workers were going home in the first instance if they won the election in 2025. Mr. Speaker, they were intent on implementing an estimated $1 billion visa package. Mr. Speaker, the UNC government, led by the member for Sipara, we rescinded the Cabinet Subcommittee report on WASA and terminated the PNM WASA Transformation Plan. A review of the WASA Transformation Plan revealed the following. Under one Sheldon Batiste, who was the head of transformation, this gentleman was paid $1.8 million, while no targets were set by WASA. There was no technical expertise questioned by the former deputy chairman of the WASA board, who was in charge of HR and so on. Then you had Collier Morrison Belgrave, who was a consultant, paid close to $500,000, engaged via sole select non-competitive process for $1 million. An additional 500,000 added to the contract without documentation and billed to the CEO's office. And we'll speak a little bit more about that in a short while, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there was a company called Vignes, consultant to former WASA board. Paid $2.3 million. Company is not even VAT registered. You hear that, what? Member for Barrett Area San Juan? Not even VAT registered. What? Mr. Speaker, in the tune of millions of dollars, a legal team was hired and paid $1.3 million in the last year alone. We are still compiling the bills that are coming in. And when I asked to see what were the invoices, what did the invoices say? There were no stipulations with respect to the legal work, Mr. Speaker. No legal opinion on any particular matter. All we got was for services rendered. Well, what was very strange was the names of the legal team. One, Russell Martino, which the member for Barrett Area San Juan spoke about. So remember, this is more than the $1 billion that you spoke about. But then you have the first gentleman, one Kerwin Garcia, who was probably spreading the gospel in Wassa as well. So, Mr. Speaker, then we had another situation arise in Wassa. When the government decided that we were rescinding the Wassa transformation plan, I asked, could you give me a little bit more detail in terms of how they went about this? There was a setting up of a transformation office. I then asked, where is this office? Is it at Wassa? Nobody could tell me where this office is. Later I found out that they leased a building on Scott Bush Street for $3 million for 5 people to operate out of. When I started to ask the questions, then I got 2 resignations. I asked, well, where did these resignations come from? They said, well, the people who are working on the transformation plan. I said, but I've been asking for the names of these people for 2 weeks now. Why am I now getting resignations? So why don't they want to continue? Mr. Speaker, they could produce no work in terms of what they have been doing for the last 2 to 3 years. They can produce no documentary evidence of anything that has been done, Mr. Speaker. That entire water transformation office, Mr. Speaker, when you look at it, it was a slush fund. It was a slush fund, Mr. Speaker. And that takes me into another area. You see, on the general election hustings, I kept speaking about a campaign manager who got almost $25 million in contracts in the last 3 years in Wassa. But a campaign manager that belongs to the People's National Movement. And today I can prove it. Today I can prove it. $25 million in 3 years. Many of which was sole select. Many of which is being investigated now. But, Mr. Speaker, days before the general election, there was a company that was awarded a $3 million contract, sole select. And the member for Roodal looks at me very puzzled, but I'm almost certain he's not really puzzled. The member, I'm certain, is not really puzzled. You see, Mr. Speaker, the EBC publishes your agents and your sub-agents when you file to be a candidate in a general election. So, a good Samaritan brought to my attention that, and I'll give you the date, Mr. Speaker. I'll give you the date. The date was the 14th of April, 2025. And this is what it read. Notice, election agents, and I did seek permission to display the document. Election agents and in 2025 parliamentary elections. So the member for Roodal Lopino would have submitted to, he would have submitted to the EBC, his agent and sub-agents. Under the sub-agents is one Kyle Williams. Well, the member for Aruka Lopino will be quite familiar with one Kyle Williams. You see, the member submitted this gentleman, and we all know you submit people who are known to you. You don't submit people who you don't know because they are acting on your behalf in a general election. They go into the polling station, they collect the ballots, they observe the vote. So this person has to be very close to you. You have to know them intimately, Mr. Speaker, to put them as an agent or sub-agent. The member for Aruka Lopino, like all other 40 members of the House, as Barataria Sanwan is reminding me, would have had to sign for Mr. Williams to be his sub-agent. So it was published for all to see.
Would you like your other 15?
Yes, certainly. Mr. Speaker, but there's a company that has been awarded about $25 million in the last 3 years in Wassa, a lot of which I said was Soul Select, a lot of which was directed, I will not say by who, but it was directed to Wassa. Mr. Speaker, the name of the company is Obscene Construction Limited. And what is mind-boggling, what is frightening, startling, but very hypocritical on the part of members opposite, is that when you pull up the directorship for Obscene Construction, receiving $3 million Soul Select, 3.1 million awarded to Obscene by Wassa a few weeks before the general election, awarded by Soul Select. Mr. Speaker, Obscene Construction Limited can be found on the company's registry, with the director being one Kyle Williams, who is the sub-agent as published on the 14th of April as a sub-agent for the member for Aruka Lopino. Then he would have been the outgoing Minister of Public Utilities. But Mr. Speaker, it does not stop there. Mr. Speaker, it gets better.
Mr. Speaker, on a point of order, 48.6.
Well, I don't think the member is imputing, for short reasons. I don't think there's any imputation there.
Mr. Speaker, 48.6. The member is imputing improper motives. The minister, Mr. Speaker, is not involved in these matters. So
yes.
What is the relevance of it?
If you listen carefully to the member, he's not... Well, right. So if you allow me to speak, I've allowed you to speak. If you allow me to speak, the member did not impute directly any motive to you. All the members said it was a directed contract. The member is drawing factual matters together and stringing those strands together. He's not drawing an inference, and the inference will be left up to whoever wishes to draw it. But the member is not drawing an inference. Kareem.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, they cannot handle the truth. They cannot handle the truth when we come with facts, and we have brought the evidence today in terms of why Wassa and other state enterprises are in the position that they are in. So when we are being told, where will you get the money from? Had they cut out the waste, mismanagement, and excessive corruption under their tenure, Mr. Speaker, Wassa would have been in a better position. I want to tell the member, $800 million in outstanding.
48.6. Mr. Speaker, 48.6. He is now aligning corruption to his statement that he made, Mr. Speaker.
He did not allege, the member did not allege corruption against you. There has been numerous allegations, all they traded back and forth. As a matter of fact, the member for Malabar Mausika compared the airport in Tobago to the Piaco corruption airport corruption. So it is not something you could seek refuge behind in the context of how this debate has been conducted. There has been a lot of leeway. There has been no allegation of corruption by this member or any member against you directly or indirectly.
So there has been a lot of that going on. So carry on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, through you, Mr. Speaker, I'm certain that the next bit of information that I'll share will find favor with the member for Faizabad. You see, the member for Diego Martin Northeast, in his contribution, the honourable member sought to give the government advice by saying, do not engage in any reckless spending, any reckless, crazy spending. Don't engage in that. That will cause the collapse of the economy. Mr. Speaker, if the honourable member had taken his own advice, then the Ministry of Public Utilities will not, and the Minister of Public Utilities will not be asked, which I'm being asked today, to sign off on expenditure incurred by the member for Diego Martin Northeast on the first day on the job. What? The first day on the job. The member told them he don't like the office. He don't like the uniform of the MTS workers, and I'll tell you how much it is costing the taxpayers. So when the member says, don't engage in any crazy expenditure, the member knows what he's speaking about, the member for Diego Martin Northeast, because the member himself engaged in crazy expenditure like a runaway horse when he got into public utilities for one day. The letter is dated, Mr. Speaker, March 18, 2025, which says, and I quote, on his assumption of duty, the Honourable Carl Member, Minister of Public Utilities, reviewed key aspects of the accommodation at the Ministry of Public Utilities as it relates to the Minister and Permanent Secretary. Mr. Speaker, today I am being asked, where will the money come from? But the member only telling us half the story by giving us advice to say don't engage any reckless, wild, crazy expenditure, but committed this government to $1.3 million for his frivolity, his excess, Mr. Speaker, his arrogance, and his abuse, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, but let me tell colleagues what it was for. What it was for, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the design fees cost taxpayers for a 30 by 30 office for the minister. $60,000 for design for a 30 by 30 office. $60,000. Mr. Speaker, the member wanted a new workstation which costed the country $40,000. The member then wanted, Mr. Speaker, paintings for himself, paintings for his technical advisor. Mr. Speaker, the painting for the minister costed the country. I'm not talking about the painting to paint the wall, eh? You know this government, they loved paintings. They bought all these Casabon paintings. The former Prime Minister was a connoisseur of paintings and art. The member for Diego Martin Northeast apparently has the same sort of fetish. Mr. Speaker, for the minister's office, the painting there costed the country, I just want to make sure I'm getting it correct, Mr. Speaker. Yes, here it goes, Mr. Speaker. The painting, Mr. Speaker, costed the country $30,000. $30,000. Mr. Speaker, then they wanted a custom joinery, a coffee station, which costed the country $12,000. And if it wasn't bad enough that the painting cost $30,000, they paid $35,000 to install the painting, Mr. Speaker. This is it. This is the legacy of the member for Diego Martin Northeast. So when the member wants to tell us about reckless and wild spending, the member knows why. The member knows why. He went in there like an emperor without clothes, begging, boasting, I am the Minister of Public Utilities, and now the country has to pay $1.3 million, and you did not last one day You did not survive politically one day to enjoy the expense of the taxpayers. Mr. Speaker, while they were looking for a coffee station, they were also looking for a tea station. So the coffee station costed us 13,000. The tea station costed us 12,000. Yes, Mr. Speaker, that is the legacy of the member for Diego Martin Northeast. And they bend their heads in shame, knowing that they told public servants, nothing for you, 0%, 4%, 1%. But they lived large like kings and queens. The member for Rima was part of that. The member for Rima was part of that. The member for Ruka Lopino was part of that. So when you want to ask us where the money will come from today, we are being asked to pay for your frivolity, for your wastage, for your corruption, Mr. Speaker, your mismanagement. And this is it in the black and white. Today, a UNC government is being asked to pay for that. And Diego Martin Northeast smiles ear to ear, knowing that once more he will ride the back of the people of Trinidad and Tobago and the people of Diego Martin Northeast. Mr. Speaker, I want to remind the member for St. Anne's who made a comment in the debate. The member to ask where is the government getting the money from? And that the member then alluded that the government had the money. The member said that the government had the money and that we did not have the will to do the job. I want to remind the member that on September 8, 2024, the Trinidad Express carried a headline, Gatsby Dolly, the problem is money. The former Minister of Education told the country that the reason why they could not get the schools up to scratch, and the member for Barataria San Juan will remember this because it was a school in his constituency, St. George's College, that raw sewage and feces was running when the school flooded out. You remember that, member for Barataria San Juan? And when asked about it, the member for St. Anne's East, in her capacity of Minister of Education, when today she stands in this house and says, but there's no problem with money, we did not crash the economy. Every successive member who spoke opposite repeated the line that they did not crash the economy. But as minister on September 8, 2024, the blaring headline was Gatsby Dolly, money is the problem. And then said that she did not get the releases from the member for Diego Martin Northeast to fix the schools. So while they did not have money to fix the schools, they did not have money for WASA workers, they don't have money to put water in your taps. The member for Chaguanas East told us today they cut 18,000 food carts, putting people on the breadline. $1.3 million jump up in the air. Poof, gone. Under Diego Martin Northeast, who did not survive politically in the government. And the people of Trinidad and Tobago took him out politically from government because of the waste, mismanagement, squandermania, and dare I say corruption, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for the life of me, I cannot understand how a 30 by 30 room cost the taxpayers of Trinidad and Tobago $1.3 million. Why it is a painting, to install the painting is costing more than the painting itself. And Mr. Speaker, I'm told that this was all done on the first day that the member entered. And it is here in the black and white. It is signed by the former permanent secretary. And the permanent secretary, the first day I went in to the Ministry of Public Utilities, told me, well, Minister, you know, all of this is new. So I thought, well, okay, all of this is new. Let's not go down that road. Not knowing, Mr. Speaker, that all of this was new, but the UNC incoming government have to pay for it. And this is not a government facility, Mr. Speaker. This is a rental building of 1 Faris Al-Rawi claim at 1 Alexandria Place. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, when we talk about the recusals, they were hoping that they were setting up that place so good that they were staying there to fill the pockets of the former member for San Fernando West. Mr. Speaker, I could put the country on notice today Today, what I have shared with respect to WASA has already gone to the Honorable Attorney General, and that is why the member spoke about the AG talking about he will go to war with them. And the AG knows what he speaks about. The AG not talking out of vaps and vacuum. The AG knows what he's speaking about because, Mr. Speaker, in every sector, whether it is in public utilities, they rushed. Mr. Speaker, in CPEP, Crow didn't get an extension for a contract. Western Rollins, not for 1 year, not for 2 years, not for 3 years, 6 years, Mr. Speaker. 6 years they extended the contract of one Western Rollins to do their political bidding on the CARICOM stage. But I want to tell Crow, you could sing this, you could sing that. When it's time to go, your goose cook and it's crow. Yes. So you can go and sing about that too. Go and sing about that too. Mr. Speaker, they could call me the little butcher. They could call me the member for Couva South. They could call me whatever they want. The facts will not change the facts that the members opposite saw billions of dollars go down the drain under their tenure in critical sectors. Energy, you heard it from the Minister of Energy today. You heard it from me in public utilities. Critical areas that will redound to the benefit of people, putting water in their pipes, electricity in their homes. Mr. Speaker, that was not invested in wells. That was not invested in desalinated water. But we will have the opportunity to talk about that. Water production is up. Water distribution is up. Mr. Speaker, many parts of the country are seeing water in their tap because of political will. It requires you to invest in the infrastructure, and that is what we are utilizing the IDB loans for. We are utilizing the human resource that we have inside of WASA in terms of repurposing them and getting them to more productive levels now that they have security of tenure. But Mr. Speaker, you have a government who has the political will and the support of the member for Faizabad and the Honorable Prime Minister to change the lives of the people of Trinidad and Tobago for the better. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I know that many of my colleagues on this side are prepared and ready to speak. I know that they have lots more to tell this country about how this government has found Trinidad and Tobago after that former regime left us in serious difficulty. Mr. Speaker, over the last 2